time to take a look at the grid for round one. And after his great qualifying performance, Ivan Muller on pole position, Matt Neal on the front row alongside him, and then the first of the MGs. Dan Eves in the Peugeot, fourth on the grid, Tom Chilton running very quickly, and Tim Harvey, the 1992 champion, well up. Andy Priaulx in the first of the Hondas, ahead of Warren Hughes, and Paul O'Neill, the first race for him in the big class. That's the top 9 on the grid. From there we look back and we see Alan Morrison, the ex-motocross star from County Down, lining up next, ahead of David Leslie, Phil Bennett, Aaron Slighton. Watch out for James Thompson, who will have a lot of work to do from 14th position on the grid. Fastest of the production cars is Mark Fullerlove in his Peugeot 306. And as we look on down the list of production class runners, we get all the way to the back, where Annie Templeton will start her Peugeot 306 from 25th position. That's how the cars line up for the first round of the championship here at Brands.
Waiting on the grid isn't the most pleasurable experience of a race, but once the red lights fade, it is a bun fight into the first corner. Tepid tyres, lukewarm brakes and hot heads are classic ingredients for a Chantal 2 here. Now, Coleman Muller has the advantage because he is closest to the corner's apex and therefore will take the shortest line around and will force any rival who's along the side out wide, making them go the long way round. But this is touring cars and anything can happen.
So we are all set for the start of the British Touring Car Championship. Away they go. Ivan Muller gets a good start from pole position. Dan Eves in the orange Peugeot going away well. And Warren Hughes diving down on the inside into 4th place, now 3rd place for Warren Hughes as he gets into Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, the other MG's off. That's Anthony Reid. Reid's off into the gravel. He's kept it going somehow as Muller comes around Druids for the first time already, pulling away slightly from Matt Neal. Well, drama indeed. Anthony Reid has dragged himself back onto the track. There he is, right at the back, and we're on board with Anthony as we come down into Graham Hill Bend. There's Annie Templeton just ahead of us, so Anthony's joined right at the back of it. Oh, and there's cars off all over the place. Anthony sneaks his way through the middle. Mark Thomas there, and both of the Gary Hills Motorsport Alfa Romeos are off at the side of the track as Muller gets away, Matt Neal in 2nd, and Warren Hughes in 3rd.
Fantastic start there for Warren Hughes, unbelievable getaway there, and you can see the gap now developing between the two Peugeots, and that's Tim Harvey there with David Leslie behind him, and the car's literally bottled up behind, just looking for a way past.
James Thompson is in that group, and remember, he's trying to make up ground after the blown engine. Up front, Tom Boardman in the production class. David Leslie went off in the background. Just saw the Proton disappearing out of view. Oh, and we've got the safety car out. Well, I suppose that's no great surprise. We've got cars littering the track. Chris, let's see what happened here.
Well, you can see Anthony Reid left out there on the wide side going into Paddock Hill Bend. He looked like he got a slight nudge there, but he's just kept his foot planted and got away with it, stayed after the barriers.
So round behind the safety car.
I don't know how long it's going to last, but I've got 0 cars. I've got no acceleration or anything, so...
Oh, and that was James Thompson in trouble with his engine, reporting back to the pits. Another engine by the looks of things. He already blew one in practice yesterday, and this is not looking good. Well, we can see the damaged car of Alan Blencoe down there. I don't think he's going to be restarting this race, but problems for James Thompson confirmed as he steps out of his very smoky Astra Coupe. Well, here we go then, on to the restart, and the laps behind the pace car have been added to the total distance. It's now 19 laps this race in total. Muller gets away from Matt Neal, Warren Hughes, and then the two Peugeots. Dan Eves ahead of Tim Harvey. There we are as they come through Paddock Hill Bend, climb the hill towards Druids, and the top two already turning in to the hairpin right-hander. Still going through here at about 50 miles an hour, accelerating through the gears down towards Graham Hill Bend, and behind the two Peugeots, watch out for the youngster. It's 17-year-old Tom Chilton, and he's flying along.
Well, he's got a bit of space on the circuit now, and those two Peugeots in front of him, so you can really expect him to get his head down. He's not under any pressure from behind, so it's the ideal opportunity now for him to make an impression.
Ivan Muller leads them around. They go over the cement dust where James Thompson's car blew up a little while ago. He's out of the action, but Ivan Muller, his teammate, is very much out in front at this early stage. Muller turns into the fast Hawk-on-Court, almost 100 miles an hour through here. The two Hondas come through in 7th for Andy Priaulx and 8th place for Alan Morrison. And look at Matt Neal getting a little bit closer to Ivan Muller.
Those two Vauxhall Astras do look extremely comfortable at the head of the queue, don't they?
They are fighting their way at the moment away from Hughes. Battle in production class here. The yellow car of Mark Fullerlove. Oh, there's contact between him and Norman Simon in the white BMW.
Clearways really is a very tricky corner at the best of times, as the road drops away there.
Well, in trouble in the pits is Northern Irishman Alan Morrison. Well, he's got the car going again, but let's hope that he can get into the race. Of course, the result really out of the question now. The two Peugeots doing battle, and Tim Harvey has his mirrors full of Dan Eaves, his younger teammate. Dan has a little look, but doesn't go through.
Well, Dan, he's very, very careful there not to take his teammate out. Those two cars running very well. They won't want to get into trouble at this early stage of the race meeting.
Look at this production class battle. We've got the BMWs in there and the Hondas as well. And Spencer Marsh and Mark Thomas at the back of that little group. And look at Rob Collard in the little Renault. He suddenly sneaks into second in class past Tom Boardman. Great stuff. He started 9th in the production class on the grid, and now he's up into second in class. Meanwhile, let's go on board now with Dan Eaves still attacking Tim Harvey, and let's see whether he can get a run on him as he comes onto Brabham Straight.
Well, he has got a good run out of Clearways onto the start-finish line. He is behind as they go up the hill into paddock, but he just takes the inside line there and outbrakes Tim Harvey. Can he hang on to it? He takes the apex there, runs the car wide, and I think he's got away with it and taken the place.
Yeah, that puts Dan up into 4th position now, as we see the production class runners coming through. Norman Simon in the BMW, the Edenbridge racing car, is leading this class as they come around onto the Brabham Straight. There he is, with Rob Collard in 2nd place. 3rd place is Tom Boardman, and he's under some pressure himself. Meanwhile, the 17-year-old wonder kid, there he is, Tom Chilton, and he's now attacking for 5th place behind Tim Harvey.
Well, Tim's got all the experience in the world.
Oh, we've got a problem with Paddock Hill then, sorry Chris, but cars off all over the place. There's Mark Thomas bouncing into the barrier. He was involved in that battle for 3rd in the production class. Tom Boardman was in there, so was his teammate Spencer Marsh. Well, Mark's trying to rejoin, but it was all mayhem.
Well, there you can see there, Boardman just getting slightly out of shape down the hill, out of Paddock Hill Bend, tags Thomas in the rear. He's into the barrier, but there's smoke pouring from the BMW too.
Well, the car's badly damaged, so we'll see if they can get going at all. This battle still goes on as Tom Chilton in the silver and blue number 17 car hasn't got a driving licence yet, but look at the way he's attacking this experienced touring car driver. Tim Harvey has a little look up into Druids, but not quite close enough to get past.
Very interesting battle this. Tom certainly has learned how to drive a touring car quickly, but overtaking is something you learn with a bit of experience.
Oh, and Warren Hughes goes out of it. What a shame. Tom Boardman makes his way back into the pits. We saw all that car was damaged after the accident at Paddock Hill Bend, and it's all over for the 18-year-old Tom Boardman. Now back to the mix on track, and Paul O'Neill now has caught Tom Chilton. Look at this. We're on board the Vauxhall Astra Coupe, same kind of car as Chilton's just ahead, although Chilton's his last year's machine. Through Surtees, the long left-hander going out onto the Grand Prix track. Looked like a good run through there for Paul O'Neill.
Well, O'Neill got on the power really early on the exit of Surtees there. He's got a good run out of the corner. He's lined himself up nicely down the straight, the inside into Hawthorne's. Simple manoeuvre now, just outbraking Tom on the inside, and he's taken the place. Very neatly done.
Great stuff from Paul O'Neill. This is 1st race in the Tourer class. He was in the production class last year, but he's showing well in the more powerful, faster machinery. Oh, problem for David Leslie. He's out of the race, front left puncher. Perhaps he's hit the curbs a bit hard.
Okay, puncher.
Oh, and Ivan Muller, that was on the radio, reporting a puncture here on his car.
Okay, take it steady, it's front left.
Well, I don't think he needs the team to tell him that, Chris. Matt Neal takes the lead, and Ivan Muller's in trouble.
Well, just look how slowly he's had to go around that right-handed corner. The left-hand front tyre completely deflated now, but Muller is in a hurry to get back to the pits. Look how quick he's going down the straight and through those right-hand turns. He's doing a good job to salvage the position as best he can.
Well, he's got a left-hander to go around here. That's not so bad, because the right front's okay. It's all the right-handers out the back that are going to be hard, and almost a complete lap from getting the puncture before he can get back to the pits. This is really going to hurt Ivan Muller, the championship favourite at the start of the season. It's not starting out well for him here. Now, watch the battle here. Paul O'Neill trying to get past Tim Harvey. This is really hotting up nicely. Tom Chilton just behind them as well. Tim Harvey goes out wide there on the bottom of the paddock, and that's given Paul O'Neill the chance to slide up the inside into Druids. That's 4th position, and that's a great effort. Tom Chilton also trying to nip through, but the room wasn't there. Now we're on board with Ivan Muller, and he hasn't yet made it back to the pits, but he's nearly there. This is the last straight section before the pit entrance.
Okay, in now, ready? Okay, Van, okay, we're going to do the front axle, okay? No, just do the front left, It's too late. We're set up for both. We're going to do both, okay? No, not on the wide.
Well, the Vauxhall team there just fitting a left front tyre there. Muller was very keen to keep his hot, sticky right front tyre on to save losing even more ground.
Well, look at this battle going on now. O'Neill attacking Dan Eves, this is. The battle going on for what is now second position, with Muller in trouble, and Paul O'Neill has driven a storm. Oh, and Harvey's off. Tim Harvey's in the gravel, that's Truett's. And oh, what a shame, the other Peugeot, as this battle continues. Paul O'Neill nudging Dan Eves as they go down the Cooper Straight. But at the moment, Dan holding on to second place in the one remaining Peugeot, with Harvey out of the equation. Chilton still running there in fourth. Let's see what happens.
Well, here we're on board the Vauxhall with Tom Chilton there, Tim Harvey in front, down the hill from Paddockhill Bend. The Peugeot in front just gets away a bit slower, brakes a bit early. Tom Chilton brakes a bit late. The result is the Peugeot is in the gravel trap.
What a shame. Let's watch it from on board. Tim. Oh, there he goes. You see his head go as he gets a clout from the rear into the gravel trap. And he says, what happened there? Well, he's out, but Matt Neal is very much still in this race. The 36-year-old, 4 times winner of the Independent Cup in touring car racing, now with a works drive, is going to come through to take his first win of the season with the new team.
Well done, boys. Good work, good drive. Well done, Matt, great stuff.
Marvin Humphreys congratulating him. Second place for Dan Eves. Chilton in third. Well, where's O'Neill gone? Paul O'Neill, we thought was going to be on the podium. There he is. He's in the gravel trap over at Clearways, and it's all gone wrong for him on this final lap. Now, let's see what happened. He was behind Dan Eves, coming down to Clearways. Doesn't really look close enough to try and challenge. Gets on the brakes. The car doesn't want to slow down. Oh, he's off, and he's into the tyres. Oh, and it's all over for Paul O'Neill. What a shame. A shame for him, but good news for Norman Simon is he wins the production class. Rob Collard there finishes in second position. And, well, it was hard-fought racing all the way through the field. Matt Neal taking the win, but look, Ivan Muller got back to 5th place despite having to come in for a pit stop in that race. Norman Simon winning in the production class in the Edenbridge BMW. Spencer Marsh took 3rd place in the production class ahead of Aaron Slight amongst the tourists. Fastest lap, by the way, went to Ivan Muller, so he got the extra points for that.
So, winner of the first race of the year. How was it?
I don't believe it, really. Yeah, it's. I was only thinking when I was sat on the grid at the start. I've never started off the front at Brands.
How was the car feeling?
Absolutely brilliant. You know. Yeah, it's brilliant. Just for me to come first race back for Egg, first race of the season for Vauxhall, everything. Oh, I can't believe it. It's ace.
I dropped down to 4th. Hughes got past me. Bit of a struggle then after the safety car with understeer. Allowed Tim to get past me, my teammate, but managed to crawl my way back into it and get past him. And I could see how far Warren was in front, but I knew it was going to be a bit of a steep mountain to climb, but in the end he broke down, and then so did Muller, so inherited the places, but I'll take it with both hands. Best position in touring cars for me yet.
I thought I did a normal start, but then the Honda, I think it was, he got a stonking start. It was right up on my bumper. It was mayhem first corner. I mean, you know, cars to left, right, and front, back, couldn't move at all.
I'm really upset because it was a great race with lots going on. You know, everyone had a good race, a good bit of a battle, and then on the last lap, when someone who's barely passed his driving test whacks you up the back so hard it bends all the back of the boot and puts you in the kitty litter, you can't give yourself back the place. Whatever punishment they give him, you can't give you back the 3rd place, which is, you know, very disappointing. But maybe he needs a bit more experience before he races at this level.
Well, harsh words indeed from Tim Harvey, as Matt Neal, Dan Eves and Tom Chilton celebrate the first podium ceremony of 2002. And it's a popular top 3 with the fans as well. But we're all set for the second race to get underway. Let's take a look at detail at the grid. Ivan Muller on pole position once again in his Vauxhall Astra Coupe. Matt Neal joining him once more, but with 42 kilograms of ballast. Then it's Dan Eves and Paul O'Neill hoping for a finish. Warren Hughes, the fastest of the MGs, ahead of Tim Harvey. Tom Chilton's done well again. Just behind him this time is Anthony Reid. Then it's Aaron Slight and David Leslie in the Proton. Behind David, we've got the Hondas. Now, they had a problem with their power steering in the first race. Let's hope they've got that sorted out, an electronic problem. Alan Morrison starts in 11th in his car, Andy Prio just behind him. Then it's Phil Bennett in the second Proton, James Thompson with it all to do, Mark Fullerlove, again the fastest in the production class, with Spencer Marsh and Mark Thomas not far behind him. But Norman Simon, the winner of the production class last time out, has plenty of work to do this time around. 24 cars on the grid this time. We're still awaiting James Kay in his Honda Civic Type R. Let's hope they can start from the pit lane.
Hasn't been the best of starts of the season for James Thompson, who seems to be plagued with engine problems. And again, he's starting from the back of the touring car grid, and to make matters worse, it looks like it's going to rain. What do you reckon about the weather?
Good old British weather, eh? It's just outrageous. As if we're not having enough bad luck today. We don't need any indecision on the grid. No, it might play into our hands if we make the right tyre choice. And you know, starting last on the grid as we are, you know, for the touring cars might not be such a disadvantage.
Do you have a plan of attack for this one?
Well, the plan of attack in the first one was obviously try and get as high up as I possibly could. You know, that was looking good until the second lap. Obviously, we got up to 6th. This one's a little bit of a longer race with a pit stop in the middle, so yeah, there's potential I can finish reasonably high up.
Are you happy to start back here in terms of your actual racing?
I'm never happy when I can't see the first corner without any cars in front of me.
But in terms of a challenge?
It's exciting in terms of the racing. You know, you're back here. You know, you've got a good car that should be at the front of the field, and so you're going to come through. But you know, I'd much prefer to be having a nice, easy race and taking home some champagne at the end of it.
A moment of remembrance before the start of the main race. The Union flag at half-mast in honour of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. It's a rolling start for the feature race, and Ivan Muller leading them round, coming through clear ways, and we're all set for the second round of the Green Flag British Touring Car Championship here at Brands Hatch. They wait till they come up to the line, and then Muller floors the throttle on his Vauxhall Astra Coupe to set off in front once again. Matt Neal slotting into second place there, but remember, Matt Neal's car now some 42 kilograms heavier. That success ballast has been added to his car. He bounces over the curbs a little bit as he comes through Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, and there's another accident. Paul O'Neill hits the barrier. Same place we saw Mark Thomas off earlier on today. This time, it's Paul O'Neill at the start of the race, and he's obviously made contact with someone, but I'm not quite sure who. Tom Chilton also in the gravel. Dear oh dear, let's have a look, Chris.
Well, here we have a great view there, the rear of Tom Chilton's car, but look, 3 cars ahead. Paul O'Neill tries to shut the door going into Druids, gets turned into the barrier. Everyone avoiding the action there, and well, here we see a big impact there for Tom Chilton. Taken out by David Leslie's Proton there, very unfortunate.
Oh dear, what a shame. Tom Chilton, who came home in 3rd place in that first race, and now perhaps experiencing the other side of motorsport at this level. The restart gets underway. Ivan Muller gets on the power. Look, Dan Eaves got up into 2nd just before the safety car came out. So the Peugeot 2nd, Matt Neal in 3rd, but Matt Neal with that heavier Astra now under attack from Tim Harvey in the 2nd Peugeot, moving up to the outside. Matt covers the inside. Now Tim Harvey's got an opportunity to get up the inside into Druids and take that 3rd place away.
Classic racing stuff, very close indeed, no damage done there. Tim Harvey takes the place, but now Matt Neal has got a couple of MGs crawling all over him, so he really is struggling with that weight penalty.
Oh, and Dan Eaves on the grass. What's he doing out there? Not meant to be out there, Dan. I think, well, he's backed off as well. Seems to have some sort of problem. That means Harvey's now 2nd. Matt Neal is in 3rd place with Warren Hughes behind him. And there is Dan Eaves, and he's still struggling, still not going well at all. Let's take a look at a replay here of James Thompson battling with David Leslie.
Well, he is making places up hand over fist, taking David Leslie around the outside going into Paddock Hill Bend. Oh no, he isn't. Leslie takes the place, but Thompson drives back up the inside line, up the hill into Druid, outbreaks David Leslie very neatly indeed, and takes the place.
Thompson's engine still working. Muller comes through, Harvey in 2nd, Neal in 3rd. There's Warren Hughes in the MG in 4th. His teammate in the other MG in 5th position, that's Anthony Reid. And watch Warren Hughes now, beginning to apply the pressure to the first race winner, Matt Neal. All that extra weight, that success ballast, is certainly slowing Matt Neal down. And Warren Hughes trying to go all the way around the outside. You have to be brave to do that. Warren's certainly brave, but he wants that place badly. If he doesn't watch out, his teammate Anthony Reid will also nip through.
Well, the pack literally concertinaing up behind Matt Neal there, but look at Thompson. He's caught them up, and he's going to find a way past sooner or later.
Yeah, James Thompson at the back of this little group. Remember, he had the engine problems, had to start at the back of the group, but Dan Eves coming into the pits, and, well, whatever the problem was that sent him wide onto the grass, he's now coming into the pits to try and have it solved. Down the pit lane, speed limit 40 miles an hour. It seems to take forever to get to his pit garage.
Well, I don't think he's in a particular hurry. The team don't look all that urgent either, and I think that hand signal says it all. End of story.
Well, he's reporting a power steering problem, apparently, and that seems to be the reason he slowed down. Tim Harvey in second, Matt Neal in third position, bouncing over the curb through Westfield Corner. Then it's Warren Hughes, then James Thompson, up through the Dingledale chicane. They've put some cones up here now.
It was the curbing there that the drivers were landing on, cutting the tyres, so they're taking the precaution of putting the cones there, but really the drivers doing a good job themselves of staying out of trouble this race.
So Muller has a comfortable advantage over Tim Harvey in the Peugeot.
Okay, 10 seconds.
And he's making an early stop.
Pit lane speed, pit lane speed.
Now his pit right up at this end of the pit lane, so he doesn't have to go far here to slot into the box, and hard at work, the Triple Eight boys, now to change those two front tyres as quickly as possible and get him back out.
Well, those two new front tyres here will give the car extra grip, extra life on the way out of those very tight corners like the one they're coming up to now, Druids.
So Tim Harvey in the lead in the Peugeot. Look at Warren. Oh, he's hit him. He's hit Matt Neal. There, he's got going again. I thought he was going into the gravel track, but he's somehow managed to sort it out. But that put James Thompson into second and Reed into third.
Well, fantastic recovery there from Matt Neal. You can see Warren Hughes just tags him on the inside. A half-hearted manoeuvre there, but Matt Neal kicks his foot down. See the smoke pouring off those front tyres there, and he gets away with it. He loses a few places, but he's still in the race.
Oh, look at that view, and amazing that he got it back together again and shot off down the hill. And now, in fact, Matt Neal making his scheduled pit stop to change also his two front tyres. Tim Harvey is race leader, but now look at James Thompson. He's attacking for the lead in this race. And remember, Ivan Muller has already made his pit stop, so he's dropped further down the order, waiting for these guys to stop in a little while. Matt Neal has made his stop, makes his way out of pit lane. Tim Harvey coming up towards Surtees. The left-hander on Thompson's taking a late dive down the inside, and he takes over the lead of the race. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I don't think Tim was either.
Well, he certainly wasn't. He just left the door open a little bit, but that's all that James Thompson needed. His Vauxhall Astra seemed to outbrake the Peugeot quite easily there.
So now James Thompson from the back of the grid amongst the tourers now is in the lead of it. Amazing stuff, but he's yet to make his pit stop. Let's take another look from on board Reed.
On board with Reed there, and you can see in front James Thompson just sneaks down the inside there. He does well to not compromise his exit speed coming out of Surtees there and onto this long straight. And Tim Harvey has had to settle for that position and is dropping away.
Well, both those two leaders out there at the moment running 24 kilos lighter than they did in the first race. Anthony Reed has a little look and gets past down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, but now look, Tim Harvey's got the inside line for Druids. This is classic Brands Hatch racing between two experienced touring car drivers, and that's just good to watch.
Very good to watch, and good to be part of as well. Just a touch there as Harvey went past the Druid, but no damage done at all, and those two drivers continuing on their way.
Clean racing. Oh, that's not clean at all. What's going on here? Spencer Marsh shot into the gravel trap at Druids, and there was contact. Mark Thomas's teammate is also off somewhere as well. As Tim Harvey and Anthony Reed come into the pits, they're indicating we just saw Thompson come in ahead of them as well. So the top three cars are now making their pit stops.
They are on their pit lane speed limiters there. Thompson gets his new tyres and the safety car's out. Perfect timing for a pit stop from those three.
Yeah, but it's bad news for this man, Warren Hughes, because he's now going to get caught up behind it. Here's Tim Harvey into his stop, but look in the background, you can see James Thompson making his way down the pit lane. Good stop from them. Tim Harvey gets ready to go, but as they come back out, I can just see James Thompson's just out ahead of Ivan Muller. That could be crucial. Well, Spencer Marsh is out of his car safely, and Norman Simon, who won the production class in the BMW in the first race, is out of this second one. Warren Hughes leads them round. Aaron Slight behind him, but neither of those cars have yet made their pit stop. Behind them, it's James Thompson ahead of Ivan Muller, and that's the crucial bit, because once these top two have made their stops, it will all change. And in fact, look, James Thompson wants to get past Aaron Slight as quickly as possible. Makes the move into Paddock Hill Bend, down the inside, and it won't be long, I don't think, before Ivan Muller does much the same. just about getting through without any contact.
Well, the two factory cars making short work of Aaron Slight there. They've got one car in front of them. You can expect them to do something very similar there to Warren Hughes. Warren Hughes will surely have to make his pit stop very soon anyway.
So the two Vauxhall cars come through, Aaron Slight, and now let's take a look at a replay here of Thompson and Aaron Slight.
Well, Slight tries to defend his line there, but Thompson squeezes through that gap just wide enough to fit an Astra through.
Warren Hughes coming on round and in fact heading for the pit lane now, so our new race leader is indeed James Thompson as they head on to the start-finish straight. But look at Ivan Muller, now he begins to attack, moves to the outside. We've seen people do this and then cut back to the inside on the exit. Can he do it? Meanwhile, Tim Harvey has to serve a pit lane speeding penalty, but no, Thompson's covered the inside. Oh, that's good stuff. Very experienced racers, these two. And Thompson showing Ivan Muller he knows how to drive Brands Hatch.
He certainly does. He knows how to defend as well. Keeps Muller behind him there into Graham Hill Bend and doing a good job in the process.
Rob Collard leads the production cars, but in the middle there is James Kay. Now, he's 8 laps down. They started the race late, but that car's going really quickly.
Well, they actually had to rebuild the engine, which is why they were late starting. But look how quickly he's going. He's almost a second lap faster than anyone in the class.
Tom Boardman running in second in the production class, but that Honda Civic Type R run by Synchro Motorsports showing its pace, and at the next round I think that's going to be a real threat for the production class honours. Look at Mark Thomas challenging Tom Boardman. They hit each other again. There's not going to be much left of that car of Mark Thomas by the end of this meeting.
Well, we've seen a lot of that yellow Honda, normally because it's being hit by somebody.
Well, James Thompson comes through, he's leading, lights ablaze.
Jimmy, it's H to read. Yes, Captain. Okay, Ivan will not attack you. Ivan will not attack you. Just bring the cars home. Bring the cars home. Okay, ready to go.
Oh, that's nice to hear, Chris. Sounds like James has heard that he won't be put under pressure for that lead.
Well, he sounded quite disappointed, actually, that he wasn't going to have to fight his way to the checkered flag, but sensible professional stuff there from the Vauxhall team.
Tom Boardman and Mark Thomas. Oh, Thomas has got it all sideways again. Well, he is a former rallycross racer, you know, and that was some great car control, but he's lost a number of places as a result. And the man from Port Talbot in Wales is having quite an initiation to touring cars this weekend. Across the line, and it's still James Thompson who leads from Ivan Muller. Anthony Reid in third, Matt Neal is in fourth, but look at this, good battle going on for fifth place. Phil Bennett in the Proton, Andy Brio coming down the inside in the Honda, locks his brakes. Has he got it under control? Yes, he has, and he takes over fifth place as they head up, but now Bennett trying to come back at him, looks at the inside. Ooh, not quite enough room. I thought he might sneak past there, but Brio just about had it covered.
On board with Phil Bennett on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend, takes the line, tries to take the apex. There's a Honda in his way though. Now he's going to dive to the right hand side and have a look, but it doesn't pay off.
Well, a great shame for him, but Andy Prio, who of course was racing against Takuma Sato in Formula 3 last year. Sato now in Formula 1 with Jordan, and Prio here in touring cars. There's our race leader, James Thompson, up front after those engine problems that he suffered in both practice and the first race. Now it's all come together for him. Second place for Ivan Muller, and Anthony Reid going well in the MG. The winner of the first race, Matt Neal, struggling a bit, Chris, here with the extra weight on board.
It really does make a big difference. The extra weight means that Matt Neal has to brake a bit earlier. He struggles for grip in the middle of the corner. He certainly does struggle for a bit of acceleration out of the corners. So it really does make for good racing.
Well, it's been fantastic racing here at Brands Hatch, and it's James Thompson who just has one more corner to go to take his first win of the season. In fact, he took a win here last year as well, but this one will be even sweeter after all the problems he's had. James Thompson comes through to take victory. Second place for teammate Ivan Muller, third for the MG of Anthony Reid, and fourth for the sprint race winner Matt Neal. Here comes the winner in the production class, a brilliant drive from Rob Collard in the little Renault Clio. This car prepared by West Surrey Racing. They build the MGs as well, so they've had a good day, and he comes through as second place in the first race, the win in the second race here for Rob Collard. Second for Tom Boardman in the BMW, and Graham Saunders third in the Alfa Romeo. A delighted James Thompson celebrates here at Brands Hatch. After the break, we'll hear how it went for him. James Thompson stormed through from the back of the Tourers pack to take victory in the feature race here at Brands Hatch. Brilliant performance. A good day too for his teammate Ivan Muller, although not quite what he might have expected, having taken pole position for both races. Second place, the best he could manage. Anthony Reid finished in 3rd position, good result for MG, ahead of Matt Neal, the winner of the sprint race. Andy Priaulx in a good 5th place in the new Honda. In the production class, Robert Collard took the win in his Renault Clio, ahead of Tom Boardman and Graham Saunders. Thompson celebrates his 17th win in the series, and he's managed to get one over his rapid teammate Ivan Muller.
When I make the pit stop, I was 2-3 second lead, and when I went out with the cold tire, I be careful really with the cold tire to not push too hard. And when the safety car came just after, I had a vibration on the front axle, so I didn't take any risk. Behind Tomo, I stayed 3-4 laps to push hard, and then I said by radio, okay, I stopped to push because I want this 2nd place.
I just can't quite believe a week ago this car was in a million pieces. It wasn't even run for the first time, so you know, this MG has just gone so fantastically well.
In the production class, Rob Collard managed to edge out Tom Boardman.
Superb behaviour, chaps. How was that?
Oh, that was a fantastic race. It's a great start to a championship. To finish round 1 with a 2nd and a 1st is absolutely brilliant for me. It's brilliant for the team, and let's just hope there's many more to come.
And you've done exceptionally well this time round.
Yeah, thank you. All I can say is I'm so happy that everyone come off at the start and it let me and Rob have a chance.
Yeah.
And what a just excellent race. I found it easy, and the team's been great as well. So.
Was it good to have a little battle between the pair of you?
Yeah, it was great. Well, I had a good race with the other BMW in the 1st race, and then when I saw Tom in my mirrors on the 2nd race, I thought, oh dear, this could be memories of last year, but he drove really well and it's brilliant.
And Rob's going to get no room at all this year.
Let's take a look at the points now. Ivan Muller and Matt Neal tied at the top of the table. Muller picking up all the bonus points for pole positions, fastest laps and leading in the feature race. Anthony Reid in 3rd place. In the production class, Rob Collard with the lead over Norman Simon and Tom Boardman with Spencer Marsh in 4th. In the Touring Teams Championship battle, Vauxhall Motorsport have the edge points scored from the feature race, which involves a pit stop. And in the manufacturers battle, Vauxhall, of course, having quite a big advantage over MG, Proton and Honda. So let's take a look now at the grid lineup for this 3rd round of the championship. Matt Neal lines up on pole just 1/1000th faster than the heavily ballasted Vauxhall of James Thompson. Frenchman Ivan Muller is 3rd, while Anthony Reid puts his MG ZS into 4th with 18 kilos of ballast. Teammate Warren Hughes in an all-new car is 5th, ahead of leading independent runner Tim Harvey. Dan Eves, his teammate, in a slightly lighter car, while Paul O'Neill is still looking for his 1st finish. Colin Turkington has put the Team Atomic Kitten MG 9th, ahead of the Team PSP Proton of David Leslie. Then it's Andy Priaulx's Honda Civic, the independent Astras of Aaron Slice and boy wonder Tom Chilton, the other Honda of Alan Morrison, and the Proton of Phil Bennett, alongside the other Atomic Kitten car of Gareth Howell. James Kay heads the production class by nearly 1 whole second in his Synchro Motorsport Honda. Then it's the reigning Lotus Elise champion Mark Fullerlove alongside. Of the production class winners at Brands, Norman Simon is 4th for the start of this race, but Rob Collard had engine problems and he starts from the back of the grid. Also experiencing problems was series returnee Gavin Piper, the talented young Scotsman at the wheel of a 3rd Gary Ailes Alfa Romeo. He starts at the back with his teammate Graham Saunders, and that means on the curve leading onto start-finish straight. A total of 29 cars set to battle it out in the sprint race, and remember, there are 15 points on offer to the winner in each class, a reward for everyone down to 10th position, and bonus points for pole position, fastest lap, and for leading a lap in the feature race. Now Matt Neal has a 2-point advantage in the series as we're all set to go. With the sprint race from Alton Park, away they go then at the start of 15 laps. A good getaway there for Matt Neal. A bad getaway indeed for James Thompson. Matt Neal on the left-hand side of the picture, getting a little bit of a nudge from Tim Harvey. Ivan Muller, the Frenchman, coming around the outside, and Anthony Reid into 4th, and that's Thompson on the grass there as they came out of Old Hall, the first corner. Everyone seems to have got through there safely, and it's Matt Neal just ahead of Ivan Muller. Tim Harvey is battling away with Anthony Reid for 3rd position. Reid in the MG into 3rd place, and now it's Harvey versus Hughes for 4th position. Down towards Island Bend, the hairpin on cold tyres.
Yeah, quite a demanding corner, especially on cold tyres. It's a long radius corner. They all scrabble for grip out of there, trying to get traction. So it is it's very difficult, as you say, on that first lap.
Matt Neal has the advantage at the moment over Ivan Muller. Second place for him. Look at the two MGs. Anthony Reid under pressure from Warren Hughes as they come down towards Knickerbrook. But Reid just holding off the advances of his teammate. Tim Harvey comes through. Colin Turkington just getting a little bit out of shape. Oh, and we've got a car off. That's John B&Q off at the top of the hill.
Yeah, here we see the replay. There's John B&Q. They seem to sort of cross each other. There he has a huge helicopter 360-degree spin. But the tyres did their job. He must have been doing it. He's not a happy bunny. Definitely not. But I think it was just one of those racing incidents. I don't think it was deliberate in any way.
Steve Wood was the other driver involved in that incident. Now he's kept going, but poor John B&Q, that car's in a real state. I don't think he's going to be able to get out for the other race this afternoon. Now Matt Neal leads them round up towards Druids.
Okay, Matt, how do you feel about arranging like you did for the start of the rolling start with Ivan, a point where you're going to boot it so that you can both get away? Ivan can beat P2 and you can't both get stitched up. So how about the old green marshal's post on the left just as you come over the crest?
So where those little bollards are?
Well, as you get a clear view of the pit lane, there's a big green marshal's hut on your left-hand side. That'll give you both a good run before the start-finish line.
Yeah, that's a very good attention to detail by the team in a way. Matt Neal, of course, is leading the cars over the line at his pace, but Muller doesn't know when he's going to get his foot down, and now he will, of course, so it makes sure he doesn't get swamped by the MGs behind him.
Well, there we go, on the power hard as he went past the marshalling post, as organised over the radio. Matt Neal leads as the safety car comes back in again. Ivan Muller in second place. Then it's Anthony Reid and Warren Hughes in the two black and green MGs. And look at the battles going on all the way down. Look at Colin Turkington moving around on track, the youngster driving for Team Atomic Kitten Racing this weekend in the yellow MG, pushing hard. The leaders already making their way through Cascades and down towards the hairpin as Paul O'Neill comes in. Must be some sort of problem there for Paul.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's very early in the race, but there's no smoke from the engine, so we know that the Vauxhalls have had a few engine problems in these first two meetings, but maybe it's a transmission problem, looking at the way they're just trying to change gear.
Race leader, look at this battle for third. That's Warren Hughes getting down the inside of his experienced teammate Anthony Reid. Reid's car carrying 18 kilos of ballast. Oh, and Dan Eaves is off. That's up at Lodge.
Yeah, here we are on board with David Leslie, who's following this incident, and there, Danny just loses it. He does turn in a bit late, but normally you have understeer there and not oversteer, so maybe he's got some sort of mechanical problem.
Well, David Leslie was able to get past Colin Turkington, who was held up a little. Race leader Matt Neal looking to try and repeat the victory he had at Brands Hatch. Ivan Muller still right behind him. Then it's Warren Hughes, Anthony Reid, Tim Harvey in the bright orange Peugeot, and look at James Thompson right behind them. Made a bad getaway initially, but he's beginning to challenge this little gaggle of cars.
Okay, Matt, bad news. You've had a drive-through penalty for creeping on the start. I suggest we take it now, get it out of the way in case there's a safety car.
That's our race leader being told he's got a penalty now.
Yeah, we've tried haggling it, but it's the original start. Let's get it done now.
Well, poor Matt Neal, he's into the pits immediately, and he's got to go through on the speed limiter. Disappointing or what, Will?
Yeah, big time disappointment, but because it was his own mistake off the start. We thought he jumped it, maybe he was out of position, I don't know. But he's now just got to get his head down. He's got to use that anger and channel it, and just trying to gain something extra out of his car.
Now he's rejoined right behind Tom Chilton and Alan Morrison. Look at these two having their own little battle, and Matt Neal now trying to dive in there himself. He's got down the inside of Tom Chilton, so he gains one position, but this will only just get him back into the top 10. Back up front, Ivan Muller has set the fastest lap. He is our race leader. Second place now for Warren Hughes here in the MG. Anthony Reid, oh, he looked up a bit there coming into Knickerbrook, and that's put him under pressure from Tim Harvey.
Yeah, Anthony Reid there, I think he just got too much rear brake. Clearly he locked the rear brakes, got the car well out of shape, and now he's having to defend furiously. A bit of a rear bumper there coming off the MG. Obviously Harvey giving it the full treatment on the back.
Paul O'Neill, it's all over for him in this race. That's 3 non-finishes in a row at the beginning of the season. Great disappointment for the Merseysider. Meanwhile, back on the track, and look at Tim Harvey now beginning to attack Anthony Reid into Lodge Corner. Oh, and Tim gets a bit out of shape this time. Well, that's allowed Thompson to get past him, and Tim Harvey certainly got into a bit of a slide through that right-hander. Let's take a look.
Yeah, here we are on board with Harvey. Clearly he makes a big move down the inside of Reed there, but just leaves his braking a bit too late, gets out of shape, just like Reed did into the Knickerbrook chicane before, thus allowing Thompson to nip through on the inside.
Now this is the battle for second in the production class. Norman Simon in the BMW had a win at Brands, remember, we're on board with him in that BMW. Watch out for Mark Fullerlove in the Peugeot. They had contact last time out. Try and keep it clean, boys. Fullerlove's through in second position, and that's good clean racing this time. Remember, James Kay is leading the production class as the battle continues. Thompson now attacking Anthony Reed for third position. Across the line they come then. Anthony just trying to fend off that Vauxhall Astra behind him, but Thompson's dived down the inside.
Yeah, that was a great move. He sort of suckered Reed into that. He didn't give any indication that he was going to go for the inside. He kept well back. The last moment he moved across and dived down the inside. But the fight is still on as they dive into Cascades. That's two old pros really having a good dice. There's not many people you can trust with going side by side through Cascades.
That was great racing. James Thompson takes third. There is our production class leader, James Kay, dominating that class in the Honda Civic Type R. And they had that car only just built in time for Brands, had their problems there, but he's out in front here at Alton Park. Now then, race leader Ivan Muller, yet to win a race in the British Touring Car Championship yet this year. He led at Brands, remember, had a puncture. Second place for Warren Hughes in the MG. James Thompson now in third, then the other MG of Anthony Reed in fourth position. Then it's Tim Harvey in the Peugeot. David Leslie's going well in the Proton, and that's where Matt Neal's got to. That's the battle for sixth place, so that drive-through penalty, he's now trying to make up for it and attacking the Scotsman, David Leslie in the Proton Olympian. Up towards Druids, very fast section of track.
Yeah, a very dangerous one as well. You certainly don't want to go off there. It's blind, it's the double apex right-hander, but it's a very important corner because you can carry, if the car's good, you can carry a lot of speed, which is exactly what we're seeing from Matt Neal as he gets up the inside of David Leslie into Lodge.
So Matt Neal's on a recovery drive once again here, but he must still be fuming inside that cockpit after having to make the drive-through penalty. He could have won this race with this sort of pace he's showing, and now he's chasing after Tim Harvey. Matt into sixth position, but his main championship rival, Ivan Muller, who he tied with on points after Brands, is leading this race and looking well set. And that's Colin Turkington in trouble in the yellow MG. That's one of the Team Atomic Kitten cars slowing down, so he's obviously got a problem. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, here we see the two cars going side by side into Knickerbrook, and there Turkington seems to move across. He hasn't got clear air in front of Tim Harvey, and therefore gets the car nudged by Tim Harvey. It wasn't Harvey's fault, I don't think, and he gets pushed into the barriers.
Riding on board with Matt Neal, now he's attacking for fifth position, and that's Tim Harvey right ahead of us through the double apex of Druid, under the bridge, heading towards Lodge Corner. Tight right-hander coming up. Can he brake later than Tim? Tries to go down the inside. Squeezes past there on the inside. Just about makes it. Nice clean overtake. A quick thank you to Tim behind him. And Matt now up into fifth position. And Tim back down into sixth place. Meanwhile, look at this battle. Aaron Slight, the ex-Superbike star, who switched to car racing full-time now, chasing David Leslie in the Proton. And then right behind him, he's got the little Honda of Andy Prio. So another great battle that's going on. One independent in the middle of two factory cars.
Yes, and those two factory cars, of course, got a lot to prove. They're very new, no testing mileage at all. And Tim Harvey here into the pits, looks like a retirement. That's a great shame. He's been going very well in this race.
Yeah, pity for Team Halfords as Tim brings the car in. There'll be another race later to try and score some points. Meanwhile, look at this battle for fourth place now. Anthony Reed versus Matt Neal. And Matt Neal now trying to go down the inside into Old Hall Corner. But he makes it look so easy, Will.
It does, but we do know the Vauxhall, of course, at this stage of the season is the strongest car. Obviously, MG have made some big improvements since last year. And here we are on board with David Leslie through the chicanes and wildly over those curves. And he runs wide. He runs wide. That's where I had one of my biggest ever accidents. That's not a place to run wide.
Oh, and he's got Aaron Slight right alongside him now. Andy Prio just behind in the Honda, and that's allowed the ex-biker to go through. Here is the other battle that's going on up front, though. Muller is race leader, second place the MG, and third place Thompson. So they've all closed up together a bit. And as we're getting to the latter stages of this race, you can see that Warren Hughes in that MG, in second place, is coming under increasing pressure from James Thompson, who wants to get into second and chase after his teammate.
Yeah, something's happened there because clearly Muller had a bit more of a lead before, so he's obviously either got a problem or been held up, allowing the other two to catch up on him.
Up towards Druids. This will be their last run through this section of track. Can Hughes hold on to second position? It'll be a great result for him and for MG. This car was only just finished off in time for this weekend, all completely new. And look at this, Thompson surely going to try around the outside into the final corner. Oh, he squeezed out, but he can't quite make it. Warren Hughes, there's a little puff of smoke, but he's still in second. Ivan Muller comes through to take the win. Warren holds on to take second position, and James Thompson has to settle for third place. But a hard-fought contest, that one. Ivan Muller taking his first victory of the season. Those MGs proving their worth once again. Now there's still a battle going on out there. Look at this, David Leslie and Andy Prio crossed the line absolutely together, although Prio just got it. So that means he took 7th on the line. And looking back, we can see the production class winner coming through. That is James Kay in the more standard Honda Civic Type R. Good win for him and for Synchro Motorsport.
So 15 points to Ivan Muller, while Warren Hughes scores his best BTCC result to date, ahead of James Thompson. Neil recovered to 4th and set fastest lap. Aaron Slyke was the first independent car home in 6th, and Gareth Howell finished his first race in a Tourer in 9th. James Kay easily won the production class, beating Mark Fullerlove's Peugeot by 8 seconds.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah, it's good because after the unlucky meeting I had at Branzach, that gave a bit more confidence. So I'm happy. I make a good start and then I try to control the race, but the 2 last lap was very tough.
Tell us about this drive-through penalty that you had.
Pretty cheesed off, to be honest. I've got it for being... I got the immediate message that it was creepy on the grid, but it wasn't. It was being misaligned on the grid, and my car was positioned too far left. I've voiced my differences with the officials about it because it's okay forming up on the grid, you know, when all the personnel are there. But you come to some of these circuits, and it's got lines for heaps of different racing, and there's more lines on that grid than a Chinese phone book, you know, and they're all rubbed out. And they've said I should line up on a red dot, which is about the size of a 2p piece. And I've said to the officials, I'll take them back, sit them in a car, and they can pick that red dot out at 20 yards back. So the problem is, it's history, and what's done, and you can't turn the clock back.
The feature race, round 4 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship, sees Matt Neal starting from pole position again, this time for a rolling start. Alongside him, Ivan Muller has maximum ballast. On the second row, Warren Hughes' car is much heavier than it was, but Paul O'Neill's car is running light. James Thompson will hope for a better first lap, whilst Anthony Reid is alongside him in 6th place. 20-year-old Colin Turkington alongside 48-year-old David Leslie in the Proton, and his adversary from the first race, Andy Prio, just behind, with Aaron Slyte alongside. Rygate's Tom Chilton has the other Arena Motorsport Honda of Alan Morrison next to him on the grid. Then it's Tim Harvey, who had electrical problems in qualifying, Gareth Howell, who didn't set a representative time, and Dan Eves, whose car failed the ride height test after the session. He's joined on row 8 by the leading production class car, James Kay, once again outstanding, but now carrying 42 kilos of ballast. Mark Fullerlove carries 30 kilos and starts from row 9, while Spencer Marsh is ballast-free. Annie Templeton gained over 2 seconds between qualifying sessions and starts 5th in class, but watch out for the rapid trio of Alfa Romeos that have to start from the back of the grid. There's an awful lot of cars to squeeze into the first corner at Old Hall.
So the car's heading round behind the safety car. Matt Neal will determine the pace of this rolling start. And remember, he's only got 9 kilos of success ballast on his car. He finished 4th in the last race, but Ivan Muller alongside him with a full 42 kilos. Might be a bit harder to get off the line, but it is a rolling start. Bit of momentum might help his cause. We're getting all set for the start of 25 laps here. The feature race at Alton Park, and it's a good start for Matt Neal. Gets away cleanly. Ivan Muller just slotting into 2nd place. He'll try and protect that position from the MG in 3rd position. That's Warren Hughes. He gets through the first corner safely. Paul O'Neill slots in behind him. So we've got the MGs up there once again, but Vauxhall 1-2, and then another Vauxhall in 4th place. Oh, and we've got a problem at the back there. That looks like Gavin Piper's car in
involved in some sort of incident coming out of Old Hall. We'll take another look at that. Meanwhile, James Thompson gets past Anthony Reid on the Exeter Cascades, the run down to Island Hairpin, and that brings him up into 5th position. Matt Neal is our race leader. Gavin Piper's out of his car. Says, what happened?
Yeah, well, here we see it's Annie Templeton and I think Mark Thomas seem to make a contact there, and then Mark Thomas spears across the track to the right and collects poor old Gavin Piper. And here we see it again from the rear, and there goes Mark Thomas. He collects Gavin Piper, and off Gavin Piper goes, so he just uses Gavin Piper as a cushion. So yet again we lose a production car on the first lap.
Great shame for Gavin Piper, who's made his appearance here at Alton Park for Gary Ailes Motorsport. Let's get back to the leaders though, all the way through Druids Corner. It's still Matt Neal under pressure from Ivan Muller. Oh, and in fact Matt's the one who locks up the wheel under braking. Look at James Thompson, gets past Paul O'Neill quite easily into Lodge Corner and up the hill, so that brings him up into 4th position now. Across the line, and it's Matt Neal, our race leader, trying his best to fend off the man who was runner-up in last year's championship, Ivan Muller. Out of that corner comes Warren Hughes in 3rd place. You can see 1 or 2 running wide. That was Colin Turkington. Replay here.
And here we see we're on board with James Thompson just going inside there into Lodge Corner. Really a very easy move. O'Neill didn't fight it. He knows that Thompson's going to push hard. He's quicker than him, more experienced than him. He's far better off sitting on his tail and learning from James Thompson.
Matt Neal is Paul O'Neill's teammate, and Matt's the one who's leading currently here with Ivan Muller in 2nd. Little bit of battling going on. That's Andy Prio just trying to move out of line, trying to attack Colin Turkington, and there's the other Honda in trouble. That's Alan Morrison locking up the brakes. Well, but he looks as though he survived.
Yeah, I think he's going back to his motocrossing roots there, going across the grass. He's very good on the grass, of course. And here we see it. I just think he gets on the brakes too late. He's got too much rear braking, really, and it locks the rears and just unsettles the car. And he does a pretty good recovery there, and I don't think he gains any places by it, so I doubt he'll get a penalty.
Well, we'll wait and see. He's passed by Tom Chilton, the 17-year-old wonder boy who had such a good outing at Brands Hatch. Not quite so much on the pace here this weekend. Meanwhile, our race leader, Matt Neal, Ivan Muller. Now look at James Thompson, gets down into 3rd position, passing Warren Hughes. You know, that's one of his favourite places there, Will, down the inside into Old Hall.
Yes, he did that in the last race, and he moves very late, which is just the right thing to do. If you just tell the driver in front, if he can see you moving across to the right, then the line can get blocked. But James does it very late, and therefore just jumps on his prey.
Dan Eves versus Gareth Howell and Aaron Slight here. Now, Gareth Howell in his first outing in the touring class, remember, this weekend, just trying to gain experience. There's Tim Harvey. He had to start at the back of the touring class, and he's making up ground already. They had those problems in qualifying, an electrical problem that put him to the back of the grid. Slippery surface flag being shown, so they've got to be a little bit careful down here. But at the moment, he's trying to chase Andy Prio as leader of the production class. James Kay comes through the Knickerbrook chicane. The auctionman once again dominating that class. Back to the leaders, and you can see that James Thompson in 3rd, trying to catch the top 2, and then Warren Hughes is having to defend now quite a lot from Paul O'Neill. Oh, and Colin Turkington's off the road, and it looks as though he's got a puncture there. Now we're on board with Warren Hughes being attacked for 3rd place by Paul O'Neill.
Yes, just listen to that wonderful V6 of the MG, but O'Neill there carrying a lot more speed out of Druids, what we were talking about earlier, and can he make it stick by carrying that speed into Lodge Corner? And we know the Vauxhall is very good on the brakes. Yes, he can. He gets down the inside, the car looks very stable, and it's a very nice, clean move.
So it's a Vauxhall Astral 1, 2, 3 at the moment, or is it? Because Warren Hughes is coming into the pits. Now, this is the first of the pit stops. Ivan Muller actually in already. The obligatory pit stops that have to be made anytime after lap 5. And Ivan Muller gets a clean stop underway, gets out again. And Muller now has made his pit stop. That means that James Thompson is 2nd behind Matt Neal. And here's 3rd place man Paul O'Neill. Just behind him is the car of Warren Hughes, and then of course the Proton of David Leslie. Then it's Andy Prio in the Honda, and right behind him is Tim Harvey in the Peugeot. On board with Matt Neal now. He's coming in for his obligatory pit stop from the race lead, remember. Crucial stop this one. They've got to get it right. He comes in. Oh, what's he doing? He's in the Honda pit. Don't be there, Matt. That's your pit. What are you doing? Well, finally he gets into the right place. Oh, you can see inside. Look at him. He knows he's made a big mistake here.
Yeah, that's quite easy to do in a way. You come in, you're very sort of in some subconscious mode as you come in. But I think the red of the Honda, it was the same colour as his old team, Team Dynamics, and I guess that just subconscious thought, you think, I've got to stop here. But it's a big mistake. He'll probably get a drive-through penalty for that.
Anthony Reid's made his stop. Meanwhile, there's a battle going on for second in the production class. Norman Simon, we're with him. Ooh, and he locks up. Nearly hits the back of Mark Fuller-Love.
Yeah, he was all hands and elbows there and no gears, but he managed to recover it. Nearly went off the track and probably would have collected the barrier, but lost another place because of it.
Yeah, that was Spencer Marsh who's moved up one, but here's Matt Neal, and so frustrated after making that mistake in the pit lane a moment ago.
Okay, Matt, for stopping in the wrong pit, I'm afraid we've got a drive-through penalty. Do you want to take it now while the tyres are cold? Yeah, right as well, mate. It's not unexpected.
Well, it's going to be his second drive-through penalty of the day. He had to do it in the sprint race. Now James Thompson comes in from the lead of this race. He now comes in for his pit stop, and I wonder if he'll be able to get back out ahead of Muller, who's already made his, but it's a bit slow.
Yeah, they dropped the wheel nut there, and that it was a 9.24 second stop. That is slow. It's at least 2 seconds slower than it should have been. And just see the way the wheel spun. Just shows he had no temperature at all in those tyres.
Matt Neal making his drive-through penalty. It's a frustrating day for him.
I'm not racing life easy for myself today, am I? No worries, just keep your mind on the job, focus and get some lap times in.
So back on the power, coming out of the pits, trying to get past Tim Harvey. Tim seemed to have a little bit of a problem at the stop there, but they've got him out now, and in fact Matt Neal's able to get past him on the run down towards Cascades straight away. That means that his teammate Paul O'Neill is now our race leader. Ivan Muller is in second effectively with James Thompson behind him, so that pit stop a little longer for Thompson as we saw. It means that this time, unlike Brands, he wasn't able to get out in front of his teammate. In the production class, James Kay still dominating proceedings, quite a long way ahead of the battle that we saw a little while ago, going on for second place with Spencer Marsh holding on to that second position at the moment. The two MGs running together. That's Anthony Reid just ahead of Warren Hughes after their pit stops, but just coming over the top of the hill there. It looks like Warren's got a good run on Anthony. In fact, Anthony's not even challenging him as they come down the hill. Looks as though he might have some sort of problem. Warren Hughes comes through Knickerbrook safely. Let's watch, because right behind them we've got Matt Neal as they climb up Clay Hill towards the Druids' right-hander. Anthony doesn't seem to be pulling that well, does he? Well, I think there is some kind of problem.
Yeah, you certainly don't pull over and let your teammate pass. Teammates are the fiercest competitors. The last thing you want to do is let your teammate in front unless you have to. So I think you're right, he's clearly got some sort of technical problem.
Great shame for Anthony Reid. He was third in the championship coming to this event at Alton Park, but if he doesn't score well in this race, obviously going to drop down the order somewhat. Matt Neal determined to make up for some of the lost ground. He's getting a bit used to this, isn't he? Trying to play catch-up, and he's got to try and find a way past the Geordie Warren Hughes. He is not an easy driver to overtake.
No, he isn't. Warren, of course, has had many years of experience in Formula 3 and Formula 3000 more recently. But Matt, of course, has got a quick car. There's Anthony Reid, as we thought, retiring with some sort of problem.
Yeah, that's disappointing for the Scots. Oh, and Andy Prio's out of the race as well, the Guernseyman. Oh, look at this battle going on. Matt Neal now trying to get past Warren Hughes. Oh, he's hit him. Oh, into the barrier down at Knickerbrook, and swings round, rips off the front of the car. Now, that was a pretty hefty impact, I think, and it looks as though today, a horrible day as it's turned out for Matt Neal. Could be all over.
Yeah, here we see Matt Neal on board camera, really close behind Hughes in the MG. He just misses his braking point. Hughes brakes earlier than the Boxer. We know the Boxer can brake late. Plus, being so close in that slipstream, he will lose some downforce effect, and therefore it will affect the efficiency of his braking.
Into the pits comes our race leader, Paul O'Neill, making a later stop than just about every other front runner in this race so far. And Paul just looking for his first finish of the season. He's had such a disastrous time this year. They're putting those two front tyres on. Looks as though that was smooth and clean, and he gets away well. Now, this should get him back out in third place. Just seen Muller and Thompson go through. There is Muller, in fact. There is James Thompson in second place. So Paul O'Neill will rejoin in third place. It's a Vauxhall Astra 1-2-3 currently. And there we can see Paul O'Neill, he's rejoined just ahead, in fact, of the MG of Warren Hughes. Well, Warren still pushing, never gives up, and this brand new car that they've built for this weekend seems to be running well.
for not running so well. Oh dear, that's James Kay after dominating in the production class. That looks terminal. And that's Thompson. Thompson's got a left front puncture from second position. James Thompson is out of this race.
That's extraordinary, that really is. That's very unlucky. Left front, of course, is the hardest tyre to get back to the pits with because you're loading that left front all the way. So going around all those right-hand corners is going to be a real struggle.
So Ivan Muller now out in front. Through Cascades. There's something strange there. Look, there was it sounded like it cut out for a moment.
Yeah, definitely. Muller has got a problem as well. This is the most extraordinary race. I think we saw O'Neill go past there. So O'Neill now has taken the lead. This is the most incredible race.
That's Paul O'Neill in front. You're right. Well, Paul O'Neill, the 22-year-old Merseysider, who's in touring class for the first time this year. You know, he's only been racing for a couple of years, but he's in front now. I'm sure he can't believe it. And in fact, the fans down here at Knickerbrook, all locals here at this racetrack, and he's a local lad as well from Liverpool. Huge cheer for him. Spencer Marsh coming through, leading in the production class. Look at this battle. Warren Hughes versus Tim Harvey. That's for second in the Tourers.
Yeah, and don't forget, Tim Harvey came from the back of the grid, so he's had a great race. And there's the MG crew looking very serious. But on board here with Warren Hughes, just got the inside there of Harvey, but it looks like Harvey's going to go round the outside before Old Hall.
Oh yes, indeed he does. Warren tried to protect it, and the Team Halfords crew getting very excited as Tim Harvey moves into second position. And you're right, that's a great drive from the back of the Tourers grid. He started on the 7th row of the grid, and he's come up to second place. But there is our race leader, Paul O'Neill, out in front of that battle that's going on for second between the Peugeot and the MG. Ivan Muller's dropped right out of it now, the car cutting out all over the place. So Muller is not going to score well in the second race after the day, after finishing first in the opener, the sprint race. Look at this for Warren Hughes, though. It's been a great run for MG today. Twice he'll end up on the podium, and despite just being outpaced by Tim Harvey, I think he's going to be very, very happy about that. Up front, Paul O'Neill, well, you have to say it's been a star drive.
Yeah, he's kept his nose clean, he's kept out of trouble, and therefore, with the double whammy for the two works Vauxhalls, he's ended up in first place. A great drive.
O'Neill wins at Alton.
Yes! Yes! We won! Lads, well done, thank you!
Oh, well, very pleased. Fourth place, that's a good performance there for David Leslie in the Proton. He'll be pleased about that, a car that hasn't had much development yet. And Gareth Howell getting his first good point-scoring finish in the touring class. And there's the winner in the production class coming through. Spencer Marsh, a battle for second. Oh, and it's just Jim Edwards Jr. who naps it on the line from Norman Simon in the BMW. Great battle all the way to the line there. But delight for the export team. The first ever car racing victory for Paul O'Neill, and he's still shouting about it on the radio. He's still going crazy out there and getting a huge amount of applause from the fans at Alton Park. Stay with us, we'll hear from him in just a moment.
Paul O'Neill, part-time warehouse worker and now British touring car race winner, and he's won at his local track, Alton Park. It's the first big win of his career, and in fact, it's his first ever win in any kind of car race. Warren Hughes taking second place in the end after Tim Harvey was given a 25-second penalty for not changing both wheels in the pit stop. A seized wheel nut was the cause. That put Leslie into third, Gareth Howell fourth as top independent. Thompson recovered to 7th, Muller in 10th, and the production class went to Warwickshire lad Spencer Marsh in his Honda Accord. Jim Edwards Jr. just snatched the decision for second place, but it's Norman Simon who will have the slight advantage in the points after finishing third.
How do you feel? Oh,
don't know.
It's superb.
I don't believe it.
No, I'm so happy.
Just want to dedicate it to all my family who've been through a bit of a hard time the past few years with deaths in the family. It's for them.
Yeah. That's superb. Absolutely awesome.
I was helped along the way, but I've got to thank Alex and Marvin, everyone, Chris, Nick, everyone. Just did a fantastic job. We went out there. I just wanted to finish the race, and I've won it. When I see Muller breaking down, I'm really radioed in and said, shall I pass Muller or shall I wait behind him? He's doing about 20 mile an hour. What am I going to do? As if I'm going to wait behind him. I just didn't look at my pit box. It said P1. I knew it did, so I just let it go. But I can't believe it. I was doing about 12 mile an hour on the last lap. Nearly went off about 3 times.
What was the penalty for this time?
Driving through someone else's pit bay, because I suppose I'm so used to. I've been years with Team Dynamics and they're always red, and then the Vauxhall team's red, and I just came in red. There we go, we're in, and then I saw Honda written across his chest. Oh Christ!
A nice win, basically.
I did, yeah. I didn't expect it at all. The Civic seemed to be well up front, and then suddenly just started losing power, and I managed to overtake. It just goes to show that the Accord's not down and out completely. It's still competitive.
We lost second gear on the second lap, and then we lost fourth gear about 6 laps in, but we were still pulling away. So I was really, I thought this car's fantastic. Then we had a little bit of a problem with the fuel pump, which eventually stopped the engine.
In the Drivers' Championship, Ivan Muller leads Matt Neal by 4 points, with fellow Vauxhall driver Thompson third and the 2 MGs of Hughes and Reed fourth and fifth. Norman Simon leads the production class, but Brands Hatch feature race winner Rob Collard failed to get going at all with engine problems. Oulton Park was deeply frustrating for him. Vauxhall Motorsport leads the team's championship by 9 points from NG Sport and Export, tied on 23, while Vauxhall continues to run away with the Manufacturers' Championship, but Honda nips ahead of Proton by 1 point. So let's see how the contenders line up for this 5th round of the series. And points leader Ivan Muller starts from his 3rd pole of the year, alongside his teammate James Thompson, both cars low on ballast. Anthony Reed's MG is 3rd, ahead of the Export Vauxhall of Matt Neal, who'll be careful where he lines up on the grid. First of the heavyweights is Warren Hughes in 5th. Honda have their best position in 6th with Prio, and the fastest independent runner is Tim Harvey. Oulton Park winner Paul O'Neill has 6.5 stone of lead to carry. Colin Turkington's car is 9th, just a few hundredths faster than Aaron Slides in the Astra. Alan Morrison is 11th, ahead of Gareth Howell, who lost the wheel in qualifying. Tom Chilton 13th, Phil Bennett, the faster of the Protons by a fraction, and Dan Eves had electrical problems and starts 16th. James Kay set the pace in the production class, but the competition's getting closer. Mark Fullerlove's Peugeot was only 2/10 slower, and Gavin Piper's Alpha 156, so hastily prepared for Oulton, is now showing its true colours in 3rd. A second Synchro Motorsport Civic Type R makes its appearance in the hands of Dave Allen, while Oulton feature race winner Spencer Marsh starts 5th in class. Now Peter Kate takes over the Honda of John B&Q, who's still suffering a sore neck after the accident at Oulton, and starting right at the back of the grid is production class points leader Norman Simon, who was absent for qualifying due to his testing commitments at Le Mans. So we're all set for the start of the sprint race here at Thruxton. It's round 5 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. And who's it going to be, Thompson or Muller off the line? Best of all, well, Ivan Muller makes a good start there from pole position. James Thompson not so quick away. Now I wonder if Matt Neal can move up a little bit here, trying to come around the outside as they go through Allard's corner.
There's some yellow flags in the back there, Ben.
Oh yeah, we've got a car, 2 cars, 3 cars involved, I think. Graham Saunders, oh, there's Dave Allen in the Honda Civic Type R as well, off at the side of the track as the leaders come into the complex now. It's Muller ahead of Thompson. Oh, that's Warren Hughes. Warren Hughes completely sideways. I think he might have had a little bit of help there from Tim Harvey, but what a recovery.
A great save there by Hughes, but bully boy tactics by Harvey. And there's Templeton there. That's as a result of that incident we saw with the yellow flags.
So Ivan Muller leads. There's James Thompson in 2nd. It's Anthony Reed in 3rd place in the MG. And then it's Matt Neal. Bit of oil down there at Goodwood Corner.
And here we see the replay of the start there. It's a typical start line incident. 4 cars trying to go into 1. Templeton there, 2 Alfa Romeos of Saunders and Blenko, plus catching Dave Allen in the Honda and Simon in the BMW.
So a bit of a problem at the back of the field, but up front it's all well for the 2 Vauxhall Motorsport Astra Coupes. Frenchman Ivan Muller just ahead of Yorkshireman James Thompson in 2nd place. Anthony Reed in 3rd, but look at Anthony now coming under a bit more pressure from Matt Neal in the Team Export Vauxhall Astra Coupe. You know, the Vauxhalls are so quick around Thruxton, but Anthony Reed is enjoying the balance of his car, fastest in testing. There's Andy Prio in 5th. And then it's Tim Harvey running well in the Peugeot, but there's another Peugeot. That's the production class car of Annie Templeton in trouble. Oh, and Phil Bennett's gone off. Phil Bennett sliding, or has he gone off? No, he saved it.
That's a really scary place to lose it at Goodwood. 125 miles an hour with a pack bearing down on you.
Now look at the battle up front. Muller on the inside, James Thompson on the outside, and Anthony Reed trying to join in the MG there as well. Matt Neal in 4th position. It's all getting so close up at the chicane.
Reed doing really well with the MG, running right on the pace of the Vauxhalls.
Now look at this battle going on here in the production class, and there's Gavin Piper in the red Alpha just sneaking ahead of Peter Kate. Peter Kate
remember, coming into the series in place of John B&Q this weekend, but now Tom Boardman trying to get alongside him for second place in production class. James Kay was also there.
And here we're on board with Matt Neal as we go into Church Corner as he chases Reed in front. And Reed goes into a massive slide through Church, just the last thing he wants to do, but he saves it. And I hope he wasn't thinking of his mother when he was doing that.
Well, he said he was before. Look at this, Matt Neal's got past him. And Anthony Reed lost momentum there, and now this has given Matt Neal third place, but here comes Anthony Reed trying to go around the outside into the chicane. It is possible, but it's not easy, and in the end he has to settle in behind. So now we have the Astras 1, 2, 3, the MG of Anthony Reed pushed down to fourth, then it's the Honda of Andy Prio in fifth place, chased by Tim Harvey in the Peugeot.
But it just shows how hard Reed has been pushing because to hang on to those Vauxhalls, because he lost it at Church. Just as you turn in over that bump, exactly what we were talking about earlier, it just unsettles the car and away he went.
Our race leaders are back in the complex once again. Muller using a bit more curve than Thompson on the way through the first right-hander. There's that battle for third place. And now look at this battle for third place in production class. Tom Boardman is just ahead of Btcc. There's Mark Fullerlove. He doesn't look very happy in the Peugeot. He's the reigning Lotus Elise champion. He's really pushing hard in this class now, but can he find a way through? Meanwhile, Anthony Reid still challenging for third.
Yes, he's really pushing hard. He was angry with himself, I guess, for losing that place to Neil at Church, but he's trying to put Neil under pressure. You can't get round the outside into Club Chicane, but he's making a good fist of it.
So out of the chicane, trying to get onto the power and accelerate down across start-finish line to complete another lap. Our two race leaders have pulled away a bit from this battle for third place, and Matt Neal, the 4 times Independence champion, now with the works team, of course, trying to fend off Anthony Reid, who has Le Mans experience. He's been a runner-up in this series, and look at this battle in the production class for the lead. That's Gavin Piper in the Alfa Romeo, and James Kay right behind it. Oh, look at Piper, he's sideways through the chicane.
Yeah, I thought it was a front-wheel drive car, the Alfa, but the way he's driving it looks like a rear-wheel drive car.
Look at James Kay, he's got a chance to get through. Piper lost momentum there, and that's allowed James into the lead.
Yeah, well, that's as a result of running over those curbs the way he did. He just lost momentum, giving Kay the chance to get through before Allard.
Great battle between these two, the experienced James Kay and the less experienced young charger from Scotland, Gavin Piper, pushing that Alfa Romeo hard. They only got it ready just in time for Alton Park, and he had all sorts of difficulties there, but now it's going well. Take a look at the leaders then, Ivan Muller and James Thompson. You know, that battle's still continuing as these two still arguing about third place. Matt Neal versus Anthony Reid, two very experienced drivers. Now here's Tom Boardman, third in production. Oh, and there's a battle. Norman Simon's off. He's been hit by Alan Blenko in the Alfa Romeo on that bent the front.
Here we are on board with Simon. He thinks about going inside Marsh, loses a bit of momentum when he doesn't achieve that, and then turns into Cobb. But as he turns in, Blenko's already there, and off he goes and just kisses the barrier. But I think he's done some fair amount of damage.
Great shame that for Norman Simon. He was the points leader in the production class, but it's not going to happen for him this time. Now, here is our 5th place man, Andy Prio, the Guernseyman, in the Honda. But look at Colin Turkington, he's off, and that left rear wheel is missing. Well, they had a wheel come off one of the cars in qualifying. Looks as though it may have happened again. Look, the race leaders are amongst the production class cars, and Muller trying to find his way past Tom Boardman, and this has allowed James Thompson to get into the battle as well. Oh dear, this is all looking a bit tight through the complex.
Yeah, it is a problem when you catch up the B-class cars. Obviously they're a lot slower, and it can hold you up, but it means it gives an advantage to the cars following like Tomo.
Now look at Tomo, James Thompson in 2nd place, now really challenging Muller. Muller turns in a little bit wide into Goodwood, trying it, and he's got it all crossed up, he's sideways, and that's given Thompson a chance to get alongside him. Can he get in front towards Church Corner? High speed through here, and he is in front and has got the line as they turn in.
Yeah, that was very unlucky for Muller. He got sort of out of shape almost from the complex there when Tomo put him under pressure after they got tangled up with those B-class cars. He got wide coming out of Goodwood, got onto the cement dust, and then hung on with that big slide. Did a great job holding onto it.
But look at Muller, he's coming back at him, under braking for the chicane. He's trying to go in, take the speed. Oh, he's gone in a bit too quick. Can he get it in? Yes, he turns in, goes wide on the exit. Thompson comes back on the outside, and James Thompson retakes the lead. Fantastic racing.
That's absolutely great entertainment. Two factory drivers, teammates, having the most enthralling race and really keeping us entertained, and they haven't even had any contact yet at all.
So let's take a look behind them. Matt Neal's got in amongst the traffic of the production cars as well. That's Matt Neal there. Looks as though he's finding his way through reasonably neatly. Remember, Anthony Reid a little further behind. Oh, the leaders have hit each other. Muller's hit the back of James Thompson. He somehow manages to get it back together, but, well, you said there was no contact, Will, but there was certainly a bit of contact that time.
Yeah, I think James was a bit defensive going into the complex there, lost a bit of speed, and I think Ivan Muller just thought there was a chance of there getting down the inside into Cobb, but the door was slammed shut very quickly.
Well, Muller's dropped back a bit. Let's take another look.
Here we are on board with Muller. Thompson there, very slow into the first part of the complex. Muller sees his chance, again tries to get down the inside of Cobb, but across comes Thompson. Thompson gets into a massive slide but saves it, and Muller unfortunately has to settle for second.
So, big battle going on up front, and this the battle as well for third place in the production class. Andy Prio's got into the middle of that battle, and Andy Prio running in a strong 5th place in the Honda, remember, but he's got to fight his way through this traffic as neatly as possible. There's Reed in 4th position in the MG, still trying to chase after Matt Neal, and both of them locking rear brakes into the complex. Thompson has pulled away a little bit from Muller. Look, Muller really losing a bit of time under pressure from Matt Neal. Oh, in fact, he's gone wide. He's gone right off the track, and he's heading for the tyre. It doesn't seem to be anything he can do about that. And in fact, it looks as though that right front suspension may well have been broken as he went off there. So looks as though Muller had a problem perhaps from the contact. Meanwhile, this battle is going on now between the two Peugeots. This is a battle for 5th place now, and Tom Boardman, who's still in his own battle, is trying to get out of the way, but it's not very easy out the back there.
Now, the reason it's not easy, of course, is that the circuit goes from left to right, and so the racing line takes you from one side of the track to the other. So even though you're trying to get out of the way in a B-class car, which is slower, it's very difficult to get off the racing line.
The Peugeots have got through. Look at Aaron Slight there, just ahead of Warren Hughes. Now, I think Aaron may have a bit of a problem because he was ahead of those Peugeots a moment ago, but he's dropped back a little bit over the last lap or so. Meanwhile, Tom Boardman coming under increasing pressure from Spencer Marsh in their battle in the production class as Aaron Slight tries to go through. And here are the leaders in the production class, James Kay versus Gavin Piper, with the overall race leader, James Thompson, not too far behind them as he comes up to lap them. Oh, and Kay's had a little tap there from Piper. Piper goes for it. It doesn't work. He makes contact, and it's Piper who ends up spinning out.
Yeah, yet again we've seen an incident there at Cobb. It's the classic case of thinking you can get through, but the door just gets slammed shut. And in this case, Piper lost out big time.
So James Thompson fought his way to the front, getting past his teammate Ivan Muller, and since then it's all been pretty easy for the Englishman, who is going to take his 2nd win of the season and the first 2-time winner of the 2002 British Touring Car Championship. Just has to get cleanly out of the chicane. There's a good battle still going on behind him. Look, Matt Neal and Anthony Reid almost together again across the line. 3rd place for Reid in the end, 4th place, and that's their best result so far for Honda. Andy Prio flashing the lights as he comes across the line. So Thompson, our first 2-time winner of the season so far, but Matt Neal's 2nd place puts him ahead on the points. Good results for MG and Honda, and a win in the Independent Cup for Tim Harvey after Aaron Slight lost power in the closing stages. James Kay took his 2nd maximum score of the season by winning in the production class, ahead of Tom Boardman in 2nd.
Good old race between Glad and I for a bit. Having a bit of sparring out the back there, which was just fun. We were pretty, as we were in qualifying, there was only 200s between us in qualifying, and we were pretty evenly matched really around the track. Just when we caught the traffic, opportunity arose to nip past him, and so we just took it, and then we had a little tangle, which was I don't know, just one of those things. Unfortunately, it's a shame Ivan ended up with a puncture.
Was that as frantic as it was to watch?
I thought we got the pace for them to start with, and then they just seemed to get the hammer down and go. Cheers, fella. And then I thought I got the legs on Anthony. He made a bit of a mistake out the back, slipped through. Then he seemed to get a second wind and find a bit of pace from somewhere. I was watching what he was up to because he tried a few stunts down here, and unfortunately I've been around a bit too long for those ones.
He's been at this game for about 10 years. He knows all the tricks in the book, and we know each other very well, so there's not many sly ones you can get past Matt these days.
That was one of the most awesome races I've seen.
Yeah, we had a really, really good tussle. It's a shame, really, that Gavin decided to spoil it towards the end. We're here to race, but tapping somebody into a spin, he came off worse. It's his problem.
He was weak in the complex, so I thought I'd make a move on him. So I made the move. He obviously didn't like it, and instead of driving around me, he drove right into the side of me and finished my race. A bit unfortunate that we couldn't just
I've had a good race, nice clean race, but he obviously wanted to turn it a bit nasty.
So a difference of opinion between the production boys, but there's no doubt about the Tourer winner is James Thompson. Well, the sky looks ominously dark, but there's brightness overhead and the cars are all on slicks as we prepare for round 6 of the series. And it's Muller Light on pole position. His non-finish in the sprint race means 24 kilos less weight in the car, while James Thompson's win makes his car full 10 stone heavier than his teammates. Matt Neal starts third, but Reed's MG's now 6.5 stone heavier than it was for the sprint race. Andy Priaulx wants to build on Honda's most successful weekend so far. He's ahead of Dan Eves on the grid, top independent qualifier. Hughes starts 7th, the MG lighter. Paul O'Neill also lighter for this start. Aaron Slight qualified 9th but hasn't made it to the grid. Then it's Tim Harvey 10th, Colin Turkington hoping his wheels will stay attached ahead of Leslie. Then Alan Morrison and Tom Chilton down in 14th, just ahead of Phil Bennett and Gareth Howell, who had problems in qualifying. James Kay leads the production class contingent again, but now has to race with full success ballast. His fierce rival in that sprint race, Gavin Piper, starts alongside. Then it's Mark Fullerlove's Peugeot ahead of Spencer Marsh's Honda Accord. 5th in class is Alan Blenco's Alfa Romeo. Dave Allen qualified alongside in his Honda, and Tom Boardman will have to carry 30 kilos of ballast after finishing 2nd in class in the earlier race. Sadly, Rob Collard has been unable to make the start of either race today due to engine problems in qualifying. He'll be hoping the new revised engine for the Renault Clio arrives soon. So the cars now heading up towards the chicane. Rolling start, remember, for the feature race. All the points count the same for sprint and feature race. 15 points on offer to the winner here. I wonder who's it going to be. Ivan Muller, disappointed in that sprint race. Can he make up for it in this second race? What about Thompson? Can he now make it a double victory at Thruxton here today? We're all set for the rolling start, and Muller gets his foot down. Thompson chasing after him, but remember, Thompson's car quite a lot heavier than Ivan Muller's, so the Frenchman should have the advantage here. Matt Neal is in 3rd, Anthony Reed in 4th place as they come through the quick left-hander and approach the complex for the first time. You can see Reed diving to the inside, trying to get past Matt Neal straight away. These two have been tussling all afternoon in the first race, and now the second one as well. Colin Turkington battling there with Alan Morrison. A little further on down the field, Morrison runs a little bit wide. Oh, it's a bit tight. Tom Chilton getting a little bit of a tap there from Phil Bennett as they come through the last part of the complex. Our race leader's already coming through Noble though, and it's Ivan Muller with the advantage. James Thompson trying to settle back. Oh, and we've got a spinner at the top. That's Tom Chilton. Oh, and he's been hit by one of the yellow Hondas. A big accident at the back.
Yes, that's happened at Noble. Very quick corner. Here we are on board with Marsh following Fullerlove. And Fullerlove there just misses Chilton. Only just, but it's Marsh who hits Chilton. Very unlucky. It's often when you're coming through the pack and there's an incident in front of you, you get unsighted. You just don't know which way the car in front of you is going to spin out.
So poor Spencer Marsh out of the race. James Kay was also on the grass, so that could have affected his race considerably. Let's take a look at the leaders. Ivan Muller from James Thompson in 2nd. Then it's Matt Neal and Anthony Reed coming through the chicane. Oh, but the safety car board is out on the start-finish straight. And in fact, the safety car has just come out of the exit of the pit lane. No great surprise. They've got to try and tidy up the mess down at Noble Corner. Well, what a disaster for Tom Chilton, a great shame. And for Barwell Motorsport, of course, Aaron Slight, their other car, didn't even start.
Not a happy bunny. He didn't seem to make it to the grid.
Really unhappy. You know, it was going so well in that first race, and I was in 5th and thought that maybe I could stick with Priaulx's pace. Then the car overheated. So I managed to get to the end. I lost 2 places to the other independent, so I got still 3rd in the Independents Cup, but came back and the guy said it had done a head gasket, so they'd changed the engine, and just thought it would be changed, you know, but it's not a factory team, so it takes a bit longer. So they've worked hard, but yes, not ready.
A great shame for Aaron Slight. You know, you've got to have equipment worth about £70,000 to just bolt onto the front of the car to have it all ready to change in a very short time. That's what the factory teams can afford, but an independent team doesn't have the money to have equipment like that sitting around. Here we go, ready for the restart, and it's Ivan Muller who pulls away straight away from James Thompson in that heavier Astra Coupe in 2nd place. Matt Neal holding on to 3rd, but watch out Reed, because Andy Priaulx's right behind you.
Priaulx having a very strong race in the Honda, the best race so far this season for them. They're making a lot of progress each race. Remember, there's no testing really between races, so it's very hard to find time to develop the cars.
Well, looks like there's problems here for Gavin Piper in the pits and making an early stop. Now, this is a routine stop for Colin Turkington. coming into the pits, changing 2 tyres, as they all have to do. Notice how the yellow strip gets torn off the side window there to indicate to spectators and officials that the car's made a pit stop. But, Will, this is a slow one.
Yeah, they seem to have got a problem there with a wheel nut, whether it's cross-threaded or something, but that's lost him a bag full of time.
Ivan Muller leads from James Thompson. Matt Neal in third now. Look at this battle for fourth. Reed coming under attack from Andy Prio. Warren Hughes is in 7th place in the other MG with Tim Harvey, David Leslie, Alan Morrison, all in that little group. And here's on board Gareth Howell.
Here we are at the complex again, turning into Common yet again. Another incident there. That's Cobb Corner claims victim number 3, this time David Leslie.
I think he got it back together again, so he's still on the track. Meanwhile, our first of our leaders is coming in. This is James Thompson. Now, he was in 2nd place, remember, just behind Ivan Muller. Can he get out quickly and try and get a little edge on the Frenchman? Gets away pretty smoothly, 5.92 seconds. Good stop, and the team's pleased with that as James Thompson rejoins. Ivan Muller staying out, but he's got the fastest lap so far, and that could well be worth an extra point at the end of the day. Alan Blenko, our leader in the production class. We've got Peter Kate and Jim Edwards Jr., the 2 teammates right behind. Thompson has joined in between those, but there you are, the 2 teammates for Team B&Q York City Racing. Peter Kate just ahead of Jim Edwards Jr. Now, Gavin Piper's back out. They seem to have solved the problems on that Alpha, but he's a long way down the order, of course. And our race leader, of course, is Ivan Muller. Matt Neal in 2nd, Reed in 3rd now. There's Andy Prio. And look at the battling Peugeots. On the right, that's Dan Eves. And on the left is Tim Harvey.
Harvey driving very well this year. He's come back into touring cars full-time, and also the Peugeot's going a lot better. Harvey then had a much better run out of Church, got a good run at his teammate Dan Eves, and got down the inside into the club chicane.
Now, here's the battle for 2nd in the production class between these 2 teammates, Peter Kate and Jim Edwards Jr. And they're running very, very close together as they come out of the complex, up towards the left-hander, and there's a bit of smoke. Oh, and Kate's in trouble, he's lost it. The back end gets away from him, and he's on the grass.
Yeah, very strange. Looks like some sort of technical problem, possibly some problem with the engine, and the oil got onto the rear tyres and just spun him round.
Into the pits comes race leader Ivan Muller. Now remember, James Thompson had a pretty good stop. This is crucial because this could decide the outcome of the race. Ivan Muller, will it be a faster stop, slower stop? It's a slightly longer stop than James Thompson had, so it's crucial as he comes out of the pit. He'll be coming out and he should just about get ahead of James Thompson. Meanwhile, look at this, Tom Boardman in a battle here with James Kay, and James Kay dropped right to the back of the production class in that incident involving Tom Chilton, now fighting his way back up. Now we're on board with Matt Neal. He is now our race leader.
Okay, Matt, pit lane speed, focus on your pit lane speed. We've got an arrow in the pit lane for you with a blue board with the first pit crew in the pit lane at the moment. Yep, first crew in the pit lane speed.
The team there will be very definite about where he should stop in the pits this time.
Of course, he made that big mistake at Alton Park when he stopped at the wrong pits, but there's seemingly a problem with the tyre, the wheel not coming off very quickly at all.
The yellow strip torn off at the back there indicates he's made his pit stop. He comes back out again. Just comes past Warren Hughes, who's in the pits down at the end of the pit lane. Matt Neal rejoins, speed limit for a while, and then he can get off it and surges away under acceleration out of the pit lane.
But a very slow pit stop there, 9.84 seconds, slower even than Ivan Muller.
Anthony Reed is now our race leader. There he is, yellow strip still on the side door, so that indicates he hasn't made his stop, but his teammate's still in the pits. So they've got a real problem with that car, and this will, of course, drop him well down the order. It's not a good weekend for the Geordie. Warren Hughes, better luck next time. Here are the 2 Vauxhalls. They've rejoined in 9th and 10th places as we wait for everyone to make their pit stop. But the important thing is Muller is ahead of Thompson, so despite that slightly slower stop, he got out in front.
Yeah, I guess Thompson may have been held up on his outlap or something like that, because he definitely gained 2.5 seconds in the pits, and he wasn't 2.5 seconds behind Muller when he came in.
Battle for 2nd in production class, that's James Kay taking 2nd, but that's one of the Team Atomic Kitten cars, it's Gareth Howell. Oh, and we've got an incident up at the chicane, Tom Boardman, and I think that was Mark Fullerlove off to the side. So I don't know what's happened between those 2, but another incident there, Boardman trying to get back into the race in the BMW.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to overtake there. 2 cars very close, side by side. It looks like that might have happened. Possibly they just touched just enough to unsettle the cars, and then just the finish shot, Fullerlove. Boardman spins into the side of Fullerlove and pushes him into the barriers.
Into the pits then comes our former race leader, Anthony Reed. Let's watch the boys go to work and see how quick they can make their stop. This looks pretty good. Oh yes, 6.24 seconds, great stop
and now that means that this man, Tim Harvey, is in the lead of the race.
Yeah, it's a great drive by Tim Harvey. He's been very hungry all weekend. It's interesting to watch the cars move around these fast bends there, around Goodwood. Just watch them rocking as they go over this fantastic circuit. Incredibly fast, with lots of bumps in it, and really challenging for the drivers.
And here's a challenge from James Kay for the lead in the production class. It's Alan Blencoe alongside him in the Alfa Romeo. And Alan Blencoe, the Salisbury man, this is his local track. He's having his best result of the season so far, but he's not going to do anything silly. James Kay gets up the inside, takes the lead in the class. Blencoe drove sensibly there. We all know how quick that Honda is, and Blencoe wants a decent result here at Thruxton. Meanwhile, Vic Lee at the front there, waiting for Tim Harvey to come in and make his pit stop from the lead of this race. Alan Morrison's not far behind in the other Honda. Morrison having a good run, and into the pits comes Tim Harvey.
Followed very closely by Alan Morrison then. A good drive by Morrison in this second feature race. And as Harvey comes in, they'll be changing, I guess, a front... no, they're changing a side of tyres. That's very interesting. Most other teams have been changing a front set of tyres.
Yeah, he's changing both left-hand side tyres, so maybe slightly different wear on that Peugeot. We saw the two Vauxhalls. Look at this battle. This is the battle for third position that's still going on after all the pit stops have been made between Matt Neal and Anthony Reid. And oh, Anthony locking up, almost collecting the back of him. But look at that, a yellow car. That's Colin Turkington. Now, he's actually a lap down, would you believe, but he's well involved in this battle with Anthony Reid and Matt Neal. Turkington had a tyre let go on him earlier, but he came back out, and now he's determined to show how quick this car is.
Yes, it's slightly odd really, because he's racing his obviously the factory team, and he's obviously trying to demonstrate how quick he is compared to the works driver Anthony Reid, which is fine. I fully understand that, but he's involving himself in a very important battle in the race, and obviously disrupting the race to a certain extent, and obviously not helping Andy Priaulx in any way at all.
Now looking back from race leader Ivan Muller at James Thompson, that's how close these top two are. But can James Thompson get past him, as we saw in the sprint race when they had that fantastic dice? Will they even try and fight that much? We'll have to see. Turkington and Priaulx right behind. Remember, Turkington is a lap down, but this is hurting Priaulx in terms of getting on terms. And what's going on here? Big squeeze. Oh, and contact with Reid. Turkington. Matt Neal is out of the way. Priaulx just avoids it. Oh, let's have a look.
And here we are on board with Matt Neal. Gets badly bulked there by Steve Wood. Eventually gets back on the power, but he's lost a massive amount of momentum. You watch on the left-hand side, there's Reid, gets fantastic run out of the corner, starts to squeeze Neal, but Neal has nowhere to go because Turkington's come up the inside. So both the MGs fly off the circuit, and Matt Neal sails on his way.
And also sailing on their way, the two Vauxhall Motorsport Astra Coupes, Ivan Muller and James Thompson, heading down towards Church at about 140 miles an hour here, through the bend at about 130 miles an hour. High speeds at Thruxton, and so far so good for those two. Now, battle for fourth, the orange car of Dan Eves. He's in fourth position now that we've lost Reid from that battle earlier on. And here's Andy Priaulx trying to get past Dan Eves.
Yeah, Dan Eves looked like he had a bit of a problem there coming through Goodwood, the car bottoming out and sparks coming out from underneath, but clearly Priaulx had a good run through Goodwood, gets down the inside before Church, a brave place to overtake, and gets the position. And there's a sorry-looking MG steaming after that incident at Allard.
Yeah, Dick Bennett's not too pleased about what happened there, so just in front of them virtually on the pit wall, as we see Muller and Thompson come through to complete another lap, and their gap back to third place is quite considerable. Remember, it is Matt Neal in another of the Astras running in third position, and then that battle here going on for fourth. Andy Priaulx and Dan Eves, oh, they're making a bit of contact over the curbs. Here goes Priaulx, and a bit of bumper comes flying off, and now Tim Harvey's joining in the fun and games as well.
Yeah, that's classic touring car manoeuvring there, going straight over the curbs. I think Andy Priaulx might have learnt that one in Formula 3, but it's not the quick way out of the club chicane. You can see that he lost a lot of momentum, but he's still hanging on to the place.
Tim Harvey moved up to fifth though, got past his teammate as team manager watches, and here's a little other battle going on between Paul O'Neill and Alan Morrison. This is the battle for seventh place, and Paul O'Neill not having quite the run that he did last time out at Alton Park, but still having some great dicing with the other Civic. Now here is the battle for fourth. Priaulx and Tim Harvey it is now in the Peugeot, trying to challenge for that place, and look, they're not far behind Matt Neal in third.
Yeah, having a very strong run, these cars, the Peugeots and the Hondas running very well here at Thruxton, and hanging on to the coattails of the Egg Sport Astra of Matt Neal.
Now look at Tim Harvey. Is he going to challenge up towards the chicane? This is a favourite spot. Matt Neal just locking the brakes. Prio in the Honda just locks up a little bit. Harvey over the curbs. Look how good the Peugeot looks over the curb. Seems to ride it very well. Oh, and he's got a good run out. A little bit of nudging going on, but Harvey's into 4th position.
Yeah, again there, Prio struggling to get out of the club chicane. He lost momentum, giving Harvey the chance to squeeze past, and there is Phil Bennett's Proton. Looks like he's parked it up next to Fullerlove's car at the entry to club chicane.
The Protons have been struggling here at Thruxton this weekend. It's a unique circuit and they just haven't really got a handle on it. The final lap for the 2 Vauxhalls out front, and Ivan Muller looks all set to take his 2nd win of the season. James Thompson took his earlier in the sprint race, and now it's Ivan Muller's turn. Well, it's been a close battle between these two, but I think that Thompson has decided just to settle behind him in the last stages. Gareth Howell's a lap down there in the yellow car, but a good race from him nonetheless, and it's a 1-2 for Vauxhall Motorsport. Here's that battle still going on for 4th place. Matt Neal in 3rd, Tim Harvey takes 4th, Andy Prio finishes in 5th place in the Honda Civic. But nobody could touch these two here at Thruxton today. Ivan Muller taking the victory from Thompson. Here's the winner in the production class, it's James Kay, and he fought his way up into the lead there. Alan Blenko finishing in 2nd place. Ivan Muller, the star of the feature race. After the break, we'll see how he did it.
Fueling at speeds approaching
150 miles an hour on the sweeps of Thruxton. Ivan Muller receives congratulations from James Thompson. It was a Vauxhall 1-2-3 in that feature race, Muller gaining an extra point for fastest lap, and Matt Neal an extra point as one of the race leaders. Tim Harvey beat all the other non-factory back tourers, but Prio's Honda was only 3/10 behind him on the line, and the 2nd Peugeot of Dan Eves was 6th. Warren Hughes struggled with transmission problems, Howell suffered a puncture, but James Kay made it a perfect day with a 100% point score in the production class.
Ivan, that's a bit more like it.
Yeah, but very, very hard race, to be honest, because quite early on the race I felt a vibration on my tire. You know, to go out after the pit stop with the front left tire very cold, he don't like, he's screaming, you can hear him. And 10 laps to the end, I had a water leak, so my water temperature was 120, so I have to lift off. And yeah, I can reach the end. I'm pleased with that, but frustrating because it should be better, but could be worse.
See, the guys did a great job, you know, on the car, my engineer and the guys working on my car, because we've increased the weight by 55 kilos between 1st and 2nd race. So I was really pleased with the 2nd place, and obviously Ivan was running 66 kilos lighter. So I was keen in the early stages to try and keep with him, and you know, then hopefully try and get on the podium. But yeah, it was great to be 2nd. It's fantastic. I had a really good weekend this one. It's made up for a few of the problems we've had up to now.
Are you happy, boy, with 3rd?
Yeah, I was coming to Thruxton for survival really, and just pick up some points. And it seems like at Alton I had the pace and not the finishes, and here I haven't really got the pace, but I've got the finishes I needed. So yeah, I'm going to have a drink tonight on that one.
A best day here then than at Alton Park?
Yeah, a much better day here. We had 2 wins, 2 pole positions. I don't know if we got 2 fastest laps, but I hope we have. The car was sensational today, sensational.
Indeed, James did gain that vital extra point for fastest lap, as did this man, Ivan Muller. And what a good job he did, because now with 6 of 20 rounds completed, we have a 3-way tie at the top of the Drivers' Championship. James Thompson, Ivan Muller and Matt Neal. Anthony Reid has moved ahead of his teammate into 4th, and Andy Prio's good weekend for Honda has seen him gain 4 positions. In the production class, James Kay's perfect weekend sees him move into the series lead by 13 points over Spencer Marsh and Jim Edwards Jr. in 3rd position. In the Touring Teams Championship, Vauxhall Motorsport's in front, but 9 points cover 3rd to 6th. In the Manufacturers' Championship, 2nd place MG will be glancing rearwards as Honda gain ground.
Well, it's been raining, but it's now stopped. The racetrack is very wet, and the drivers are faced with a difficult choice. Dry weather tyres, full wets or worn wets for these intermediate conditions.
Well, let's take a look at the grid for round 7 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. Matt Neal on his 3rd pole position of the year. For Warren Hughes, it's his 1st front row start in touring cars. It's another personal best for Paul O'Neill in 3rd place. Reid is 4th fastest, title contender James Thompson back in 5th. Alan Morrison in a good 6th place, but Ivan Muller suffered electrical problems. Team Atomic Kitten driver Gareth Howell is 8th, leading independent, just faster than Tim Harvey in the Team Halfords Peugeot. Howell's teammate Colin Turkington lines up in 10th,
His knuckles have been wrapped after an incident at Thruxton. And then it's Cheltenham's Dan Eves in 11th place in his orange Peugeot 406 Coupe. Aaron Slight starts 12th. Then it's the Honda Civic Type R of Andy Prio, Phil Bennett, David Leslie together. Then it's Carl Breeze and Tom Chilton at the back of the tourers. His times were erased for missing the weighbridge. Fastest in the production class, Kelvin Burt, then James Kay lining up well in the Honda. Norman Simon third in class ahead of Rob Collard's Clio. Now, John B&Q will remain out of action for several months after his Alton Park accident, so Peter Kate finds himself as Jim Edwards Jr.'s regular teammate for Team B&Q York City Racing. That's how the 32 cars line up then for the start of the sprint race here on the international circuit at Silverstone. So we're all set now, the end of the formation lap, and a chance for the drivers to see just how slippery it is out there. And in fact, Ivan Muller's decided to come in and switch onto slick tyres. Now, Chris, this means he's going to have to start right at the back.
Well, that's a very brave move as well. It's very slippery on the racetrack, and Carl Breeze has actually spun off on the warm-up lap as well. So as the cars line up, you can just see how slippery that track is.
So what's going to happen? Reed is also on slick, so's Thompson. Away they go, Warren Hughes and Matt Neal from the front row. A very even start. Paul O'Neill in third. Reed has disappeared from his second row start, getting lots of wheel spin on his slick racing tyres, and that doesn't get him away well at all. Up front it is Matt Neal, who just gets into Copse Corner ahead. Warren Hughes trying to go with him. Good start from Gareth Howell. He's currently running in 5th place behind the Honda of Alan Morrison.
Well, you can see the spray being kicked up. Visibility very poor for the midfield runners and particularly bad for the guys at the back in the production cars.
But it's the tall man out in front, Matt Neal, taking advantage of that pole position. Warren Hughes coming through. Gareth Howell's trying to get past the Honda. The yellow MG just saw him trying to squeeze past into 4th position there. If you look back, you can see he's done it. Good move there for the Team Atomic Kitten driver. And in fact, Dan Eves and Tim Harvey in the Peugeots also trying to make their presence felt. Now it's Matt Neal up front, trying to control the pace in these slippery conditions. Warren Hughes right behind him. It's very slow through Abbey.
Well, this is the first time the drivers have hit the Abbey hairpin at racing speed. Those two have judged it just right. Very, very difficult to judge your braking distances correctly in these very slippery conditions. Now into bridge, almost flat out in the dry. It definitely isn't in the wet though.
No, all fun and games coming into the complex section. Look how far back Reed was there on his slick tyres. He's nowhere. These guys are all on wet, and it's working for them up front at the moment. Matt Neal coming through, Gareth Howell, Tim Harvey taking a very wide line there coming through Priory Corner as we see our leaders come through. There's Matt Neal. Oh, and in fact, we've got some cars off in the background. That is Gareth Howell and Tim Harvey. Well, we said Harvey was going wide. He wasn't meant to go that wide.
Well, I think he followed Howell off there. It's very easy to do that when you're just following the car in front. But look at these two.
Yeah, look at Warren Hughes in the MG. Now on the right-hand side there, trying to find a way past the Vauxhall Astra of Matt Neal. And this is a great battle. Look, you're looking right back from the leader at the car of Warren Hughes. He's got the St George's Cross on his wing mirrors this weekend in support of the English football team, but he wants to get in front here, up towards Beckett's Corner, might try and sneak through here. It's always a bit of a tricky place, and he follows Matt Neal through this section.
Well, don't forget, Matt Neal is running 18 kilos of success ballast. Now, it doesn't sound a lot, but it does make a difference to the acceleration of these cars out of the slower corners. But also it means that the drivers have to brake a little bit earlier. They're stopping a bit more weight. It does look as though Matt Neal is struggling a little bit for grip with his car.
Now further back production class, James Kay's going well in that. He's got the 2 Barwell Astras between him and Kelvin Burt, who's next up in the class. They're all fighting their way through the spray. So far, so good. Not too many dramas. Look at how far back Ivan Muller is. Hasn't really made up much ground as he made that switch to slick tyres. Anthony Reid and James Thompson are both mired there in the midfield. And we've got a battle here going on. Spencer Marsh gets hit by Tom Boardman. Oh, does he get it back? That's quite a bit of correction going on. Bumps over the grass. Yes, he has saved it, but he's lost a lot of places. As a result, there goes Ivan Muller past. Tim Harvey's car just being pulled out of the gravel trap on the outside of Brooklands. Right, here comes our race leader, Matt Neal, still under pressure from Warren Hughes. Now, Warren has to think about this a little bit.
Well, he can see Matt Neal struggling for a grip a little bit there, but he's taken a wider line into that hairpin. He's certainly coming off the corner much quicker than Matt Neal in front of him. Now, coming up towards Bridge Corner, Warren Hughes is accelerating quicker in the MG. Tucks in behind Matt Neal for the time being, though. And now he's looking at the inside, coming up into Priory.
Oh, and he's done it. He's got through. He's on the inside, made that move beautifully. And Warren Hughes outbrakes Matt Neal to take the lead in the MG. Well, we haven't seen anything other than an Astra win a race so far this season. Could this be the chance for Warren Hughes? Never won a British touring car race either, but
Still some way to go in this race, and these conditions can catch out even the most experienced drivers. Matt Neal back in second now. Here's Norman Simon in the battle for the production class. Just ahead of him, we've got Kelvin Burt and James Kay, and Kelvin Burt's gone wide. Where's he gone?
Well, he's just locked his front wheels up there, tucked in behind James Kay's Honda, and you can just see how slippery that hairpin is.
Well, Rob Collard is right behind him now, so Kelvin Burt's got to watch out for that little flying Clio. And into the pits, another production class car. Now, this is Dave Allen. Look at that right rear. He's had a puncture there. Maybe there's been some contact, and it looks as though that's run his race. And look at this one. Even worse. That's Tom Boardman. That left front's not working very well. And another production class car in trouble here. This is Graham Saunders, who's had a spin up at Beckett's by the looks of things. But hopefully without any damage. Just taking out the odd cone or two and rejoining the track. Now back to the battle that's going on. We're in the battle for 8th place here as Dan Eaves and Colin Turkington are hard at it. They've got Phil Bennett in the Proton just ahead of them, and Turkington, the youngster, got into a little bit of trouble at Thruxton, battling with the leaders when he was actually a lap down. Now in a battle for position with Dan Eaves.
Well, again, the MG performing very well there. Turkington takes a tighter line off Luffield. He's gone a bit slower out of the corner and down the straight, so he's tucked in behind the Peugeot for now.
Now here's the battle for second. We saw Warren Hughes go through already in front, but now the two export teammates, Matt Neal and Paul O'Neill, are battling. And look, Matt's a little bit wide there at the Abbey hairpin, lost a little bit of time.
Well, Matt Neal really is sliding that car around. He's struggling for grip. He's dropping away from Warren Hughes, and he just seems to be getting slower each lap.
You can see some of the cars moving onto the wet areas of the track to look after those wet tyres to stop them overheating. Maybe that's the problem Matt Neal's got. Again, he's wide of the apex there, and Paul O'Neill gradually catching up to his experienced teammate. Now, this is the battle in the production class, the white cars, the BMW of Norman Simon. Right behind him is James Kay in the front-wheel drive Honda. And meanwhile, look at the battle now for second place. Paul O'Neill really beginning to put his teammate under pressure. Matt Neal, and surely Matt's not going to be able to hold off much longer here.
Well, Matt again ran wide in the apex there of Luffield corner. Paul O'Neill's tucked in behind as he goes through Woodcote past the pits now. But look at the extra acceleration the other egg car has as he goes past the pits. O'Neill's pulled out, easily outbrakes Matt Neal into Copse.
So the lighter car of Paul O'Neill, using the fact that he's not carrying success ballast, and Matt Neal is, and that's allowed Paul O'Neill perhaps to just have that little bit of an edge as they head up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Let's take another look at it.
Well, here again we're on board with Paul O'Neill going up through the gears. He's tucked in behind his teammate, but he's just can pull to the right hand side, up another gear, and he's just accelerating away past. He's alongside, but on the wetter line he outbrakes him easily.
So, in fact, Matt Neal is now coming under pressure from Andy Prio in that Honda Civic Type R. And Prio now looking for the inside line into Bridge Corner. You don't usually get past here, but all Andy Prio does, he's found a way through. And the man who lives just down the road in Toaster, making full advantage of his extensive circuit knowledge to nip through on the inside.
Well, now you can see the sun is out, and these conditions may look like they should be getting drier and quicker, but these conditions can be a lot more slippery than when it's raining hard.
So the export team keeping a close eye on their men as we now see how James Thompson's getting on. That's Anthony Reid just ahead of him. Now these two guys are on slick tyres. They're battling to get into the top 10. That's how difficult it is on slicks. And look how much work they're having to do on the steering. Now look, James Thompson trying to find a way past. Almost a bit of bumping between the two of them. They're coming through Luffield corner. Reid determined to keep James Thompson behind him, but Thompson's got a good exit, and Reid gets sideways, and Thompson nips through to take the place.
Well, great car control there from Anthony Reid. Not such great car control from these two. Tom Chilton and Dan Eaves bumping into each other there. And look at that, Dan Eaves taking the inside line, but running wide into Luffield, into the Astra again. He can give as good as he gets.
So, battling going on all the way through the field as normal here. David Leslie now, he's going really well. He's set one of the fastest laps in this race. He's on the climb up through the field. And look, that's Matt Neal, 4th position that he's trying to get now. And he started down in 15th place. Oh, he's trying to squeeze through on the inside of Woodcote.
Well, David Leslie takes half a gap there. He didn't need much of an invitation, and he took that place.
Now, in the battle for the production class, it's Norman Simon who leads, but this little group behind, Kelvin Burt in second in the Alpha. There's Rob Collard taking a wide line into Abbey, and James Kay is behind them in the Honda. All of them looking for a little bit of extra grip as the track does dry out, but still remaining greasy. There's Warren Hughes, our race leader, and everything looking good for the MG driver at the moment. On board with Matt Neal, now coming under attack from Alan Morrison.
Well, again, Matt Neal really has overheated his tyres. He's losing grip hand over fist, every lap getting slower and slower, and he's getting passed by car after car.
Well, Morrison gets down the inside. Matt Neal doesn't want to give up, stays with him around the outside, almost contact, but in fact very good driving from both of them, and Matt Neal has to give best to the Honda. But for Warren Hughes, this has been a superb drive, just picking his way through the back markers and everything looking good as he goes on to the final lap now. He's never won a round of the British Touring Car Championship in the past. This is his first full season, but it's looking good for him. And in the battle behind, Paul O'Neill holding on to second place. And look at these two battling for third. Andy Brio has David Leslie catching him.
Well, they're all catching some back markers, some production cars there. They've got nowhere to go. Andy Brio takes the inside line. David Leslie following them very forcefully.
Mark Thomas in the production class gets a little nudge as David Leslie comes past, and Leslie can feel a chance of getting a podium finish here. Here comes Warren Hughes. The Geordie has not put a wheel wrong in this sprint race at Silverstone, and surely he's now going to take MG's first victory of the season and show those Vauxhalls that they don't have it all their own way. Behind him, the battles are still continuing, but Warren's just concentrating on picking his way through the final corner. Now here's David Leslie. Oh, and Leslie's had a run on Andy Brio, and he's got into third place, and there's Paul O'Neill only just ahead. So O'Neill heading for second, but the winner, no doubt about it, it's Warren Hughes. And there is delight down there for the MG Sport crew. Coming through to take second, O'Neill. Leslie takes third. Brio has to settle for fourth after a well-driven race, but Leslie storming along in that Proton.
Well, David Leslie showing all of his experience to pick his way through the production cars and take the place.
But talking production cars, here is the battle. Oh, and Kelvin Burt has completely overdone it into Abbey Hairpin. And Norman Simon saw him coming, stayed well out of the way, and Kelvin went onto the grass. So Norman Simon now has the advantage, and in fact Rob Collard may well take second in the class. Warren Hughes makes it round on the finish of the race, delighted with that win. So the result of the sprint race sees 4 different makes of car represented by the top 4 finishers, and only 2 Vauxhalls in the top 6. The drivers who decided to switch to slicks were never able to make up the lost ground from the early laps. And in fact, Anthony Reid has been excluded for changing tyres on the grid after the 5-minute signal to the start of the race had been given. Aaron Slight was leading independent runner. Norman Simon won the productions. But there's no doubt about the happiest man down there in pit lane. It's Warren Hughes, recording what could be the first of many touring car victories.
So how was that then?
Easy. I'm not trying to be big-headed, but the car was amazing for those conditions. I'm amazed at how well the car was. We thought we might have a bit of a problem with it raining at the last minute, but just shows what a good chassis the MG ZS is. It's just an amazing car.
I kept an eye on the people behind me and I thought, they're not going to catch me, I'll be all right. And then next minute, I was catching him and I catch Matt and I thought, what am I going to do now? Because he's my teammate. I thought, I can't do this. It's like being on television. So down the gears, went down the inside, and I went past and I was like, and then it just kept going, and then they were catching me at the end, and I just tried to look for water to go on the tyres, and then it was just fantastic. Great result for Egg. Cheers, Aaron.
And nice to see no team orders.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There probably was, but I don't care.
15th to 3rd, that's pretty good. We're pleased with that. We said this weekend we made a big step forward, and we're only like 6/10 away from pole compared to like 1.6 or 2 seconds we have been previously. So the boys have worked hard since last race, and you've just seen the results. Absolutely fantastic. Very pleased. Petrol Senior brought on, fantastic job.
So let's take a look at the lineup for the feature race. 10 laps longer and a pit stop to deal with. Anthony Reid's first pole for MG is the first time this year that a car other than a Vauxhall started there. Alongside is Paul O'Neill, and a fantastic third place Aaron Slight in the Barwell car. Next up is Warren Hughes. James Thompson starts 5th again. Alan Morrison maintained the consistency in 6th. Then Matt Neal, followed by Gareth Howell, both former rugby players. Former Renault Spider champion Dan Eaves is 9th. And alongside is the reigning Ford Fiesta champion Colin Turkington. Back on the 6th row of the grid, Oxfordshire's Tim Harvey finds himself next to series frontrunner Ivan Muller. David Leslie's Proton and Andy Brio's Honda are next up on row 7. All 14 cars up to this point covered by just 7/10 of a second. Kelvin Burt is again on pole for the production class, determined to make up for the disappointment of that sprint race. James Kay's Honda, second in class. Alan Blenko and Norman Simon have both qualified well. Spencer Marsh is the fastest of the Honda Accords. but the other three, of Btcc, Jim Edwards Jr. and Mark Thomas, are all together on the grid. Whilst at the back, problems for Rob Collard and Mark Fullerlove, with engine and gearbox disasters, respectively, in qualifying. Well, they're starting right at the back of this 32-car field. So the grid makes its way round on the formation lap behind the pace car. Remember, this is a rolling start for the 25-lap feature race. And we've got the obligatory pit stop to deal with in this one. Now, it's not raining this time. It is quite overcast, cloudy, but everybody on slick tyres, and let's hope we get some good clean racing. It's Anthony Reid on pole position, remember, his teammate Warren Hughes starting on the second row of the grid, Paul O'Neill on the front row, Aaron Slight, the less experienced as a touring car driver. What's he going to do from that second row starting position? Here we go, the lights have changed. Great getaway for Anthony Reid from pole position. Paul O'Neill slots into second, Aaron Slight into third, and behind Aaron Slight there's a whole gaggle of cars fighting for position. James Thompson's in that group. Oh, there's a bit of smoke at the back. Everybody's jostling for position. And here we are on board with Aaron Slight in third.
Well, Aaron Slight just moves to the right-hand side of the road off the racing line just to try and block that car from getting past. That's James Thompson taking the outside line into Beckett's. Now the inside line lost the place there.
So now into Beckett's, into the right-hand part. Oh, and he's been hit. Aaron Slight's been hit by somebody. Tries to get it back. Oh, and he's hit again. It's Morrison. Alice Morrison there in the Honda. Contact certainly on the second stage of that. We'll have to take another look to see what happened to set it off. And I think Slight in dire trouble now. He's dropping back, smoke pouring from that right front tyre.
Well, he's taken a big hit from that second impact on his right corner there, and that's damaged the car irreparably. Now there you can see just after the start of the incident there, Aaron Slight and Alan Morrison coming together. Slight on the outside, but it takes a second hit there. That's what did the damage.
Problems also for Annie Templeton, so she pulls off. We're on board here with Alan Blencoe, and he's passed by Norman Simon in the BMW, who won earlier on in the sprint race. Blencoe turns into the left-hander at Priory. All the cars out of shape, sideways, off into the gravel. And he still keeps it going. Come on, come on. He might be able to get back on even. And now we're on board with Tim Harvey. Still, oh, and he's, I don't know if you got a big wiggle on there. Cross the grass, takes out the hoarding and rejoins the track. Meanwhile, Alan Blencoe is back on. So he did save it, but it's all chaos out there.
Well, you might have guessed the track looking quite slippery. It may be dry, but it's very cold. And these front-wheel drive cars struggling to get some temperature and grip in their rear tyres.
Coming through, we can see Kelvin Burt leading in the production class. Norman Simon has moved up to second place. Everybody making their way through reasonably safely. And here's the battle going on between Alan Morrison and Matt Neal. Ivan Muller's in trouble. He's been pushed wide. And other stuff going on. This is Carl Breeze in his first race in touring cars, remember? Now, let's see what happens here. Accelerate. Oh, he hits Turkington. Turkington, contact. He dives off to the right, but Carl Breeze survived. And in fact, look at this. Norman Simon also getting into a little bit of difficulty here.
Well, Norman Simon took all of the curb on the fast part of Beckett's, but he's bouncing his way through the corner and runs wide on the tight corner now. This is the long, long straight. We'll be losing a few places now.
James Kay, that is indeed, flashing past him, and Graham Saunders in trouble in the Alfa Romeo. Meanwhile, there's Anthony Reid, our race leader. James Thompson into second. He got past Paul O'Neill. I think O'Neill wasn't going to fight that position too hard. This is the battle for fourth in the production class, and look at them all. Rob Collard driving over the grass, trying to get on the inside there of Dave Allen. We've got Peter Kate and Jim Edwards Jr., the two teammates on the outside. Where do you go?
Well, it looks like they're keeping their grid formation, two abreast, one in front of the other. Very difficult stuff.
Now let's take a look further down the order. Dan Eaves, oh, Dan Eaves locking up the brakes, and really locking up the brakes, almost going onto the grass. We did pretty well to save that.
Well, that hairpin is one place you can really push the car to the limit. There's lots of runoff area, lots of room to gather the car back up, but he's certainly lost a lot of time there.
So now let's see if Dan, you can see a bit of damage to his car. In fact, that shouldn't slow him down too much. Now here's the battle between Matt Neal and Alan Morrison. Morrison we saw in that little bit of contact earlier on, and Tom Chilton's in the pits. May well have been some contact there as well, some sort of problem with his car. Meanwhile, Alan Morrison, who had contact with Chilton's teammate earlier, Aaron Slight, Morrison's still running okay. He's in 5th position currently behind the two export cars. There are our two leaders. It's Anthony Reid, chased by James Thompson, and Thompson has just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's putting the pressure on the MG driver. Here come the two export cars, and then it's Alan Morrison. Behind him, it's Gareth Howell, and then the two Peugeots of Eaves and Tim Harvey.
So very, very different conditions now. Dry weather, the track warming up, everyone's tyres warming up. So I think the drivers now getting their heads down and getting themselves onto the pace. And really, Anthony Reid, 1.2 seconds ahead of James Thompson there, looking quite comfortable.
Good run this for Gareth Howell, though. Watch him for a moment, coming under a bit of pressure from Dan Eaves, but Howell very inexperienced in the touring cars. Team Atomic Kitten coming into this season, a race late, of course. They missed the opening round of the championship, but Howell showing well. Now James Thompson continues to apply the pressure. That is the gap. We're looking from the race leader Anthony Reid back at Thompson, and they're both coming into the pits fairly early. It's only lap 5, but both coming into the pits for their obligatory pit stop. 2 tyres will be changed, and they have to come through, of course, on the speed limit. This, Chris, is going to be a battle between the teams.
Well, this is great stuff now. The pressure really on the MG team to turn that pit stop around quickly and make sure that Anthony Reid doesn't lose a place.
Good stop, slid a little bit, but stops in exactly the right place. Now we look from Thompson's car. Look down there, can you see Reid's car? Yes, you can, and it does get away in front again. So the 2 teams very evenly matched in the pit lane.
Very, very good stuff there from both of the pit crews.
Now James Kay on the left trying to attack Kelvin Burt. Kelvin, there's a bit of contact there between the 2 of them. Bowen Kay's gone sideways and he gets into a big slide, spins it right round. I think Kelvin Burt survived. Yes, he's gone wide, but he's got back on again, and that was the battle for the lead.
Well, here we're on board with James Kay. Just listen out there, he's just changed down a gear, locked his fronts up as he went into Cops there and ran into the side of the Alfa Romeo. And here we have a tank slapper spinning around 360 degrees. And there goes the Alfa in the lead, and James Kay gathers it all up and is off.
And Hughes is in.
Correct my driver's side mirror for me as well.
Warren wanting his driver's side mirror readjusted. It's been knocked askew there. It's put back in place. Good clean stop once again for the MG crew. That gets Warren Hughes out, but you know, he's got a lot of success ballast on that car, and he does seem to be struggling a bit in this feature race. This is our new race leader, but he's just running wide. Oh, Paul O'Neill, get yourself back on track, because you've got to look after the race lead with the other guys coming in. Dan Eaves also making his pit stop at this point. There's been some damage there. And look, Paul O'Neill's now being caught again by his teammate Matt Neal. In fact, he's waving him through.
Well, obviously Paul O'Neill struggling a little bit for grip after that off he had there at Cops. He's letting Matt Neal go by, slowing down on the left-hand side. Matt Neal easily takes that place on the inside there. Good teamwork.
So Matt Neal now takes over the lead of this race. These 2 have not yet stopped, remember, but these 2 have. Now they're battling for 10th place, having made their pit stop, but this is a crucial battle, because when everybody else has made their stop, this could well be the battle for the lead again. Anthony Reid versus Thompson, and Thompson's got past. He finds a way through, up towards Beckett's corner. Reid now maybe going to have another little look down the inside. Ooh, there's contact, but somehow Thompson keeps it together.
Well, very, very disciplined driving there from Anthony Reid. I think he could have easily taken James Thompson out there, but he just held back a slight touch. Very professional driving. But certainly before the pit stops, it looked as though Anthony Reid had the upper hand. The tables have turned.
James Thompson in front of this battle, and once everyone else has made their pit stops, will they still be in front overall? The likelihood is they will. Depends how fast those export cars can be over the next few laps. Thompson still has Reid breathing down his neck though. The MG very fast through the sweeper here at Bridge Corner. Now up towards Priory, he goes out wide, and oh, in fact he's gone too wide. Took too much speed in and ended up losing a large number of car lengths there as a result. So bad news for Anthony Reid. Here's that battle up front between Matt Neal and Paul O'Neill. Alan Morrison is now in 3rd place in the Honda, and Tim Harvey's now in 4th in the Peugeot.
So just a few cars locking their brakes up going into that corner there, just showing that they're really coming towards the end of their tyres life. Almost time for pit stops.
Now, when are these 2 coming in? Let's see. Matt Neal and Paul O'Neill stay out there for a little bit longer. No, I think Paul O'Neill's coming in. In fact, Matt Neal stays out. He continues round for another lap, but Paul O'Neill comes in from 2nd place to make his obligatory pit stop and heads down pit lane. Now, nice and smoothly, no mistakes coming into the pits. The crew goes to work, and then you've got to try and get away cleanly, Chris.
Very, very easy to stall these cars. You have to really rev the engine, get the wheels spinning so the engine doesn't bog down. Make sure your thumb is on the pit lane speed limiter. Look at that wheel spin there from Prio.
Yeah, very slippery on the concrete, but he comes out safely. And meanwhile, we're riding on board with race leader Matt Neal.
Okay, Matt, confirmed. Pit at the end of this lap. Okay.
So our race leader now is heading in towards the pits. I hope he stops in the right place in the pit lane. Remember what happened to him at Alton Park, where he made a bit of a mess and went into the Honda pit instead of his own.
Okay, mate, I'm entering the pit lane. Okay, mate, remember your pit lane speed. We are the first team set up in the pit lane. No one else in front of us. We're the first team. There's an arrow pointing to your pit.
Well, quite a few things for a driver to remember as he's on his way down the pit lane to make his pit stop, not to mention which team you drive for.
Well, they're certainly making sure that Matt stops in the right place. He did, I'm glad to say, and he gets away safely. But will he get out in front of Reed and Thompson? That's a bit of a question. Alan Morrison is now leading this race, but look, he's in this incredible battle that's going on here between Peter Kate and Mark Thomas. Those two have got bits hanging off the car. Tim Harvey's running in second place overall, but what's going on here? Oh, Rob Collard lost a wheel a moment ago.
It's a bit like a demolition derby. That's what you get when you have some slippery conditions. Things drying out now, but a lot of these cars really walking wounded.
Well, poor Rob Collard not having a particularly good day. Here comes our leaders into the pits then. Alan Morrison in the Honda, followed by Tim Harvey in the Peugeot. Morrison certainly having a good run here today. Let's hope the ex-motocross star can keep it together for the rest of the race. Now Thompson is our race leader. In fact, Matt Neal has rejoined behind his teammate Paul O'Neill. That puts this man up in front. He's going past this battling duo of Peter Kate and Mark Thomas, gets past them safely. And Anthony Reid, you can see, has dropped back a little bit. Look in the background, there's the MG, now running in second position. And we have to wait a while to see the two export cars. And in fact, Paul O'Neill is now running in third, ahead of his teammate Matt Neal. So it's all changed around again, but these two who we saw battling for position, they are now 1 and 2 in the race. And here we are, Paul O'Neill versus Matt Neal. Matt Neal trying to go down the inside into Abbey, locks up the brakes, sneaks through on the inside. That would be embarrassing if they'd hit each other.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time teammates have taken each other out, but they managed to get through unscathed. Very good driving there from Matt Neal.
Oh, it's a bit slippery out there. He's got his windscreen wipers. That's Tom Boardman. Well, not only his windscreen wipers, he's all over the place. Look, trying to get back on track. Lots of tyre smoke, but there is some rain around, and it has made the track quite slippery in places, as Tom Boardman just found out. Tim Harvey's taking advantage of that. He always likes the slippery conditions, and in fact, he's putting a bit of pressure on the Astra head, and in the background, I saw one of the Hondas in trouble there. I think it was probably Alan Morrison.
Come on, Paul, keep it going, mate. You're doing great. Come on, mate, one more lap.
Well, Paul O'Neill getting encouragement from the team. Marvin Humphreys on pit wall. Yes, look, there is Alan Morrison in dire trouble with that right front wheel.
Yeah, they've got a wheel coming off there on the right front, but these conditions just about stabilised now, but very difficult to gauge how much grip you've got. Extremely easy to overdrive, just as easy to underdrive, and it's very difficult to find the right balance.
James Thompson seems to be getting the balance just about right. He got past Anthony Reid after the pit stop. The car's been working perfectly since then, and he's managed to pull out quite of an advantage. Let's watch on board.
James Thompson there just using his left foot on the brake to help him just check the speed a bit going through Bridge Corner. Unusual rally driving type technique there. James Thompson also rallying this year, but doing extremely well now in the British Touring Car Championship on the tarmac at Silverstone.
He is indeed doing extremely well. He's heading for his third win of the season, and this should also put him in front in the championship chase. Remember, he had engine problems at the start of the year. That might come back to haunt him, but for now it's all good news here at Silverstone as James Thompson takes victory in round 8 of the series. The feature race is all his, and Anthony Reid comes through to take second place for MG. So a good run for MG here today, a win and a second place. Third position for Matt Neal ahead of his teammate Paul O'Neill, and Tim Harvey in the Peugeot, the winning independent in this race. James Thompson's delighted though. After the break we'll hear from the man himself. So James Thompson is the first driver to win 3 races this year, but MG's form at Silverstone will give the Astra drivers plenty to think about in the coming weeks. Normal service is resumed in that feature race with the Vauxhall on top, but pushed hard by the MG of Reid. The export teammates 3rd and 4th. First independent home, Tim Harvey. A recurrence of the qualifying session engine problem for Ivan Muller relegated him to 10th, and in the 2 races here he scored just 3 points. Kelvin Burt took the win in the production class in the Alfa 156.
Fastest lap and a win, how easy was that?
It was quite difficult in the early stages. Anthony had a fair old pace on, so I had to get my head down and try and catch him up. The guys did a great job at the pit stop. It was very evenly matched. And yeah, we just hunted him down and overtook him.
I really gave it my best shot, and I had an incentive to do so because my teammate showed me up in the first race by winning, so there was pressure on to win that second race. It was looking good before the pit stop. I could keep James behind me. The car felt great. Came in, excellent pit stop, got me back out in the lead, effectively on the track, and but the car never felt quite as good as it had been before the pit stop. So James was just a shade quicker.
Happy to have 2 results really. A 6th I wasn't too pleased with in the first one, but it's a result, and it was it was up there. And the 3rd, it's on the podium. Fantastic.
That was a superb win. Lots of tussles.
Yeah, I had a good fight with James. He's very quick in that Honda, but we led all the way. It's good. I had a little bit of a dice with him, then he spun and had a clear gap to the end. So that's the result we'd been looking forward to all weekend. Plan went a little bit wrong in the first race, but a 3rd and a 1st. I've never sat in the car before this weekend, so team are happy, and I'm quite satisfied with that. So.
And also pretty satisfied is James Thompson, winning that 2nd race, the feature race. He's never won the British Touring Car Championship. He was 3rd overall back in 1998, but he's certainly going well this season in that huge battle with his Vauxhall teammates. From our 3-way tie at the top of the table, James Thompson's emerged as series leader by 4 points from Matt Neal, but Ivan Muller has suffered at Silverstone, is now a full 18 points off the series lead. James Kay continues to pull away from the rest in the production class, but Spencer Marsh is proving fast and consistent in the Honda Accord. In the touring teams battle, Export scored better than Vauxhall Motorsport here at Silverstone, but remains 2nd overall. And in the Manufacturers' Championship, Vauxhall still way ahead, almost exactly the same number of points scored by both Honda and Proton here at Silverstone. So the lineup for round 9 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship sees Ivan Muller on pole by nearly a second, thanks to a last lap charge, with points leader James Thompson next up and Paul O'Neill in 3rd. Colin Turkington has gone down with food poisoning, so Howell moves up to 4th, Matt Neal is 5th in the Astra, and David Leslie 6th in the Proton. Killylee's Alan Morrison is 7th, Phil Bennett is next in the 2nd Proton, former champion Tim Harvey is in 9th place in the Team Halfords Peugeot. His recently acquired teammate Carl Breeze is next, followed by those 2 MGs of Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid after their qualifying dramas. Barwell Motorsports' Tom Chilton is 13th, ahead of Andy Prio in the Honda, then it's Aaron Slides and troubled Independent Cup points leader Dan Eves. Pole in the production class has gone to German racer Norman Simon in the BMW. Alongside is Mark Fullerlove in the Peugeot 306, then it's Jim Edwards Jr. and Peter Kate. 2 more Honda Accords come next to Spencer Marsh and Mark Thomas, but I think the spectators' interest in this class may come from the back, where the 2 big rivals from Thruxton, James Kay and Gavin Piper, will start together, both having failed to set a time in sprint race qualifying. Watch for the fireworks between Honda and Alfa Romeo.
The MG Atomic Kitten driver Gareth Howell has moved up a place on the grid. He's now up to 4th, and that's because his teammate is rather ill. Gareth, how disappointed are the team not having 2 drivers out this morning?
Absolutely gutted, myself and obviously the team as well. We both had such a good qualifying session yesterday, both on the front couple of rows for race 1 and 2, so it would have been fantastic to just have us here, especially with the works team being at the back as well. It's always a one-up for the guys, and yeah, it's a massive disappointment.
How well are you and the car suited to Mondello?
It's very good. If we struggle anywhere with this car, it's with the power. But the car itself, the MG, is just a dream to drive. It's handling-wise, it's fantastic. Being a tight handling circuit, it's faultless. Really, it's just so easy to drive, and it's effortless.
Now, you had a podium finish here last year in the production class. What are your chances for the same again?
I also threw it off while on my own in the production class as well in the second race, so I don't want to do that again. But yeah, it's a difficult circuit to race on. It's so tight, and I'm just glad that we're up the front, so hopefully we're out of the midfield melee, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of action anyway.
Have a good race. Thanks. Now, of course, ahead of him are 2 of the championship favourites, James Thompson and Ivan Muller, and we've seen some battles for them already. And to add in a little bit of spice, it's raining around the back of the circuit.
Well, thank you, Vicky. Yes, indeed, it's going to be a little bit tricky out there this afternoon. Weather conditions have been changing all weekend. Let's see what happens in the sprint. Problems already, I'm afraid, for Aaron Slight. He had problems in qualifying, and he's still got some sort of electronic trouble there. He's pushed away. We're all set for the start of round 9 of the championship. Here we go.
Good start for Ivan Muller, gets away well. O'Neill a bit slow, and Matt Neal certainly pushing. Further down there you could see the BMW of Norman Simon. Look up front, Gareth Howell going around the outside of James Thompson and trying to go around the outside of Ivan Muller. Neil and Leslie battling. Oh, and that's Phil Bennett on the grass, so's Carl Breeze. Where do we look next? Up front, it looks like Ivan Muller's got away, but Gareth Howell definitely into second.
Yeah, that was a great start by Gareth Howell. I mean, a rookie this season, and obviously first time probably at this circuit, certainly in a touring car, and he's driving his socks off. But there, look how wide he gets into that turn there as the car gets very loose as he changes down the second and gets hard on the brakes.
Well, Ivan Muller's made exactly the brake that he needs. Remember, this car's pretty light, minus 24 kilos after all his problems at Silverstone last time out. He's determined to make up for that awful meeting he had in Northamptonshire. But Gareth Howell in second, holding off James Thompson, the points leader in the series.
But of course, James Thompson running with the most weight on the car, did a fantastic job in qualifying to get the car up there. This is a tight circuit, and here we see on board with Ivan Muller, the poleman, and there you see O'Neill very slow away, and Matt Neal gets away, a great dive there through the middle, pushes Leslie aside, and now on the outside you'll see Gareth Howell. There's a very interesting line round the outside, and there in the background Matt Neal leading on David Leslie and getting up to 4th place.
So great move that from Gareth Howell to get into 2nd place ahead of James Thompson, the 21-year-old from Bromley in Kent, first season in the Tourers. But look back down the field, good battles. Alan Morrison in the Honda going well in front of a whole group, and then Norman Simon in the BMW leading in the production class. But here is our race leader. It is the Frenchman Ivan Muller, won both races at Mondello last year, and now looking set to open up this advantage. Oh, we've got problems for Mark Thomas. Something bad has happened there. Let's take a look in the background. There he is running wide.
Yeah, well here he comes out of the paddock bend, and there just gets a wheel out on that outside curve, just loses the grip, and around the back comes, and unfortunately straight into the barriers.
Battle for 7th here. Alan Morrison with Tim Harvey right behind, and then it's Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there between Harvey and Morrison. Really getting a little bit physical now. What's going to happen? Harvey's got the inside line, and Morrison trying to fend him off, but he can't.
No, Morrison got compromised there, unfortunately. He just got the car in the wrong place. Harvey did a great job there, putting a lot of pressure on Morrison, and therefore was able to force his car, the Peugeot, down the inside of the Honda. But as a result, Morrison's now lost 3 places.
Battle for 2nd in the production class. Peter Kate with Mark Fullerlove, and look, just behind that, it is Gavin Piper trying to go around the outside of Jim Edwards Jr. Now, Piper started at the back of the grid along with James Kay, so that's brilliant. He's really moving up, and he's up to 4th position in class already. Now we're riding with James Thompson in the battle for 2nd place with Gareth Howell.
And just look at the pressure Thompson is putting on Howell. Look at the lines he's taking. He's turning into the corners a lot earlier, and he's certainly turning a lot earlier into that corner as he gets down inside of Howell. Howell leaves the door wide open, and Thompson takes his opportunity.
So we have the 2 Vauxhall Motorsport cars running 1st and 2nd now. Ivan Muller, look back there, we can see James Thompson in a safe 2nd place, so Gareth Howell still in a very strong 3rd position. And up into 4th now is Matt Neal. He's just gone past Leslie.
And here we see the replay there. Going into Sport Island turn, he gets onto the brakes very late. We know the Vauxhall's good on the brakes. Matt Neal looked very strong there. He just dives down the inside, compromises Leslie, and gets the run out of the corner. Thanks very much, he says.
Quick thank you indeed. And the 2 Hondas are now hard at battle. On the inside there, Alan Morrison. On the outside, it's Andy Prio trying to find way past his teammate. And we've got Warren Hughes in behind him as well. Dan Eves in the Peugeot. It's all getting very close and tight between these guys. Prio just getting ahead of his teammate. Well, there's Norman Simon. He's leading in the production class in the BMW. He's had a couple of wins already this season. He's opened up quite a healthy advantage in class. Now we're on board with Matt Neal, and now he's trying to find a way past Gareth Howell in 3rd.
Yeah, just see that, Gareth Howell getting on the brakes and getting the car snaking as he just tries to turn the car into that 2nd gear corner. Matt Neal, though, into Sport Island. Yet again, he gets past the car. Last time it was David Leslie. This time it's Gareth Howell.
Well, he's very good into there, isn't he, on the brakes. And Matt Neal making the most of the Astra Coupe. That puts him up into 3rd position behind Ivan Muller and James Thompson. Good drive this from Matt Neal, but on board with James Kay. Now watching the battle for 2nd in production class, Mark Fullerlove and Gavin Piper just ahead of Kay. Oh, and Piper gives Fullerlove a bit of a push there.
And of course Piper's got to be very careful. He had a 1 race ban after the incident at Thruxton when he was had out for pushing off James Kay, so he's going to have to be a very careful boy today.
He is. Battle for second, James Thompson, Matt Neal, then it's Howell in fourth. Battle for fifth here between David Leslie in the Proton, trying to defend from Paul O'Neill. And look at David Leslie's passenger side window. It's almost falling onto the tarmac.
Yes, that's normally an offence which would get the black flag, but I guess because it's on the outside of the circuit, possibly the clerk of the course hasn't seen it.
Well, he's probably seen Mark Fullerlove walking away from his Peugeot, another DNF to add to his tally this year. Look at this battle. Oh, and Thompson's indicating he's allowing Matt Neal to go into second place. Well, he must have some sort of problem with his car to allow Matt to go through. He's gone through safely. Oh, and on the right, that was Muller. That was Muller. Matt Neal suddenly leading this race. And from being in third place, Muller's got a problem.
That's unbelievable. Muller, we've seen this already this year. Remember at Alton Park, the car just stopped. And now we've got the safety car out as well. So Matt Neal has gone from third to first place in a matter of about 300 metres.
Well, he must be amazed, as everybody else is. There are problems, and Vicky's trying to find out what's happened to Ivan.
Can you just tell us what happened to Ivan?
Well, we don't know, but the engine stopped is the basic outcome of it. We don't know why, it's an electrical problem or something like that, but it's a bit of a disaster for him, really. He's not having a very good year in terms of reliability, so we'll find out when the car comes back in, when the race is finished, but that's the outcome of it. He's out of this race.
He's out of this race, so is Mark Fullerlove, but it has been a tough season for Ivan Muller.
Yeah, but at least he went further than France did in the World Cup, Ben.
Well, that's right. Well, now, of course, Matt Neal's got the job of leading this field away on the restart. Here we go, all set for the green flag. We're on board with David Leslie, and now he's beginning to hound Gareth Howell. Howell certainly learning from the old pros here in touring car racing what it's all about. He's still trying to get on the podium, and so far so good. He's fending off Leslie.
Yeah, but it's difficult. I mean, it's a tight circuit. You've got to protect your lines. There's a lot of opportunity to overtake, and you mustn't lose momentum. But so far, he's done an absolutely brilliant job.
So Matt Neal and James Thompson, these two at the top of the points table and looking to score well here again, and that really is painful for Ivan Muller as he sits on the sidelines after dominating the early stages of this race. Matt Neal now defending from Thompson. Now we've learnt from the pit lane that Thompson indeed does have a gear change problem. That's why he allowed Matt Neal to pass him, but he doesn't seem to be slowed down too much, does he?
Possibly it's freed itself up. Sometimes you get these little glitches, especially with the gearbox. But he's also driving with his head, Thompson, of course, because he is trying to win the British Championship for the first time. And you've definitely got to get the car home. To finish first you must finish. And that is definitely the case today with Thompson.
So Matt Neal in control, looking for his second win of the season. Thompson still there, and off into the gravel has gone Norman Simon. Well, he was leading in the production class, and the safety car has to come back out again to deal with the stricken car, and that's disappointment because he had a healthy lead before the safety car period. That bunched them all back up again. Something obviously has gone wrong in the meantime for Norman Simon, and he's now out of the race.
Here we are on board with Bullman. This is what went wrong. Simon gets it wrong into turn 3, probably the trickiest corner on the circuit.
Problems also for Alan Morrison, some sort of engine malady I think there, and Dan Eves also off the track, and they're reporting a brake problem that's seen him go off to the sidelines. Not having a very good weekend. He's leading the independent points tally before the start of this race. This is going to put pressure on him in that championship. Now we're ready for the restart again. Second restart in this race. Here goes Matt Neal. James Thompson chases after him, and then it's Gareth Howell who's now under pressure from Paul O'Neill. O'Neill actually had nipped past Leslie just before the safety car came back out there. So now Gareth Howell's got to watch out for the second export car. Prio just getting a little bit of a push wide there from Anthony Reid, but no major problems as they come out of turn 2.
And just look at the dust on the track there as you see at turn 2, because the cars are taking a lot of track as they turn in there, taking a lot of curb, a lot of grass, and that's making the cars very loose as they come out of that corner.
Norman Simon out of his BMW, disappointment for him. Now we're on board with James Kay, looking at Phil Bennett just ahead, trying to make up some lost ground. There's Gavin Piper ahead of us, and Gavin now leads in the production class. So these two had such a battle at Thruxton, which caused problems afterwards, now together on track again. Our race leader is Matt Neal, James Thompson. Oh, battle for third, Howell versus O'Neill, and they've gone right out to the edge. And look at Leslie. Leslie's nipped through on the inside there, and David Leslie in the Proton moves up. Howell's definitely got some sort of problem.
Yeah, so we're on board here. I just think O'Neill probably just didn't have enough of his car in front of Howell, and just tried to turn into the corner, took Howell's line, and sort of a racing incident really, and they clashed. And obviously Howell has suffered some sort of terminal damage and he's out of the race. Very unlucky, lost third place.
Matt Neal, though, looks set for victories on the last lap of this sprint race. James Thompson keeps the pressure on, but I don't think he's managing to do anything on this last lap to get back past Matt Neal. It's going to be 1-2 for Vauxhall and a third place for Proton. Matt Neal's driven superbly. Of course, it's helped him that Ivan Muller went out of the race after he was dominating the early stages. Neal wins, James Thompson takes second place, and David Leslie comes through, delighted to take third place. That's his third podium of the season. Great effort from him, but Matt Neal, the lanky Midlander, is very happy with that result. Poor Gareth Howell, after such a strong showing, has to sit it out at the finish. And for Team Atomic Kitten, great disappointment. Gavin Piper wins in the production class after a storming drive from the back. Oh, and Tom Boardman just managing to pass James Kay on the line. This is a replay. Take a look at that. He was really excited about that. Kay obviously having some sort of problem there on the final lap. Well, Matt Neal is celebrating. He's delighted in the championship. This makes a big, big difference. The season opener at Brands Hatch seems a while ago, but Matt Neal has backed up that win with success here at Mondello. Thompson's second place keeps the points battle between them very close indeed, and David Leslie on his third podium finish for Proton. Paul O'Neill going well, but up from 12th. Reed did well to finish 5th, ahead of Andy Prio, who moved up from 14th place. Top independent was Tim Harvey, while the production class victory went to Gavin Piper. After having to miss Silverstone, that's good news for him. James Kay's third place in class further extends his point lead over Marsh. Well, there's no hiding how pumped Matt Neal is with this second win of the season, ahead of his closest points rival, James Thompson, who lost 5 points earlier this weekend for having more than the allocated number of engine changes in a season. Matt is over the moon.
Third road to a win. Excellent.
Yeah, I was hoping for a podium just in that one, so just pick up some points, and I thought, well, it was Ivan's race really, but I'm not going to give it back. We needed that one.
A little bit disappointed in a way, because I think we had the pace to, once Ivan had gone, I think we had the pace to win the race. But like I say, we got through to the end and scored lots of points. So very pleased. Tinge disappointed. Would have been nice to win the race with maximum ballast, but we'll take those points and go on from there.
When the safety car came out the second time, going into the last corner with the yellow flags out, Paul decided to dive down inside and give me a big bash. My only worry then was he'd managed to bend the steering or something, but we managed to survive. And on the podium.
You were having a stonking race, had a good lead.
Yeah, I was quite quick. I do the best lap of the race. I was second lead of the race, and I just at that point I was decided to lift off a bit the throttle to slow down a little bit my speed and reach the end of the race. But again, didn't happen.
Gareth, not quite the finish you were expecting.
No, it was going so well. It was just a brilliant race. I was enjoying it. I was enjoying being at the front with the likes of James and Ivan. But just wasn't to be. We were unlucky. We got a great start, and it's a shame we couldn't finish it off, because I think a podium would have been realistic.
And for the first time this season, pole position for a race has gone to a driver carrying maximum ballast from the previous event. James Thompson has a space alongside him where Colin Turkington's brilliant second has been negated by food poisoning. Matt Neal is in third, and then Gareth Howell light after a non-finish. Reed is in fifth place, ahead of Liverpool's Paul O'Neill. The fourth row sees Alan Morrison's Honda, and alongside the Astra of 17-year-old Tom Gilton. Phil Bennett's Proton is next, and then it's Tim Harvey starting in 10th position in the Peugeot once again, but all the way back on the 6th row of the grid, his teammate Carl Breeze is joined by race 1 loser Ivan Muller. Andy Prio and Aaron Slight will be anxious to move up quickly from row 7, but David Leslie, Warren Hughes and Dan Eves will also be in the mix after their problems in qualifying. Norman Simon has taken a double pole in production. James Kay starts up front in class, while Mark Fullerlove will be hoping not to add to his string of DNFs. Alfa Romeo versus Honda Accord on the 11th row, then it's Jim Edwards Jr. and Peter Kate, while Tom Boardman starts 8th in class. Gavin Piper will have even more laps to work his way forwards this time, but he carries the full 42 kilos of success ballast, so it's going to be tough for the Scotsman.
Well, it's tricky conditions down there on the grid at the moment as the cars line up. We've just had a shower, Will. That makes the tyre choice quite tricky indeed. Now, some of the front runners, I think, are still on slicks. Thompson's still on slicks. One or two of the others have already changed onto wets.
Now, of course, the other thing is the drivers, a lot of these drivers don't have experience of this circuit in the wet. So sometimes circuits change their lines. You know, you've got a different line round. Perhaps you take an outside line round a corner. And there you can see the dry part of the circuit where the cars are standing. You can see how fresh that shower is. So it's going to be a bit of a voyage of exploration for some of these drivers.
Coming down to the first corner, but you can see how much wetter it is even down there. I wonder what James Thompson's thinking now, coming around in pole position for this race, but of course now seeing that it is very slippery.
Bring him straight in. I can hear you, we're just discussing, hang on. You're bringing him in now? Yeah. Remember what happened with Ivan at Silverstone? You get right at the back of everyone and you just lose so much time following all the production cars. Jimmy, can you...
Well, interesting discussion, of course, similar to the sprint race at Silverstone, where Muller came in and put slicks on. But this, of course, the feature race, they will have to make a tyre change anyway.
Yes, and so they've got to make that within a window between 5 and 18 laps. But I think actually the interesting here is we know that the Vauxhall team usually makes some very good calls, but obviously a bit of confusion here, coming in and changing onto wets.
Yes, this is the end of the first of 2 formation laps. They've given them 2 formation laps to get used to the conditions, and in fact both Thompson and Matt Neal deciding to come into the pits and put the wet tyres on. Well, that's going to make life difficult. They'll have to start behind everybody else on the track, but behind everyone. Here comes the safety car. Oh, and Gareth Howell's deciding to change tyres as well. So Anthony Reid, who was 5th, now effectively has pole position for the start of this race, and he will lead them round. Remember, it's a rolling start, and he gets on the gas as he comes out of Dunlop corner and leads Paul O'Neill across the line in 2nd place, Alan Morrison in 3rd, but it's tricky conditions. Let's watch them all down to Hewlett-Packard corner.
And of course it takes more than 2 laps to warm these wet tyres up, and they've got to be very careful. And there you see Morrison and Chilton both get their braking points wrong, run wide on the grass and into the gravel, so they've lost a lot of time.
Gareth Howell still to get going. Now he does. He came in, of course, to change tyres. That's really going to hurt his efforts as he tries to move back up the field. Now, Anthony Reid is our race leader. Paul O'Neill in 2nd. Phil Bennett's running well in 3rd place. Tim Harvey is in 4th. And then we've got the Honda of Alan Morrison being chased already by Ivan Muller. Now, Muller started down in 12th, Will, but watch his charge as James Thompson also having to come from the back.
Of course, Thompson's got a lot to do to get past this traffic. And there in front, Saunders just loses it into that tricky turn 3. So you come in 5th gear, or 4th gear probably in the wet, down to 2nd, and the back just swaps ends.
Well, Thompson did well to avoid him, so he survives as Reid leads O'Neill. There's Phil Bennett in 3rd place. Tim Harvey using that wide line into the first corner, but this is the man to watch at the moment. Ivan Muller on a charge, and now in 5th place chasing after Harvey. Let's watch from on board Matt Neal. He was another to change onto wets from the pit lane, so he has to work his way past a lot of the production cars. And just ahead is Carl Breeze, the only tourer to start this race on slicks.
And look at it, he's absolutely tiptoeing around the circuit. He can just carry no speed through the corners. But sometimes, you know, sometimes he can just work out for you. The whole history of British Touring Car Championship has been littered with drivers making those strange choices and the weather coming back to them.
Well, Muller's just moved up into 4th. Look at that. And the track, you know, it's beginning to dry out a little bit. The sunshine is coming through once again. And this place dries out incredibly quickly. So Reid now might even be thinking about looking after his wet tyres, although looks like a fairly conventional line for the MG driver. Yet to win a race this year, although he has seen his teammate Warren Hughes take success at Silverstone at the last meeting. Paul O'Neill, and look at this, battle for 3rd. Ivan Muller on the charge again, and just about to find a way past that Proton. Look at the background, has he got through? Oh, they're side by side, but I think he might complete it on the way up to Dunlop.
Yes, Muller having a very good drive there, much quicker through that paddock turn there, and just carries more speed, therefore gets past Bennett.
So, 3rd place from 12th on the grid, that's pretty impressive. James Kay in the Honda leads the production class. Mark Fullerlove in the Peugeot runs 2nd, and the BMW of Norman Simon is in 3rd position. Kay looking for yet another victory to add to his tally this season. Now, up front, Reid still with his healthy advantage, but Muller's on the attack again. Here he comes. It's now on Paul O'Neill, and this is for 2nd place already.
Yes, in fact, looks like O'Neill there just moved over to allow Muller to come through, so that's good team driving. Obviously, he knows Muller was a lot quicker, and it's much better in those circumstances probably just to sit behind the faster car.
Well, he's so good in these conditions, is Ivan Muller, but watch this battle in the production class now. James Kay versus Mark Fullerlove. Fullerlove went out in the sprint race, remember. Now let's see what he can do. Oh, Kay gets it out of shape this time. not common to see him make a mistake like that. Full enough trying to get alongside.
Yeah, the car gets so loose there as you come up that rise in turn 3, as you just change down, and as you change down, the front of the car just noses forward a bit and it unsettles the rear, and that's what you're seeing happening there with the Honda.
Now back to the leaders, and Yvan Muller has caught Anthony Reid. He is absolutely flying. Oh, and he's got down the inside into the first corner. A bit of bumping and boring going on. Squeezes Reid out, gives him room again. Now into the left-hander at turn 2. Oh, Muller settles back. He decided not to fight it all the way.
Yes, that was great touring car racing by Muller and Reid there. Just Muller leaving just enough room for Reid, but Reid getting the place back.
Now, important stop here. James Thompson has come in. They've put that car onto slicks, and he's back out again, so he's decided that the track is drying out considerably, and you can see that dry line. Now Tim Harvey in 4th place, but Aaron Slight on the attack. Battle between 2 independents here, both running well in the Independents Championship, and Aaron Slight takes 4th place away as James Thompson on his slick tyres now, remember, trying to get past Prio, and Prio makes a mistake.
Yes, Prio runs wide there, just possibly. Sometimes, you know, as a driver, you look, if you've got a car closing on you quickly, you look in your mirror and it takes you quite by surprise. You just miss your braking point by 2 or 3 metres, and that's enough to send you wide.
Now here's that battle in the production class. All 3 cars are pretty close together now. Kay, Full of Love, and there Norman Simon. So this is a 3-way battle for the lead as Matt Neal comes into the pits to go on to slick tyres as well. You know, James Thompson is absolutely flying out there. He's chosen his moment brilliantly, and he's the fastest man on track on slicks, so surely the other leaders will be in soon.
Of course, it's down to the pit crew to give that information to their driver. They should be telling Reid that really James Thompson's Vauxhall is lapping so much more quickly than his car that they should get him in as quickly as possible.
While Yvan Muller's come in, you saw him dive into the pit lane, and this is the Triple Eight team going to work to get their man back out. Now, we saw how quick Muller was going. He was challenging Reid. This stop is vital for him. If he can get back out when Reid makes his stop, Muller may be able to take over the lead. Now we're on board with Jim Edwards Jr. working his way up through the field. Oh, and there's a mistake just ahead of him from Alan Blenko. He runs wide out of paddock corner, has to back off, and that allows Jim Edwards Jr. through safely. So picking off the places one by one, and now charging onto the pit straight in his attempts to move further up in that production class. Our race leader is now coming into the pit, so Anthony Reid heads in. That means the new leader is Paul O'Neill, but look, well, Paul's actually under threat from 2 production cars.
That's amazing, yes, but O'Neill, it really is extraordinary that these cars have not come in for slick tyres, because quite clearly the track has now got a very dry line.
Anthony Reid makes his stop, crucial now to get back out in front of Yvan Muller. Remember, Muller was only just behind Reid when they made their stop. They're getting the tyres changed, putting the slicks on.
Great attention to detail there as they push the wing mirror back into its normal position. They've already been knocked in that incident with Muller.
But there's a problem on that left rear. It's taking a while, finally. Look at that, nearly 20 seconds. And that surely means that Reid will come out behind Muller, and he might well come out behind Thompson, 1 or 2 others as well. And Tom Boardman saying, come on, Paul O'Neill, race leader, get on with it. I'm faster than you in my production car.
Well, we certainly know that's Tom Boardman, because you know he gesticulates like that all the time. And yeah, look, he's getting past O'Neill. So O'Neill really is struggling on these wet tyres.
Well, Gareth Howell has just been struggling coming out of the pit lane.
And here we say, yes, the replay turning into the first corner. Hewlett-Packard, this long hairpin. As he turns into the corner, you see the back just coming round. Remember, he's on absolutely stone-cold tyres on a slightly damp track.
Paul O'Neill at last having a set of slicks fitted. He certainly needs them. Warren Hughes coming in just behind him. Oh, and Tom Chilton's gone off into the gravel. Let's take a look at the replay. This was into Dunlop.
Yes, for some reason the car just didn't turn, so whether he's got some sort of problem or not, or whether he just missed his braking point, I don't know, but that's him out of the race.
Safety car back out again. Boy, this safety car's done almost as many laps as the race cars today. We've seen so much action out there. It is Yvan Muller who leads. Now, after this initial round of pit stops, we've got an idea that Muller and Thompson and Prio and, in fact, O'Neill, amazingly, are all ahead of Anthony Reid, and that shows you how much time the MG Sport crew lost in the pits. And Anthony Reid, our early race leader, now way down the field, and it's looking good for Vauxhall Motorsport.
It certainly is at the moment, but the race has got a fair way to go yet, and of course the effect of the pace car is to bunch the field up again, and everybody's got to fight for their position.
The green flag waves, and we get under racing conditions once again. Yvan Muller leads from James Thompson in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, Andy Prio. This is a brilliant performance from Andy. He started in 13th place. He was one of the first to change onto slicks as well, and now he's looking at a possible podium finish.
The podium in the production class also being battled for here. Kay versus Norman Simon. Gavin Piper, despite that 42-kilo penalty for winning the sprint race, he's got into the mix as well. He's now third in class as Simon keeps the pressure on James Kay. And now we're back with Matt Neal trying to make up ground, trying to pass Alan Morrison, and he dives down the inside. Oh, it's getting physical out there.
Yeah, Morrison left the door slightly ajar there, but Neal rudely opened it. He just left enough chink of light there just to dive through on the inside. And there, Simon just flies off at Paddock Bend. That's extraordinary. Looks like he put an outside, a rear right tyre onto that white line, and that's just because still damp from the rain.
Well, look at Ivan Muller. He certainly has driven superbly well in this second race, but will it hold together for him this time? Oh, Mark Fullerlove's off again. Now what's happened? Looks like there's been some sort of contact with somebody that left front. This is the replay from on board Edwards.
And here we see Fullerlove makes a dive, a dummy move as it is, as you turn into Bahrain Benz, and there he makes contact with Spencer Marsh. I think that was a bit opportunistic and clearly didn't have the car further enough down the inside to claim the corner.
Safety car's out now. Look, Anthony Reid's past Paul O'Neill and Matt Neal behind him. Let's see what happened when Anthony went through.
I think it happened here on the fastest spot of the circuit, 120 miles an hour. As you brake heavily here for the turn 7A and 7P, he just gets down the inside of Neal and grabs fourth place.
Norman Simon's car being towed away. That's the second non-finish here in Mondello for him, but we're under racing conditions once again. Ivan Muller trying to pull away from James Thompson. Look at Andy Priaulx in the Honda, under attack from Anthony Reid, and Reid now trying to force his way through on the inside. There's a little bit of a nudge there, up towards turn 3. Reid trying to go around the outside. Oh, Priaulx launching himself at Reid, pushes him wide, and that's Matt Neal on the inside. Matt Neal taking advantage of that, and Andy Priaulx now trying to defend from the export driver.
Yes, it's really frantic stuff. Andy's bumper there looking askew already, and the more contact there as they exit turn 3.
Well, this is an amazing battle for third. Look at it, Priaulx still holding on to it. Reid's on the left of the picture, then it's Matt Neal and Paul O'Neill absolutely together. Oh, and now Reid's got down the inside of Priaulx.
And just look at Priaulx's car, a lot of damage there at the back. Clearly he's been hit by one or two cars and definitely struggling now with some sort of problem.
Oh, and also struggling the other Honda, the production class car of James Kay. He was leading the class. That means Spencer Marsh in the Honda Accord is looking for victory in this race, and he's got a bit of distance between himself and Jim Edwards Jr., so he just has to hang on for the closing part of this race. Ivan Muller in great shape here. He's still in control. He's dominated this race ever since that pit stop when he managed to get out ahead of Anthony Reid and ahead of James Thompson. But look at this battle for third. Reid's on the grass again, trying to, and he hits O'Neill, and now it's Matt Neal in third, but Reid's trying to get that position back. The checker flag's out. Muller wins it. It's a 1-2 for Vauxhall Motorsport, and it's Matt Neal who takes third. Reid gets fourth, just ahead of Paul O'Neill. My goodness, what panel damaging incident we saw there in that battle for third. Well, just didn't know which way it was going to go, but great drive from Muller.
Yes, well, that was a great drive from Muller, as you said, but fantastic. The fact that the pace car there bunched the cars up for the last 3 or 4 laps.
Spencer Marsh wins in the production class. Good effort from him. Jim Edwards Jr. and Peter Kate coming through in second and third place, with Tom Boardman just behind. But Irish eyes are smiling for Ivan Muller. We'll hear from him after the break. Denied the win in the sprint race when the car stopped, Ivan Muller has shown his class once again by winning the feature race from 12th on the grid here at Mondello, maintaining his race-winning record on the Emerald Isle. Muller's third win of the season is vital in terms of his championship hopes, but chief rivals James Thompson and Matt Neal have appeared on the podium in both races here, despite hefty success ballast. Reid's fourth place salvages something after a disappointing weekend for MG, while Paul O'Neill has been consistent in both races. Aaron Slight won the independence battle after Tim Harvey was excluded for changing tyres too late on the grid. Spencer Marsh has taken his second production class victory of the year in a Honda Accord 1-2-3 in that category. But we finally have a happy Frenchman.
Ivan, that's much better.
That's much better, definitely. I was waiting until the last corner, something happened, and I was all my ear was open, all my sensitive on my body was ready to anything. But now that time I was more lucky than before.
That was quite an exciting start to a race.
Oh, dear me, I feel like Penelope Pitstop. Outrageous. Yeah, I was going to put wets on before the first 5-minute board, because I could see the rain coming, so we didn't put them on, and then that was the wrong call. Oh, I didn't know whether I was coming or going. It was outrageous. So, but the lads did fantastic jobs with the pit stops. I mean, we were dead last, and we come back and we finished second. So, fantastic weekend really. We've had obviously a very heavy car all weekend, maximum ballast in the first, and then pretty much maximum ballast in the second. So take 2 second places, a pole, and a second on the grid. So it was a great weekend, but I tell you, that was a hell of a race.
There was an almighty bun fight for third place towards the end.
It did get a bit busy for a while on the last couple of laps with the Honda, Andy's Prelau's Honda, Reedy's MG, and I got Paul in the other egg car. So yeah, it was kind of fraught for a bit.
Third place seemed yours, and then it all went wrong.
I tell you what, the racing now is like it used to be in the old days of, the glory days of super touring. It really is getting very, very good. I had a really strong tussle with Matt and a number of other cars, and I really thought I had third in the back, but Matt stole it off me by nudging me wide in I think it was the final hairpin. Ironically, MG corner.
We've been very fast all weekend, bar the mishaps in qualifying. We've been very competitive, and I keep coming forward to the front of these races, and in testing I was quick. So Honda are knocking on the door now, and we need a bit of luck, and when that does happen we're going to be very competitive.
Matt Neal has turned the tables in the points, helped by that 5-point penalty for Thompson for an extra engine change. Muller needs some of his bad luck to move elsewhere, but he's still in touch. Warren Hughes will be disappointed to have gained just 5 points from Mondello. James Kay maintains his healthy lead in the production class, but Spencer Marsh is proving his ability and consistency at each event, as is Jim Edwards Jr., who racked up a useful 20 points here. Vauxhall Motorsport leads the Touring Teams Championship, but it was Team Halfords that really lost out in Mondello, Tim Harvey's exclusion, meaning no points at all from the feature race. It's been a tremendous weekend for Vauxhall, adding plenty more points. Proton outscored Honda here, but remain in fourth.
For round 11 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. And it sees the 2 heaviest cars on the front row of the grid, courtesy of their success at Mondello. Thompson pipped Muller, but Andy Priaulx in third place and Alan Morrison in fourth proved that the Hondas are going to be a major threat. Anthony Reid is fastest MG in fifth, ahead of the tyre wall bruising Matt Neal in the Astra. Colin Turkington is top independent in seventh, Warren Hughes is eighth, and the Proton of Phil Bennett is ninth. In 10th place, it's Cheltenham's Dan Eves. He's the second fastest of the independent tourers on the grid. Driving the Team PSP Proton, experienced Scot David Leslie is 11th, ahead of Kiwi Aaron Slight. Then it's Bromley's Gareth Howell and Merseysider Paul O'Neill. Tom Chilton's car suffered a minor glitch. He had to sit out the session. Tim Harvey blew an engine. Carl Breeze failed the ride height test after clipping the tyre barrier. James Kay heads the production class ahead of Gavin Piper, Norman Simon and Spencer Marsh, who carries maximum ballast. Fuller Love's Peugeot lines up ahead of the Alphas of Saunders and Blencoe, while Jim Edwards is in company with the Civic of Dave Allen. Failing to make the grid at all, Australian Hyla Bree suffered an engine failure in the second Team B&Q car, and Rob Collard's in the same boat, the Clio's engine again causing problems. So we're all set for the 15-lap sprint race to get underway here. James Thompson versus Ivan Muller on the front row of the grid. Here we go, action underway. Thompson trying to get off the line. Muller smoking those front tyres as he pulls away, but Thompson definitely with a slight advantage as they head down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Muller in second place, then it's the 2 Hondas. Andy Priaulx just sneaking into third place ahead of his teammate Alan Morrison, and Thompson's got the start that he wanted. Slightly lighter, remember, some 12 kilos lighter than Ivan Muller's car, and he's got the advantage coming up through the chicane, so Thompson will be delighted with that. Heading up towards Tower, but there's Aaron Slight in trouble. He's gone wide at the first corner.
Yeah, Slight's gone inside Leslie at the first corner and not really given David any room, and then cut across him and basically taken himself out of the game there.
Now here are our 2 leaders. It is James Thompson, Ivan Muller. One of the Hondas is missing. That was Morrison that came through. Andy Priaulx was not there. There's David Leslie with Colin Turkington alongside, but one of the Hondas definitely not there any longer. There's Alan Morrison. Andy Priaulx has dropped right back. You can see him in the background. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, Priaulx spins through the chicane. I think this is lap 1, and it's possibly a standard front-wheel drive problem, which is the rear tyres stay cold for longer than the fronts, and the car got away from Andy there.
Well, he got away, but he got it back into the race, didn't he? There's his teammate Morrison. Priaulx managed to recover amazingly well,
and he's still in this race, but a long way down the order, having qualified in third. Morrison himself coming under some pressure now from the MG of Anthony Reid. Reid yet to win a race this year, but that puts him up into third place. Good move down the inside.
And Anthony came from a long way back there. That was quite a surprising move. I think he caught Morrison unawares there.
So Reid up into third, Morrison now fourth, Warren Hughes right there in fifth place. So Morrison's going to have to watch out for the second of the MGs here as Gavin Piper takes the lead in the production class, gets past the BMW of Norman Simon. Simon always very quick off the grid with the rear-wheel drive BMW, but Piper now ahead in the race. Thompson leads, Muller in second, then it's Reid, then it's Morrison. Oh, and Warren Hughes gets a bit sideways on the brakes down into Clairvaux. Now look back for Andy Brio, there he is, down in 13th place, a long way back as we ride with Warren Hughes.
Yeah, bumpy here, leading through the chicane, which is a challenging part of the circuit. Very fast through that chicane. Be careful not to drop on the grass on the exit. Fairly long straight here up to Tower Corner. There's a big bump under braking, which you might just see there.
Yeah, that's Hughes dealing with it quite well at the moment, but not well enough because here comes Matt Neal. Matt Neal slides down the inside, and that was another good move from the lanky Midlander who needs some points. Now, battle for fourth in the production class going on here. Tom Boardman versus Alan Blenko in the Alfa Romeo side by side. Good battle. Kelvin, you drove the Alfa recently. What advantage will it have?
It's a very nice all-round car. It doesn't really have any vices. Lovely gearbox, good brakes, very strong engine and good handling balance. It's all round a very good car.
Well, it worked for him there. Blenko takes fourth in class. The leaders in the Tour has come through. Anthony Reid still has Alan Morrison behind him. Now Matt Neal is up a position, of course, up in fifth place. Colin Turkington has a little look behind David Leslie. Sensibly doesn't try to go down the inside. Oh, and there's something going on. Yes, indeed, Phil Bennett in the other Proton is spun at the hip and he's got going again. I'm not quite sure what happened in the battle. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, so Neal, following Bennett, dives very late into the hairpin. It's not really on that manoeuvre there. It's a very tight corner. A little bit naughty, Paul O'Neill.
Well, the team probably got quite a good view of that, Kelvin, because that's the corner nearest the pits. Oh, and O'Neill's in bigger trouble now. He's spun down and look under the car. Fluid. Looks like oil coming out from under the car.
Yeah, and he cuts the corner there. I think we can safely assume that he damaged the sump possibly on the curb, cutting the corner, and there you see the oil burst into flames. Fairly spectacular.
A spectacular exit indeed for Paul O'Neill, and of course it's laid a lot of oil down on that part of the track, and here comes Carl Breeze going through that. He didn't know where to go, did he? Complete smoke screen and a slippery track. No chance. So Paul Carl Breeze down there at that first corner, and in fact look, the safety car's coming out. The two leaders have gone through ahead of the safety car. They're on the oil, they're slithering around all over the place as well. Better be careful here, boys. And even there, Muller you can see running a bit wide. The safety car's picked everyone else up, but Paul O'Neill's out, and I think one or two others went off on that oil as well. Let's take a look. Tom Boardman went a bit wide. Jim Edwards definitely went wide, and I think Spencer Marsh was in there.
Yeah, Edwards lucky not to roll over there. A lot of cars roll in that gravel trap, which is particularly deep.
So he's got away with it on this occasion. And in fact, it looks as though they've finished the clear-up operation down there. We're almost ready to get this race underway again. It's still James Thompson leading, remember, from Ivan Muller in second place. Safety car heads into the pits. 1-2 for Vauxhall Motorsport at the moment, but Anthony Reid is right behind them in the MG. And now, in fact, Reid's coming under some pressure from Alan Morrison again for that third place. So the two Vauxhalls got away well, and Anthony Reid now defending third position from the Honda of Morrison. Then it's Matt Neal just behind those two, running in fifth place. But Thompson once again making an excellent restart, and Muller's going to have to pull something special out of the bag if he's to take the win here.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that oil at the first corner, which could serve to spice things up further.
Yes, they've tried to clear it up, but you can never get rid of it completely, that's for sure. James Thompson ahead of Muller. Look at Reid, look at Matt Neal. Matt Neal's driving around the outside of Alan Morrison. Well, that's a brave manoeuvre. They're banging door handles here. Morrison's determined to get him back. Now through the S's, and still Matt Neal's just got the advantage. He gets ahead. That was good stuff, and here comes Warren Hughes.
Yeah, Morrison lost momentum there, banging with Neal, and Hughes took advantage around the outside. A fairly brave manoeuvre on that fast part of the circuit.
Now battle in the production class. Where's Gavin Piper gone? There's Kay, there's Simon. But where's the Alpha of Gavin Piper? He seems to have dropped back down the order. Let's take a look. This was on board Piper.
This is in car with Piper on the restart after the safety car pulled away. Just heading into the chicane here. And yeah, he suddenly slows and pulls over to the left. Suspect some problem with the car there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he made a mistake anywhere, does it? The car seemed to be tracking. Oh, somebody's made a mistake here. That's Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton, the youngster. Well, he's got his driving licence now, but that hasn't helped him here, has it? He's taken out the tyres. That's down at the first corner again. That's where it seems to be causing all of the problem. Oh, and again, look. Smoke and oil fire under the car. He may well have done the same as Paul O'Neill. And I think that's the end of Tom's race on board with Graham Saunders. Now Saunders was having a go.
Saunders diving inside to the first corner. Remember, the oil's still there from the previous incident, and he's on it there and into the gravel. Another car into the gravel on the exit, and there you can see the fresh oil from the other Astra.
Yeah, Tom Chilton's car laying down a whole lot more oil just to make it even more exciting at that first part of the lap. But he did manage to survive. He's still in the race. Meanwhile, so far so good for the leaders. Ivan Muller. We had a little think about it down the inside there, but there is a bit of smoke coming from the back of the Astra. This is the battle for third. Anthony Reid and the MG just ahead of us here. We're on board Matt Neal.
Neal following Reid down the front straight into corner one. Again, remember the oil there could cause some drama. He's not really close enough to have a go there. Both make it through. Oh, no. What looked okay, he then got onto the oil and slid wide. Will he get going again? Yeah, down to first gear and away he goes.
Well, Matt Neal's not having a very good afternoon at all, is he? Made a great pass around Alan Morrison earlier on, but there's Tom Chilton getting out of his car. And look at this battle, another youngster, Tom Boardman, the 18-year-old. Oh, he's lost it, he's gone. That same oil that we just saw Matt Neal going off takes out the tyres as well. Well, the crowd are having a great time at this part of the track, Cal, because all the entertainment's happening right in front of them. But I have to say, for the moment, it's good news for James Thompson and for Ivan Muller. They look set for a 1-2 here. Anthony Reid still running in third, and this is the view from his rear wing.
Yeah, the two Astras in front seem to have it all under control. Reid trying to stay in touch on the front straight here, just crossing the start-finish line, approaching first corner.
Coming down into this corner where we've seen problems, comes down on the brakes. Oh, he's got a funny line. Oh, he's gone off. Reid's gone off now. What is going on? But that, he didn't spin it there, Kelvin. He just seemed to go straight on. So that was a little bit of a strange one. We're watching James Kay, who is leading in the production class. He's still got the BMW of Norman Simon, but that incident of Reid was a bit odd.
Yeah, very strange line. He seemed to veer to the right before he even approached the corner. Maybe something broke on the car there.
Well, here are the two Vauxhalls, nothing broken on those still. And this is Morrison running wide, still in the battle with Warren Hughes, but now he's lost another place to David Leslie. And look at, it seems to be handling a bit strangely, this car. Seems to be bouncing around a lot. That seemed to contribute to him losing a position there as the Proton team watch on. David Leslie's progress is good. We're on board now with Ivan Muller, down to the corner where Anthony Reid went on. And in fact, Muller's slowing. Muller's going very slowly here. He can barely turn it into the right hand. Look, he's crawling round. He must have a puncture, surely. That left front, yes, look, it is punctured. And Ivan Muller in trouble again. Well, how many times have we seen that this season? Ivan Muller in a top position and something goes wrong on the car and he's got to go almost the whole way round the lap to make it back to the pits. Kay still leading in the production class here ahead of Norman Simon. Seems to be relatively settled. Warren Hughes battling with David Leslie, and here comes Alan Morrison. And Morrison in the Honda has Turkington behind him. We're on board Morrison.
Yeah, there's definitely something not right with this car. The way it's porpoising and bouncing up and down. Perhaps a broken damper at the front.
Well, it does look very strange, doesn't it? We'll try and keep an eye on it. He's got his teammate Andy Priaulx right behind him now, and that's pretty impressive because Priaulx spun on the opening lap and dropped down to 13th place. So we've got other cars off. Hal Harvey going off on the grass there as well. So two off on the right. And in fact, Matt Neal was involved in that, and he's putting off into the pit lane on the left there. So disaster indeed for Matt Neal. And Ivan Muller, that punctured tyre, he couldn't make it back to the pits. He's out of the race. Here comes Priaulx. Andy Priaulx managing to find a way past his teammate Alan Morrison, and that car still bouncing around all over the place. So that puts Priaulx up into 5th, although he's still having a go at trying to get past 4th place man Warren Hughes here. Turkington just ahead in the MG, and he's going to have one of his best results. We're into the closing stages, and Simon gets past James Kay, going on to the last lap for the production class battle. And that's a good move for the BMW driver, but the Tourer winner already making it round to the checker flag. It is James Thompson. Second place will go to David Leslie in the Proton, and that's his best finish of the season. Colin Turkington a superb third, and Priaulx takes 4th on that last lap.
So Prio did manage to get past Warren Hughes as well in a tremendous recovery drive after spinning on the first lap. Here comes Norman Simon then, having made that move just at the right moment. He takes the victory in the BMW in the production class, and James Kay gets pushed back to second. Still, he'll be reasonably pleased with that. Another useful batch of points, as will James Thompson. Very valuable indeed. His win earning him a crucial 17 points, courtesy of pole and fastest lap as well. David Leslie celebrates Proton's best finish to date. Turkington's third place and win in the independent class, only his third finish of the season. Prio matching his best of the season despite the spin. Aaron Slight's seventh place and second in the independent class puts him clear of Harvey in the point standings. Simon earns his third win in the production class to match James Kay's tally, but Gavin Piper was out of luck after leading the early stages. It's win number 4 this season for Yorkshireman James Thompson, as the 28-year-old continues his campaign for his first ever British touring car title.
That was a pretty spot-on race. Pole, fastest lap and win.
Yeah, it was fantastic, I have to say. It was brilliant. We had a good run at Mondello. Aside from all the pit stops, to come here, particularly my home circuit, I've had so much work this week with the press and all that. It's nice to actually do well in front of your home crowd.
There's been a lot of action out there, a lot of people having problems, and they just didn't keep their head on. What I had to do was stay in there, keep working hard, keep passing people when the opportunity arrived, and take some extra opportunities when they fell off on their own because they just weren't too clever.
I was in 9th place throughout most of the race, and I was just sort of holding my ground, saving my tyres because things were getting a wee bit tight, so I just was going to let it settle out and see what was happening. And then I seen, I think it was Jan with his flat tyre, and a few of the MG boys had problems, so I was just biting my time and passed a few boys around the last few chicanes, so I really am chuffed, it's brilliant.
We didn't expect really to win here. We just could rely on our reliability, and what happened, I think James had a gearbox problem at the end. I could stay with him all the time, but he was quite a lot faster, and I really had to push hard, and I wanted to stay there in case something happened now, and we were lucky, the one who get through it without a problem, and Piper was obviously the quickest of us all. He retired of an engine failure, and so we were lucky today. We were unlucky at Modelo, we were lucky today.
Thanks, Vicky. Yes, it's time for the feature race here at Croft, and on pole position, James Thompson's currently on target for a 100% point score, but it'll be tough to beat his teammate, who starts a full 66 kilos lighter after his non-finish. Prio starts third once again, ahead of Honda teammate Alan Morrison. Silverstone race winner Warren Hughes is fifth. Matt Neal is sixth and desperate for points, but Mondello adversary Anthony Reid is just behind. Dan Eves is top independent qualifier in 8th. Paul O'Neill is 9th, and independent points leader Aaron Slight is 10th. Gareth Howell is 11th in the Team Atomic Kitten MG, and next up are the two podium finishers from the sprint race, David Leslie and Colin Turkington. Tim Harvey's car is still undergoing repairs and he hasn't made it onto the grid, nor has Tom Chilton, who's had an engine change since the sprint. Gavin Piper earned pole for the production class, but his engine problem means he's withdrawn. Kay therefore heads the class ahead of Simon, Fuller Love in the Tech-Speed Peugeot, and Marsh in the Honda. The two GA Motorsport Alphas of Blencoe and Saunders on row 12 ahead of Jim Edwards and Tom Boardman. Mark Thomas will be hoping to go further than the one lap he managed earlier on. Dave Allen is alongside, and Annie Templeton rounds out the field. So the car's coming around, ready for the rolling start. Tim Harvey joined from the pit lane, so he will have to start right at the back of the field as James Thompson tries to get away now from Ivan Muller. But remember, Muller's got a light car, James Thompson's got a heavy car after winning the sprint race and picking up the maximum ballast, but still Thompson gets out in front. Muller into second place. It's the two Hondas again running third and fourth. Andy Prio ahead of his teammate Alan Morrison as they head down towards one of the fastest sections of the track, up to about 120 miles an hour here, and then onto the brakes down into Tower Corner.
Yeah, and remember there's that bump under braking, which you can see more with some cars than others. A little mistake from Thompson, runs wide, and Muller gets inside him.
So Muller now, with a chance to get past there, and that's Thompson on our left. We're on board Andy Prio in third place, and there goes Muller taking the lead from his teammate. Well, Thompson might have expected that, I think, with the lighter car for Ivan Muller in this race, but I'm afraid there's problems for Tom Chilton. They changed his engine, but there's some sort of oil leak that they just can't seem to cure now, and what a disappointment after getting it ready. Tom Boardman's off in the BMW. Well, he's flying across the grass, gets back on again. He's certainly in
plenty of action today. He's knocked one of the tyres loose. Oh, and I think that's caused problems for Dave Allen. I don't know if they made contact. It may just have been that the tyres moved. Allen had nowhere to go, so he looks like he's set for retirement. Battle for 5th here. Hughes versus Matt Neal as the leaders come through. Hughes in the MG, and Matt Neal desperate to get some points up the inside. That was good.
Yeah, good move from Matt. Took Warren by surprise there, and it is a very tight corner, that hairpin.
So it is Ivan Muller pulling away at quite a rate from James Thompson with the heavier car. He can't quite sustain that pace. Prio's in 3rd, and this is Alan Morrison. And there is that battle. Now Matt Neal ahead of Warren Hughes, as we saw, diving past at the hairpin. But Hughes won't want to let him get away. He wants to try and keep on target and put some pressure on the Hondas himself. Right behind him, he's got Anthony Reid, his teammate. Hughes, the only MG driver to have won a race this year. In fact, the only non-Astra driver to have won a race so far this season. Here comes Matt Neal again, now putting the pressure on Morrison. Oh, and Hughes has gone off in the background. Far too quick in.
Yeah, Matt Neal took a lot out of Morrison there under braking, and Warren tried to take it a bit more, but obviously that was too much.
Well, that's a shame for Warren Hughes. Drops him well down the order. I think he should be able to rejoin. Matt Neal looking for every way to get past. Meanwhile, Dave Allen has come back in. He's not happy at all. He says hit the tyres, they'd been knocked all over the place, and there is Tom Boardman making his way back in as well. So disappointment for those two production cars, and that's Thompson. Thompson going very slowly. He was running 2nd. He's being passed by everybody, and there's obviously some problem with his car. Well, for Muller it was a puncture. I don't know what the problem is here.
Is it misfiring? Sounds like a misfire.
Well, it could be. It could well be that Thompson has got some sort of engine problem, because he's just not on the pace at all. And in fact now our race leader, this is Muller. It's not Thompson. Thompson hasn't made it round yet. Muller's decided to come in at the earliest opportunity here. Dives into the pit lane. Right, so they're looking for a good clean stop. He came in from the lead, quite a good advantage. 1 or 2 other cars coming in. Matt Neal coming in just... Oh, they've got a problem. They dropped it off the jack too fast. Now finally they can get it. Oh, and this car's coming down, nearly makes contact with Gareth Howell and with one of the Protons. Very close.
That was very close. There wasn't anyone actually controlling that Astra, leaving its pit there.
Well, finally they do get away cleanly. Phil Bennett gets out safely. Now here's Thompson. They're changing the tyres, but I think it's more serious than just a tyre change.
Yeah, it sounded to us as though the engine was misfiring on his in-lap, and he was moving slowly. Yeah, bonnet up.
Big inspection going on there. We're on board with Matt Neal. He's been into the pits. Oh, he's been hit. Somebody's hit him. Who's that? Who's around behind him? Oh, it's Anthony Reid. Reid has given him a friendly little tap at Tower.
Quite a robust move there from Anthony.
Well, it's certainly got him through into position. This is Andy Prio, and he's leading the race, but not for long, because he comes into the pits to make his pit stop now. Now, this is absolutely crucial. Remember, he was 2nd before Muller came in, took over the lead once Muller made his pit stop, and a brand new pair of front tyres going on board. That looked pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of revs away, which helps to heat the tyres. Remember, most of these cars are front-wheel drive.
On board now with Ivan Muller. Now, is Prio ahead? Yes, he is. Look, just coming out of the pit lane. And Ivan Muller just flexing his muscles a little bit there as he sees the challenge that awaits him to get past that Honda. Look at Reid. Again, just a little bit of contact there on Dan Eaves. Almost the same move that he made on Matt Neal a lap earlier on. Here is our new race leader. Not having stopped yet. You see he's still got the yellow strip above his name. That's Alan Morrison out in front through this very fast section.
Yeah, a good shot of the car working very hard through the fast S's there. 2 6th gear right-handers, and then immediately on the brake for Sonny.
Now we're on board with Matt Neal. We saw Anthony Reid get past Dan Eaves in that Tim Halford's Peugeot a moment ago. Look how close they get to the tyres through the chicane. And now this is an opportunity for Matt Neal. Now we've seen him go around the outside already here today. He's going to have another go at it. He did it on Alan Morrison in the first race. He's trying. Where's the Peugeot? Can't see it. Must have got past it, surely.
Yeah, you see Matt checking his mirrors there just to make sure that he's past the car. Good move around the outside.
Into the pits comes our race leader then. Alan Morrison now makes his pit stop. Listen to him rev that engine. Really revving it hard, making sure he doesn't stall it. Lots of wheel spin though as he gets away. But now we're on board with Ivan Muller. The car up ahead, the orange Peugeot, is actually in the lead at the moment. He hasn't stopped, that's Carl Breeze. But these two battling for 2nd. Oh, and Prio's just managed to hit the tyres and it's pulled his bumper off.
Yeah, if we look closely there, he did actually catch the tyres with the left side of the bumper, and is it now causing a problem? You can see it's fouling the rear tyre, causing a lot of smoke.
Meanwhile, James Thompson's car gets pushed away. There is the leader in the production cars, that's Norman Simon.
Unlucky, what seems to be the problem?
We just had a misfire. I let a van through at the start of the race, down as the other corner they call Tower, and I was just hoping to just keep a nice, obviously with the car being as heavy as it was, just keep going and hopefully try and finish on the podium. But just when I thought it was all going so well, we got a misfire, so another retirement, I'm afraid.
Well, that's one retirement apiece today for Muller and Thompson, but Muller still wants to win this race. He's still got a chance to do that, but he's got to find a way past a very smoky-looking Prio, down the inside into Tower Corner. Oh, and that's, in the background, that's Carl Breeze, who was leading, getting out of the way a bit, but a bit too much there, and Muller goes ahead. So he is now the race leader. He's ahead of the Honda of Andy Prio, and Muller has a great opportunity to close that points gap back up.
Yeah, good move by Muller down the inside into Tower there, and we saw Breeze go off in sympathy on the outside. He's just rejoining now.
Well, Breeze having a better run this weekend than he has so far. Early days still for the man who won the Formula Renault Championship last year. Big change to drive a touring car, but had a good run in that first race, getting third in the independence class. Back with Ivan Muller, and right behind him still is Andy Prio. Well, perhaps the gap opening up slightly now. Here's Norman Simon in the BMW. Very experienced German driver, 25 years old, but he's raced in all sorts of sports cars.
No clutch at all, no, not at all. Keep it going, Alan, keep it going.
Oh, well, we were listening to the radio there. That was Alan Morrison, and he said he had some sort of clutch problem, and he's being passed here by Anthony Reid, and I think Matt Neal was squeezed past as well. So Morrison, his car obviously not at its best.
Yeah, he lost 2 places there into Tower, where you need to go down from high speed, maybe down through 4 gears, so obviously lacking the clutch, he could be struggling there.
Well, he's struggling, and that brings Reid up into 3rd place, Matt Neal up into 4th position. Both out to make up for disappointing sprint race here, where they didn't get a finish, didn't get any points at all. Meanwhile, this is the battle for 11th that's going on. There's Aaron Slight. Now, of course, he's doing well in the Independence Championship at the moment. He's up against fellow independent Gareth Howell here. Looks as though he might have a good run on the Team Atomic Kitten car. Yes, he's got down the inside, and Aaron Slight takes that place away, and some more valuable points in the class going his way. Tim Harvey, by the way, started at the back, but it's still, things are not going at all well for him this weekend, and it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to challenge Aaron Slight at the top of the championship table this time. Back with Norman Simon, car bouncing around a little bit.
Yeah, remember, this is the production class. They're not as highly modified as the touring class, and consequently they look more like a standard car.
Well, this doesn't look too good, does it? This is Matt Neal, and he's pulled right off.
She's a goner, mate. She's gone at the end of the straight. Yeah, we saw that. Bad luck about that. Did your best.
It's an engine that's gone for Matt Neal, and that really is a huge story in terms of the series. He scored no points here this weekend, and he came in with a 1-point advantage in the championship. So a disaster for Matt Neal, but he'll just have to hope for better things next time out. Andy Prio comes through in 2nd position, still the bumper trailing. We've got a battle between the 2 Protons and a loose bonnet on Phil Bennett's car. That's not going to help him, particularly in a straight line.
No, it would harm the aerodynamics, would increase the drag quite a lot, obviously trapping air into the engine compartment.
So he has to give way to his teammate David Leslie. Leslie was 2nd in the sprint race, remember, but that means that he's carrying a lot of ballast, some 30 kilos of ballast in this race, making his life a little bit more difficult. Ivan Muller, he's running a light car. Didn't get a finish in the first race. That means he was able to take out a lot of weight, 24 kilos from the base weight, and he's taken full advantage of that here. Pulled out quite an advantage over Andy Prio in 2nd, but that bumper doesn't seem to be causing the problems it did earlier.
No, obviously it's not a performance-related part. It's only cosmetic, and Andy's doing a good job of staying with Muller.
So the top 2 come through. This is the battle for what is 4th place now, because Alan Morrison's dropped back behind these 2, and that's Dan Eves in the orange Peugeot and Colin Turkington in the yellow and black MG. Now, just coming around the hairpin, in fact, there is Morrison. Morrison going very slowly. In fact, look, it's just idling along. He's got no throttle, has he?
No throttle, and I think we heard him say on the radio clutch problems also.
Yeah, clutch
Not
earlier.
So well.
Now it looks like throttle is, forget it, Alan, forget it. There's not much point continuing now, but his teammate's doing okay. As we're watching this battle, there goes Eves, there's Turkington, the battle for 4th place. Turkington closing down a little bit, but Eves doing a good job of just maintaining his pace and not getting flustered by the fact that the MG's close behind. The youngster Colin Turkington won the Fiesta Championship last year, moved up to the Tourers this year. Big jump, but I have to say, he's been very, very impressive. Fast in qualifying at Mondello and proving to have race pace here at Croft. There is Dan Eves, more experience at this sort of level than Colin Turkington, but both of them driving well.
Yeah, and obviously hoping to impress the works teams. They're both battling for the lead of independence.
Indeed, so here are the works teams. That's Ivan Muller ahead of Andy Brio. I thought Andy might drop away more, but in fact, if anything, he's closed up again.
Yeah, doing a good job. Of course, Ivan doesn't need to press that hard, but he does need to press hard enough to get away from the Honda.
Well, it is the last lap. It looks good for Ivan Muller, and he's going to take the checkered flag as he comes through this time. Muller wins the feature race here at Croft, with Andy Brio taking his best result of the season and Honda's best result on their return to the British Touring Car Championship under the new regulations. There goes Anthony Reid coming through in 3rd place, but it's Ivan Muller who takes the win and Norman Simon who takes the win in the production class. He'll be delighted with that, 2 wins in the production class today for the BMW driver. And perhaps a vital victory for Ivan Muller. We'll hear from him after the break. Andy Brio has one of the biggest smiles of anyone here at Croft as he climbs up to receive his trophy for 2nd place in the feature race. A hugely popular result. Ivan Muller is perhaps a little less ebullient. However, Muller's 18th win in his 5th season of the BTCC keeps his championship hopes alive. Honda's first podium visit of the year was gained on merit, and it was so nearly backed up by 4th for Morrison. Dan Eves won the independent class for the 2nd time this season, and Turkington backed up his 3rd place in race 1 with 5th in the feature. Both Protons finished in the points. Aaron Slight did enough to maintain the independent points lead, and Norman Simon has taken the double with the production class win in both races, as points leader James Kay achieved yet another podium.
The pit stop was a bit of mess. I lose quite a lot of time there. But on the end we win. That's the most important thing, and I have to say well done and thank you to my guys, because they changed the engine between both races, and that is a real performance.
I'm delighted. Fantastic result for the team. We really pushed hard for it this weekend, and the guys have turned it around, and they've nearly won a race. We led for a long time, and I was really pleased. Everybody's done a fantastic job. Well done to Honda, Arena, and all my mechanics and engineers.
A little bit of a disappointing weekend. I mean, we had a blowout whilst running 3rd in the first race, so a lost opportunity there to bag some points while the Vauxhalls tripped themselves up with mechanical issues. But yeah, very pleased with the way the MG's developing, but as you can see, some of the other manufacturers are starting to get quick too.
I was trying to concentrate and think about the championship, but Jimmy's got a nice little lead now, and Ivan's suddenly back in the running, so, you know, I think pressure's off a little bit for me, and I'll just hang in there and see what it comes.
I think we really need it. I think we didn't have a weekend this year so far where we finished both races, and now having both won, it's just great for the team, for everyone. I mean, we've been through some hard times the last race, and it was just great today. It was just perfect.
Having arrived at Croft 1 point off the lead, Thompson is now ahead by 17 after Matt Neal's miserable weekend, and Ivan Muller has closed up in 3rd. Brio has leapt from 7th to 5th, only 8 points behind Reid, and Proton driver Leslie is now 7th ahead of Warren Hughes, who's been hit by a 5-point deduction for using a 5th engine this year. James Kay maintains a 37-point advantage in the production class, but Simon has moved up to joint 2nd, tied on points with Marsh but ahead on number of victories. Jim Edwards is only a further 3 points behind, but despite his pace, Gavin Piper earned just 1 point this weekend, and Rob Collard failed to start either race after engine problems. Vauxhall Motorsport picked up 15 points in the Touring Teams Championship, but Export collected only 5. Honda has now moved ahead of Team Halfords into 4th, the points in this championship being scored on the result of the feature race only. Having taken 11 wins in 12 races, Vauxhall dominates the manufacturer's battle, but MG actually scored more points than Vauxhall here at Croft, the efforts of Colin Turkington being particularly valuable.
In the Independence Cup, former joint leader Tim Harvey failed to score at all in Yorkshire, so he drops to third behind his teammate Dan Eaves. Aaron Slight now enjoys a 7-point advantage, having finished second and fourth in class here at Croft. Tom Chilton was particularly out of luck, but Carl Breeze gave his points tally a healthy boost. Yes, let's run through the grid for this 13th round of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. The extra point for pole has gone to Matt Neal. The title rival James Thompson was only a fraction of a second slower. Paul O'Neill lines up third ahead of the heavily ballasted Andy Prio in the Honda Civic. Warren Hughes is top MG ahead of Gareth Howell, who is the fastest independent runner for this race. Back on row 4 is Croft feature winner Ivan Muller, now carrying 42 kilos of ballast. Reed carries 18 kilos in the MG. Colin Turkington is 9th and Alan Morrison is 10th after a damper problem in qualifying. The top 11 cars qualified within 1 second of each other, and that includes Reigate's Tom Chilton, who has the experienced Tim Harvey right with him. The two Protons of David Leslie and Phil Bennett are next, followed by independent frontrunners Dan Eaves and Aaron Slight. Norfolk driver Carl Breeze had engine problems, but Gavin Piper sailed to a production class pole in the Alpha ahead of Mark Fullerlove's Peugeot and points leader James Kay. Croft double winner Norman Simon is next alongside Graham Saunders with Dave Allen and Spencer Marsh on row 12. Fourth in the points but only 10th in class is Jim Edwards, disappointed, as is his teammate Hyler Breeze, who was unable to set a time due to engine problems, but he will race this time thanks to the loan of an engine from the guys at Beacon Motorsport.
Right, we're all set. It's absolutely beautiful weather here at Snetterton. Boiling hot. It's going to be very warm inside those cockpits. The sprint race gets underway, and it's a good start from both front row men, James Thompson and Matt Neal, trying to get away. Matt Neal on the left-hand side there as they head up towards the first corner. James Thompson will try and go around the outside. Can he hold him off? Look in the background, Alan Morrison on the grass trying to come up towards that first corner. But I think they've managed to all get through there fairly safely as Matt Neal comes back. They're still side by side, and Neal just takes the lead as they come out of Sear. But James Thompson's coming back at him again.
Yeah, they're side by side, going up Revit straight, and I'm not sure who's going to get into first into the S's. At the moment, Neil's got the inside, but he had a better run out of Riches, which gave him the line for Sear, and has given them first place. But certainly today, it's going to be very hot, and there the car's just fanning out as they go into the S's.
Paul O'Neill in third place is coming under attack from Warren Hughes on the outside there. Matt Neal takes the lead. Thompson Hughes comes up into third place indeed. So Paul O'Neill now has to watch out because he's got Ivan Muller behind. Into the bomb hole. Ivan Muller's got the inside line there. So Muller, who started 7th, is already up into 4th position as these two try and get away from the MG of Hughes. Paul O'Neill's being hung out to dry. A number of cars have managed to get past him, and O'Neill's gone from 3rd place to 7th.
Yeah, poor old O'Neill there. That was, he got wide going to the S's there. There, Hughes just barges his way down the inside. Now into the bomb hole. Somebody else comes up the inside. This time it's Muller. Muller barges his way forward. O'Neill's now lost speed. And then there is Prio coming through on the inside. And possibly yet another car, Reed. So he's gone. He's lost 4 places in the matter of about 400 metres.
So bad news indeed for Paul O'Neill. But look at this start from Don Boardman. What a magic start this was. He just took off and found clear space ahead of him.
Yeah, that's just like one of those video games, isn't it? When you just manage to sort of keep diving past cars in front of you. That was a fantastic start. It also shows the strength of the rear-wheel drive cars off the line. They always have a better grip levels than the front-wheel drive cars because the weight goes to the rear of the car and gives better grip.
So Matt Neal leads with James Thompson shadowing his every move, looking for a little opportunity here. Warren Hughes is... Oh, and Chilton's off. Tom Chilton spun, that's at the S's, and he's lost control. That's a great shame for the youngster. Our leader's already coming around Coram and down towards the tight corner at Russell. Let's see what happens to Chilton.
Yes, well, I think what happened, he just literally got out of line all by himself. It wasn't Tim Harvey giving him a tap from behind, but just enough. He turned into the corner a bit too tight, and away it went.
So Matt Neal looking to try and gain points on Thompson here today after failing to finish both races last time out at Croft. But the safety car is out, and that is because we've got to clear up the mess down at the S's where Tom Chilton's gone off. He hasn't been able to restart the car.
Wow, the water's just gone through the roof.
Okay, Matt, don't know what's going on. Keep us posted on what's happening. Keep moving.
Got 120 on the water, mate. 121.
Well, there is Chilton's car being pushed away, but big concerns for Matt Neal.
Yes, he's got high water temperature, and he's been running at the front of the field, so he's not been running in the slipstream of another car where you would expect temperatures to climb. So he clearly has got some sort of engine problem.
Ready for the restart then. How long is Matt Neal going to be able to hold on to this lead? Can he coax it all the way to the finish? There's still some way to go. James Thompson is now going to do his best to squeeze past, as he did on the original start. Third place is still Warren Hughes, then it's Ivan Muller, then it's Andy Prio, Anthony Reid being chased there by Gareth Howell, and Howell is the top independent runner in this race at the moment, so he's doing well. But Matt Neal now coming under attack from James Thompson, who takes that inside line at Sear Corner, and surely will, if he's got an engine problem, this is where we'll see it.
Certainly he'll lose a bit of power with the high engine temperatures, but it's almost there, as though he pulled over to let Thompson through.
Here they come down towards the S's. James Thompson leads. Matt Neal, well, he still hasn't completely backed off, and certainly he's battling here. Here comes Ivan Muller down the inside. He takes second place, but Matt Neal still trying to defend from Warren Hughes, and Hughes looking for that way past the Export Astra. On board with Warren, up to Owen. He takes his rear bumper off as they turn in. Oh, and bang! Andy Prio, where did he come from? He launches himself down the inside of Warren, and in fact, Prio's had his rear bumper taken off by Anthony Reid. Matt Neal's pulled off at the side. It's all happening.
Yeah, that was real touring car racing there. Fantastic stuff to watch. Poor old Matt Neal there, pulling off. Clearly had an engine problem as he came in to, as Neal flies off at the exit of Russell Corner. But Neal there clearly had a problem, losing power. But he did a great job to let Muller through in front of him and hold up the following cars.
Well, there's smoke in the background. I also saw Tim Harvey into the pits. There's Matt Neal off the track. But we've got all sorts. No, it's Blenko, and his engine's gone and he's spun on his own oil. Look at the mess down there at Russell. Well, he's out of the car, but it's a real mess on the track surface. So everyone's going to have to be a little careful when they come around next time. You can see both Protons running well at the moment. Alan Morrison in the second Honda. Aaron Slight gets it all a bit sideways, as we can see Andy Prio's bumper up there at Coram. It's come right off the car this time. Now into Russell. This is the slippery surface at the moment, and look, they're all scrabbling to find some grip. Oh, off the track goes Warren Hughes. He's run wide, and now the Peugeot. Oh, and O'Neill. That's Paul O'Neill. Has he spun it? They're all over the place here, Will.
Yeah, it's a really bad place to have it. And there's another big slide as well. So it is a really bad place to lay oil down. Here we see it on board with O'Neill, but yes, he just, no, he loses it all in that smoke there from the oil and just gets it out of shape and half spins. It's a really dangerous place, of course. It's on the exit of the corner when you're normally trying to carry speed. And also you've got lock on the car, but of course you're not getting any response from the steering when you hit oil. And it's a very dangerous place, and clearly they've had to put the pace car out to deal with that situation.
Well, the valiant marshals are out there to clear up the mess, and I tell you what, it's made a big difference in the production class battle. Matt Neal, so sadly, out of this race when he desperately needed the points, but we saw the production class leaders spinning down there, and that's changed the situation around a bit. So Tom Boardman has now come up in that production class and is leading them round as they come round for the restart. James Kay and Norman Simon in particular got into a right old state over the oil. So it's Tom Boardman leading the class. Here we go, ready for the restart once again. It is James Thompson leading them across the line. Ivan Muller's coming under increasing pressure here from Andy Prio. Prio decides not to have a go into Riches, but watch out, Anthony Reid behind, then Phil Bennett and David Leslie. Warren Hughes battling with the other Honda of Alan Morrison.
Of course, the effect of the pace car is Piper taking the lead of the production class from Tom Boardman. But the effect of the pace car is to bunch all the cars up, so wherever you've got to, if you pulled out a bit of a lead, that's all gone. You've got to start again. But some great scrapping there at the front, with Prio putting Muller under a lot of pressure, but there's plenty of pressure out there all round.
James Thompson has the advantage though, and with that battle between Muller and Prio, that might give Thompson the opportunity to just draw away a little bit. It does look as though he might be able to do that. He's got about a couple of car lengths over his teammate here. Prio very neat and tidy, and then it's Reid followed by Bennett and Leslie, and Gareth Howell bouncing his way through. He's lost out partly with the oil earlier on. In fact, it's his teammate Colin Turkington in the other yellow MG who's now leading in the independence class, just behind the two Protons. And in fact, here comes Turkington on Warren Hughes and manages to nip up the inside.
Nice move there into Riches, but here we're on board with Fuller Love as he goes through Russell chicane. There you can hear he's definitely got some sort of drive shaft problem. He's lost one of his drive shafts, I think, and that'll be the end of his race.
Lots of revs and not much forward motion, so disappointment again for Fuller Love. How many times have we seen him go out of races this year? Ivan Muller is still in second place, chasing after James Thompson, but Andy Prio in third. Oh, and Phil Bennett's gone wide coming out of the S's, and that allows his teammate David Leslie through. Well, he won't be pleased with himself for that one. Oh, somebody, that's Alan Morrison.
big slide coming out of the bomb hole.
That was a great save there. I noticed the oil flag was out there. We're on board actually with Phil Bennett, seeing him go off. A real bit of rally crossing there with his teammate David Leslie nipping past.
Now this is the battle for second in the production class, and James Kay nips down the inside of Tom Boardman. And Boardman better watch out, because the man who won both races at Croft, Norman Simon, his teammate, is right behind. Here's the battle for second place, and look how close Andy Prio is. Remember, these two were first and second last time out at Croft. They're running with a lot of success ballast on board, and Prio showing once again the Honda's on the pace.
Yeah, it certainly made good progress over the last couple of races, but the problem, of course, he's got here is with the engine temperatures running close behind a car in front, the engine just doesn't get clean air. And a big move there by Howell as he gets past O'Neill. Bit of a slide going through the infamous bomb hole, but as we said, temperatures are a problem here. Engine temperatures are going to run high, especially running close behind another car.
Battle for second in the production class still going on here. James Kay and Norman Simon. Now look, Simon's got the inside line into the bomb hole, and he's got the grip, and Kay's forced out wide, and he can't hold on to the position. James Thompson in control here, and it looks as though it's going to be a comfortable victory for him in the end. Followed home by teammate Ivan Muller. A superb win for Thompson after Matt Neal had his problems. Ivan Muller takes second, Prio in third, and Anthony Reid crosses the line in fourth position. Delight for Vauxhall Motorsports, they take a 1-2 result, and they'll be very, very happy with that indeed. Gavin Piper coming through in the production class after a furious battle early on. The Alfa Romeo driver is going to take the win. Second place, it looks like it's going to be the BMW of Norman Simon, with James Kay in third. James Thompson's fifth win of the season, combined with Matt Neal's retirement, gives the Yorkshireman's title chances another major boost. Prio takes his second podium finish in a row, with the persistent Reid in fourth. In the independence class, Colin Turkington beats Gareth Howell, but Aaron Slight's third in class means that he has stretched his points lead a little further. Tim Harvey's car suffered engine failure, putting him out of the race, but Gavin Piper's well-deserved production class win means he has 42 kilos of ballast for the feature race. Simon managed to gain some valuable points on class leader James Kay. James Thompson has finished top two in 5 of the last 6 races, but he's aware that Matt Neal was out of luck this time after a good dice.
He had some quite nice tussles with Matt quite early on. That was quite exciting.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the key thing, we're not pulled away from the rest of them yet, so we wanted to be careful, but also have a bit of fun. Unfortunately for him, he had a problem, but that's the way it goes. And I've had my fair share this year, and it's obviously evening itself out.
It was okay. I can be only pleased to be on the podium after to start 7 and to have 60 kilo weight in the car.
We were strong in the first half of the race, and then the front started to wear away a little bit, so had to just drop back. Couldn't quite have the speed in the second half, but I'm really pleased. Done a really good job today.
Did you think that you'll just settle for third, or did you want to do a do-or-die manoeuvre somewhere?
I was thinking of do or die, to be honest. The first half of the race, a couple of times I thought maybe I should have dived, but we need good podiums this year, and I just wanted to finish the race.
The car was really good. Like, the ZS is a great car. The only thing that really affected me was the bit of ballast I was running from last week at Croft, so I was a wee bit slow coming out of the hairpins and stuff, but generally it was going really well, and I was just holding my ground and keeping the boys behind me, so I'm really happy.
That was quite easy, wasn't it?
Not really, no. It was quite hard. Basically, not a very good start, so I think I dropped down to about third place. Thought I had an oil pressure problem, so I backed off and everyone got past, but luckily the safety car sort of saved me, so we bunched up again, and then it was just a mad dash in the heat to get the lead, basically. It was a bit fraught, but it was a very good race.
The line-up for the 25-lap feature race, and although James Thompson qualified fastest with a light car, he now has to carry 6.5 stone of ballast as a result of winning the sprint. Matt Neal, on the other hand, has a light Astra and he needs to make it count. Muller will be a threat from third, but watch out for Morrison chasing his first podium finish. The two MG Sport drivers are together on the third row, Hughes then Reid, while Andy Prio will have his work cut out to repeat his earlier podium finish from 7th. Turkington is top independent qualifier, Leslie's hoping for a second top 5 result, and Team Atomic Kitten's Gareth Howell is 10th. Starting in 11th again is Tom Chilton, who failed to finish race 1 due to a spin and failed starter motor. Then it's Proton is 12th, followed by Aaron Slight. The Team Halfords duo of Breeze and Eves are next, but Harvey's car hasn't made it, and Paul O'Neill had gearbox problems in qualifying. Gavin Piper has pole again in the production class, now with maximum success ballast. James Kay and Norman Simon will be giving the Scot a hard time. Dave Allen and Mark Fullerlove are next, but Alan Blenko is unable to start and leaves a hole for the fast-starting Tom Boardman. Once again, Hyla Breeze has to start at the back of the grid after his engine dramas on Saturday, but the Norwich-based Australian is at last getting some miles under his belt, having finished 9th in class in the sprint race.
As ever, we have a rolling start for the feature race, 25 laps long, remember, and pit stops to be made. Here we go, James Thompson versus Matt Neal, part 2. Away they go, and Thompson actually gets a great run at the start this time. They were side by side on the opening lap last time. This time, Thompson very much with the advantage. Muller slots into 3rd. Alan Morrison bobbing into 4th place, and in the production class it looked like Gavin Piper had the slightly better start, as turning into Sear it is definitely Thompson ahead of Neal, then Muller and Morrison.
Yeah, Thompson, of course, running the heaviest car in the grid at the moment, having won the last race, 42 extra kilos. That's a lot of weight to carry around here, and it'd be interesting to see whether he can hang on to that first position.
Well, Matt Neal already hunting him down as they head down towards the S's. You need to get on the brakes here, and that's where the lighter car perhaps is a bit more stable, easier, and Matt Neal indeed goes through into the lead, and Thompson's pushed back down to 2nd with his teammate Muller right behind him. Then it's Alan Morrison in the Honda, Warren Hughes in the MG, chased by teammate Anthony Reid, as everybody safely making their way round. And well, with the feature race being that little bit longer, perhaps everybody takes their time a bit more on the opening lap to get it right, although Colin Turkington's lost a place or two.
Yeah, it looks like he's lost 2 places there as he ran into the S's, possibly lost a bit of speed coming off Sear, and you just get jumped towards the end of the straight. But yes, the temperatures are very high today, like 39 degrees centigrade track temperature, and I think the air ambient temperature is about 32. So very hard on the cars, the drivers, and also the tyres.
Now this is the battle in the production class, riding on board with James Kay, and he's attacking Gavin Piper, who won in the sprint race, and Kay's got the inside line up towards Richards, says thank you very much, and goes ahead of the Alpha. Matt Neal pulling away a bit from James Thompson, who with that extra success ballast still doing a good job of holding on to 2nd position. They bounce their way over the curbs. Gareth Howell just ahead of his teammate Turkington. Kay now has pressure from Norman Simon in the BMW, who suddenly joined this battle, and he gets down the inside into the bomb hole. Kay's forced out wide, and Piper goes through as well.
Yes, Kay lost speed there coming out of the S's, and he just got jumped on by Simon and by Piper, and that was the result.
Now Andy Priaulx trying with on Anthony Reid, he makes contact there a little bit. Both survive the moment as they get on the brakes into Sear. This is the battle for 6th place, and at the moment Andy Priaulx can't quite get past the MG.
These guys, of course, have had their battle for most of the season, particularly in the last 2 or 3 races. I think Mondello Park, there was a bit of contact, so it seems to be continuing throughout the season.
Well, Priaulx's had a great run. He's finished in the top 6 in 7 out of the last 8 races. But let's get back to the battle right here between Thompson and Muller, because Muller wants to try and find a way through if he can. And look at Alan Morrison, you know, he's staying right with these 2 at the moment and looking towards the pit stops to perhaps make his move. Now Gavin Piper comes back in front of Norman Simon for that production class battle. This is great stuff. It's changing every lap.
You sort of see that happening at Snetterton with the dust that is thrown up on these dry, hot days. There, Morrison trying to go round the outside of Muller. That's a brave move. It'd be difficult to make that one stick, but Morrison having a very strong race.
Oh, but Ivan Muller just holds him off with late braking. Now, first of the pit stops being made, and Warren Hughes brings the MG in. Let's look for a good, tidy stop here and get him back out again. 6.4 seconds. He'll be pretty happy about that, as we see this battle between Ivan Muller and Andy Priaulx continuing. Hughes heads back onto the track. You know, he's still the only driver in this year's championship to have won a race not driving a Vauxhall Astra. But today we'll have to see what happens. There's still a great race going on up front as Hughes rejoins the field. Matt Neal looking good up front himself, ahead of James Thompson, Ivan Muller and Andy Priaulx, as this battle continues here between Gareth Howell, and Phil Bennett. Bennett's gone down the inside here, trying to get into Sear corner. Runs a bit wide on the exit. He's run very wide. In fact, he's on the grass coming out.
Yeah, he's taking the rallycross route there, but Howell did a good job by forcing Bennett to carry more speed into Sear, and as a result, he just ran wide and lost a lot of time.
James Thompson comes in. He comes in a bit too fast. Went a little far down the pit lane. That won't help him at all. That'll help the team. He stalled it. He stalled it as well. That was not a textbook stop from James Thompson.
Not at all. I think he lost more than 6.28 seconds. I think there's at least 2 or 3 seconds extra when he stalled that engine. So I'd be surprised if he's still in the position he had before he came in.
Well, that position was second, remember, behind Matt Neal, but ahead of Ivan Muller. So I wonder if Ivan's going to have an opportunity here. And is he coming into the pits? Yes, he is. Ivan Muller heads into the pit lane. So this is a crucial stop. Matt Neal still our race leader. Morrison now up into second place in the Honda. He'll be pleased about that. He's only had a couple of 5th places so far this year. Muller comes in, a bit tidier, a bit neater into his pit bay. Also coming in is Paul O'Neill. Not Matt Neal, the race leader, but his teammate, Paul O'Neill. And I can hear Muller's already accelerating his way down the pit lane. So Muller has made a good stop, and the wheels got stuck on O'Neill's car. So there's a problem there. Here comes Muller, and he rejoins, and he's coming out just in front of Thompson. So he did gain the time. Thompson losing that time on the pit stop.
Yeah, as we expected, that stall from Thompson really has messed his race up, and he's lost now 2 valuable seconds.
Battle in the production class still going on here. Norman Simon in the BMW, Gavin Piper right behind him in the Alfa Romeo, and then the Honda of James Kay. 3 different manufacturers in the battle for the win in the production class, and Simon's gone wide. Piper goes through, retakes the lead in the class, and in fact Simon loses second and I think third as well to Dave Allen. Morrison's gone off. Alan Morrison crashing out, and that's on the exit of Coram.
That is the fastest corner on the circuit. That you're doing about 125 miles an hour around that corner, so that is a very, very quick accident.
Leader is in, but they've got a problem on the left front. It's a bit of a slow stop. Andy Prio's in behind him. Matt Neal waiting. Finally gets going. In fact, Prio gained a lot, 6.1 seconds only for Prio against 8.9 seconds for Matt Neal. And they're coming out as both Muller and Thompson are heading up the straight here. It's going to be a close run thing. Back onto the track, and in fact Muller and Thompson just squeezing past them. Neal comes back in behind, Prio joins him. Now they're not leading the race, this bunch, but they are the leaders of those that have stopped so far, and it looks as though Ivan Muller is the man who's gained most.
That's interesting now. You've got Neal and Prio both on fresh front tyres. They won't have their grip levels right up. The 2 MGs behind are going to be running very strongly down the Revit straight here. Be very interesting to see whether they can take advantage of the extra grip they've got.
Well, let's see what happens. Andy Prio moving to the left slightly. There's one of the MGs already going past. It's Warren Hughes. Anthony Reid is somewhere around. Oh, there's Anthony Reid. They can just see him squeezing past as well. Andy losing out.
It's very tough when you come out of the pits. You need 2 or 3 corners to get those tyres up to temperature.
Tom Chilton leads this race at the moment, and now in fact he's coming into the pit. So Tom Chilton and Carl Breeze, they were 1 and 2 in the race, but they now come into the pits. Problems here for Spencer Marsh. Looks like he's picked up some sort of advertising hoarding, and that's not making life very easy. Let's see what happened. Boardman crosses the hoarding in front of him, flicks it straight up onto his windscreen.
It looks like a large toilet roll, doesn't it?
Well, the safety car is out, and that's because they're trying to move the car of Alan Morrison, which is remarkably undamaged. It hit the airbag barriers at Coram.
Alan, I didn't expect to see you quite so soon.
No, we've got a blowout in front left round Coram, and it's a difficult corner with good tyres, never mind with the flat tyres. And there's nothing they could do, you know, the car just steered itself straight into the tyres.
Well, we're ready for the restart now, and it's Ivan Muller ahead of James Thompson. Then it's Matt Neal, the 2 MGs come through, and here's Andy Prio involved in a battle now with Gareth Howell, and Howell is the top independent runner again in this race. Let's see if he can hold on, and in fact maybe even get past Prio.
Yes, Howell running very well with the quite light, and Prio there making a mistake just like Bennett did by running wide and getting on that roller coaster ride on the dirt. Doesn't do the car a lot of good, but he looks like he's lost the place he's just gained.
So indeed, Howell moves up 1, but up front it's still Muller versus Thompson and Matt Neal. And look how close Matt Neal is again to the back of Thompson. Now, Neal lost his time, remember, in the pit stop. He was leading this race in the early stages. He does have a light car compared to Thompson's heavy car with success ballast. There's Gareth Howell. Gareth Howell made a mistake there.
Huge slide turning into the bomb hole. The bomb hole is a very committed corner, very banked as you can see, but had a big tank slapper as he turned in.
So back down towards the Russell chicane, and it's still Ivan Muller from James Thompson and Matt Neal. Then it's Hughes and Reid, and indeed, look, Howell lost 2 places as a result of that slide. Let's take another look.
Here we are on board as you turn into the bomb hole. There, the back goes round. You just lose momentum. That was just enough for Andy Prio to nip up the inside of Coram, this very fast 5th gear corner.
So he gains the spot. And up front still Muller. In fact, look, Matt Neal's got past Thompson. Matt Neal has moved up into 2nd place. So So while that was all going on, Matt Neal taking advantage of James Thompson and now going chasing after the race leader. Behind still the two MGs of Warren Hughes, and Hughes making a little bit of a move on Thompson himself, but not able to squeeze down the inside. And Anthony Reid shadowing his every move. Battle in the production class here, James Kay versus Gavin Piper. They're still raging away as Phil Bennett turns into the Russell chicane just ahead of them.
James Kay now exiting Russell hairpin. There, James Kay runs wide over the curb and onto the dirt. That should give Piper a lot more momentum coming out that corner, give him a chance to get back the class lead.
Well, talking of momentum, look at Matt Neal. He's got great momentum on Ivan Muller, and this is for the outright lead. We're on board Muller, and there goes Matt Neal. Takes the place away. Well, Matt Neal desperately needs the points here this weekend, and now he's got back in front. And here was the end of that manoeuvre that we were seeing going on. In fact, turning into the next corner, Rich's Piper gets it all wrong, heads off towards Thetford.
Yeah, it's Thetford and a Maysfield by looks of things, but Classic Kay did a good job there. He made Piper stay on the inside of the corner, forced him to take a compromised line, and the result was, well, as you said, he ended up on his way to Thetford.
James Thompson still trying to fend off the two MGs right behind. Look how close the battles are. Norman Simon talking about close battles. He's gone off in this battle in the production class, and that's down at the S's.
Yeah, let's see if we can see what happened there. We go on board here with James Kay. There in the front, right at the front there, you see Simon just loses it as he turns into the left-hand of the S's. I think he just got wide onto the dirt. As we said earlier, the track is getting very dirty with all this dust and bits of rubber thrown up to the outside. It looks like he just got onto the wrong line and lost it.
Now back with the leaders in the touring class, and overall it's Matt Neal still in front of Ivan Muller. These two just a little bit ahead of James Thompson. Matt Neal having to watch his mirrors because the Frenchman is all over him once again. And in fact, here he comes. Muller's gone past. Matt Neal must have a problem. He's slowed right down. He's moving to the outside, and for the second time today, Matt Neal looks as though he's heading for retirement.
I wonder if this is another puncher.
All right, Kev, we've had something let go on the transmission, mate, of pull off on the inside of Coram.
Not our day, is it? Sorry, mate.
Well, he's pretty calm about it, isn't he? He's been racing the British touring cars for 11 years and he's experienced a few things, but that's got to be one of the most disappointing moments. Here comes James Kay getting past Graham Saunders for the lead in the production class, so it's the Honda going ahead. Once more, Tom Boardman running third with Gavin Piper in fourth. Now, let's take a look at what happened to Reid a moment ago.
Yeah, there's Reid going to Sear, well locked up, but looks like he's got some sort of braking problem, or maybe it's a puncher. I know, of course, Neal's problem wasn't a punch, it was a transmission problem, but a shame that he was running strongly in third place.
Well, they're very disappointing indeed. Yeah, look at that shredded front left there. That was the cause of Reid's demise. He is coming back out, but there's not really much chance of him scoring any points in this race. But this man should be on course for scoring points. Look at the sky. A lot of cloud around now. It's still very warm, but we could be heading for thunderstorms. Let's see if the rain holds off for the remainder of this race. Warren Hughes, meanwhile, under attack from Andy Priaulx.
Yes, another good scrap. The MGs and the Hondas have been scrapping all day, and here, as Priaulx turns into Rich's, trying to get an advantage on Hughes in front of him.
Oh, look at this. David Leslie's out of the race. The local team, Team PSP based at East Dereham, not far away, but that's his first retirement since the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch. Look at Colin Turkington. Now trying to make a move on Andy Priaulx. He's diving down the inside into the bomb. Oh, Andy Priaulx can't fend him off, and in fact, he must have a problem.
I've got a front left gone.
Well, that's great disappointment for Andy. He was right with Warren Hughes a moment ago, now dropped right back, and Phil Bennett's in the pits as well. He's got troubles. Looks as though he's picked up a punch. Look at the rim down there on the right-hand side. So they've had to change his wheels and send him back on his way, so it's proving a tough time the latter part of this race. Here comes Priaulx.
Yeah, but he hasn't got a punch. If you look at the front there, he's got two good front tyres, so clearly he's got some other sort of problem, obviously some sort of transmission issue.
James Kay leads in the production class, and in fact, look there, not far behind him is the overall race leader, Ivan Muller, nearly putting a lap on the production class leader. But James has managed to pull away slightly from Gavin Piper there in second. There's our overall leader, Ivan Muller, coming through, and he's also got himself a little bit of a healthy advantage over James Thompson, who's running second in the class. It's been a superb afternoon, this, for Vauxhall Motorsports, you have to say, with James Thompson winning the first race, the sprint race this afternoon, and Ivan Muller finishing second. It looks as though it's going to be reversed positions to the finale of the feature race. Ivan Muller comes up.
Well done, guys.
He's over the moon about that. A fantastic weekend for him. James Thompson takes second place. Warren Hughes a fine third place for MG Sport. I have to say it's been disappointment for Honda. Andy Prio going out towards the end. Alan Morrison looked as though he might be a podium finisher himself earlier in the race until the puncture. But coming through to win the production class, it is James Kay. It was hard fought and well deserved, and that's his 4th win of the season in the class. He'll be delighted about that one. Ivan Muller, the winner, we'll speak to him after the break. Ivan Muller can celebrate a good weekend at Snetterton. His earlier second place backed up by the win in the feature, earning him a total of 28 points, his best points haul of the season. The 5th Vauxhall Motorsports 1-2 comes as an entirely trouble-free weekend for the red and white, saw them dominate the podiums. Hughes scoops his first top 3 since he won at Silverstone. Turkington takes his 3rd independent win in 4 races, and Carl Breeze earns his best result to date. Slight has done enough to keep his Indy points lead, while James Kay has proved once again that he has guile and racecraft as well as pure speed. Tom Boardman was a delighted 3rd in class.
At least it's long time I didn't finish both races in the meeting, so I'm happy. 1 second place, 1 first place with maximum weight, so I can be pleased with the weekend and I can be pleased with the guys because they done a good job during all weekend.
You know, I'm very happy. We've had a pole, a win and a second. You know, it's one of the best weekends of the year, you know, to be honest, or equal the best one.
It was a good, tough scrap with Anthony, and he asked if I would let him through at one point, and I said no. But I just wanted to see what my true pace was. Once I realised he had a little bit of an edge, I said, go on then, you can go. And but then he had a problem, so it's great podium though. The MG is just a super chassis, and it's the chassis particularly that's enabled us to get a good podium.
Everything just went really well today. The car was behaving brilliantly, and things just went my way, so I'm over the moon.
We were leading to start with, then we were back in 4th, then we're 3rd, then we're leading again, then we're back to 4th again. I mean, it was just an incredible race. I'm glad I won it.
James was putting me under a bit of pressure, and I basically just overcooked it into the first corner. Had a bit of a rally excursion, you could say, onto the grass, and then just had to fight my way back to the try and chase James, basically. But gutted, basically.
Having arrived at Snetterton with a 17-point advantage over Matt Neal, James Thompson leaves with a 25-point lead over Ivan Muller. Neal has less than he started the meeting with, losing 5 points as a result of an extra engine change, and may have to glance over his shoulder for the relentless Anthony Reid. In the production class, James Kay marches onward to the title he missed in the last 2 years. Norman Simon has pulled clear of Marsh, but Edwards will be disappointed to go home, having gained just 1 point from the 2 races. There's no doubt about which team enjoyed the Norfolk track the most. Vauxhall Motorsport had a simply brilliant weekend. The big losers, however, were Export, who failed to score at all in the feature after Matt Neal's problems and find themselves tied for 2nd with MG Sport and Racing. Vauxhall's record is now 13 wins in 14 races, even though Vauxhall's motorsport manager Mike Nicholson looks ever more concerned at the difficulty of winning. MG holds 2nd place, Honda was hoping for more, and Proton still has work to do. In the Independents Cup, Aaron Slight has maintained his points lead, but Dan Eves is close behind, and Gareth Howell has moved above Tim Harvey. Well, conditions have changed a little from qualifying. Steady rain affecting the area as we prepare for round 15 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. And let's not forget, it's only the 2nd time a Vauxhall doesn't start first, as a Honda is on pole position for the first time this year, by over a tenth from championship leader James Thompson, who carries 30 kilos of ballast. Matt Neal has a light Astra in 3rd, while Morrison's Honda is also free of ballast. Paul O'Neill lines up 5th, exactly 1/100th of a second faster than the MG of Reid. Fastest independent qualifier is Gareth Howell, then its title protagonist Ivan Muller back in 8th place with maximum ballast. Dan Eves is 2nd fastest independent in the Team Halfords Peugeot, then Phil Bennett lines up 10th in the Team PSP Proton. Aaron Slight is 11th with the experienced Tim Harvey right next to him in the 2nd Peugeot. Hughes is 13th after problems, Leslie 14th, then Tom Chilton, Carl Breeze and Colin Turkington, whose time was disallowed for missing the weighbridge. Gavin Piper leads the production class on the grid in the Alpha, with points leader James Kay next and Norman Simon's BMW close behind. Lighter than the 2 ahead because of a non-finish last time out. Spencer Marsh, Dave Allen and Mark Fullerlove are separated by 1/10 of a second, but Team B&Q has had a disappointing time, with Jim Edwards suffering a wheel hub problem just a few moments ago, and Hyler Breeze losing yet another engine in free practice, which has counted him out of the race.
Up at the front of the grid for the first time this season is Andy Priaulx and his Honda, and part of Andy's posse is Will Hoy, former British touring car champion. Will, can you tell us what the mood is in the Honda Camp pre-race?
Hang on a minute, Andy. No, we're okay. Just the brake bias, yeah?
Sorry, can you tell us what the mood is pre-race?
Nervous with these conditions. It's unbelievable. It was the last thing we need, really, to have to make a late decision. But I think the rain's now setting in. Good old Knock Hill. And nervous because we're looking for our first win. It's fantastic to have 2 poles, but I'm as nervous as Andy is. Probably more nervous.
Now, the Hondas have been threatening to get on the top of the podium all season. What is it about Knock Hill that you think that's secured them 2 poles?
We've been getting quicker all season. The last 3 or 4 races have been getting quicker and quicker, and we've been threatening this. So we haven't got weights on, which has helped, but that's all we know. We had weights on at Snetterton and still got a podium. So we just know the car better. We've got better setup, and the car's just getting quicker and quicker, which is great.
And can you give us an insight into Andy's strategy for this race? I mean, you know, and the rain is coming down now.
Well, he's good in the wet, and you know, he's a good driver. He's very aggressive, but he knows what he's got to do. He's had some great results this season with a car which wasn't so good, and as the car's got better, he's got better results. So he's on it. He's up for it, I can tell you.
Well, the conditions certainly not as good as they were for Saturday's qualifying session. A fairly steady drizzle falling at the moment as we get ready for the start of this sprint race at Knock Hill. The green flag from the back of the grid. 25 laps coming up. Andy Priaulx, can he convert this pole position into victory? Away they go. It's a good start for the Honda driver. Not a good start at all for James Thompson, carrying 30 kilos of ballast, but really just getting too much wheel spin there. And Thompson, look, already dropping down to maybe 4th place because Morrison alongside him as they turn into the first corner. Priaulx leads. Matt Neal up into a clear 2nd place. Then it's Morrison, and then it's James Thompson.
Well, a nightmare there for James Thompson, and he's just dropping back. He's been bundled down the order. I think he should be able to maintain that position now, though.
Well, a marker's gone already at the Glenvarrigal chicane. There goes the other one. Well, that didn't take very long. They pop it over the curb there in their attempts to straight line the corner, and Morrison now with Thompson running a bit wide, and that's allowed Paul O'Neill to get alongside him. Bit of a wiggle on there from Thompson. In fact, O'Neill loses out because here comes Reed.
Well, all the drivers finding their feet on this very slippery surface. Some of the drivers don't forget carrying weight. James Thompson struggled in the braking area there. He's got a heavy car today.
Muller coming up, trying to get 6th place away from Paul O'Neill, and right round the outside at the hairpin he's going, getting good traction off the corner and moving ahead. We saw Gavin Piper leading in the production class, so the Alfa Romeo leading in that category, but a bit further down the order, there is our overall race leader. It is Andy Priaulx, and look, further back you can see Ivan Muller having a go at getting past James Thompson into Duffers Dip. Oh, he gets it very crossed up, somehow saves it, and they don't hit each other. Let's take a look at this start again.
Well, it's an uphill grid here at Knock Hill. Now it's downhill, but Thompson's bogged his engine down. He got away very slowly. He's now on the left-hand side, the outside, going into turn 1. He's already been passed by one person, now a second, and he's just left on the outside with nowhere to go.
So James Thompson, oh, and we've got problems here. That's Phil Bennett's car off in the gravel. Aaron Slight is the other car involved there. Oh, a very bent left front for Aaron Slight's Vauxhall. Let's see what happened here. We're on board with David Leslie. Can't see Slight at the moment. Bennett's just ahead, turning, oh, there's Slight, straight into Bennett.
Well, I think Aaron was having his own accident there, and Bennett just got in the flight path and was taken out fairly heavily.
So Andy Priaulx leads, Matt Neal 2nd, Morrison 3rd, under pressure from the MG of Reed. Carl Breeze into the pits, and I think there might have been some contact with somebody out there. Aaron Slight looking at his very damaged looking car, but they can get that fixed. He's 3rd on the grid later on today for the feature. Safety car out, no great surprise because of Bennett's car down in the gravel trap at the Taylor's hairpin, so everybody's slowed it down now. Just looking back down through the field, there's Gavin Piper leading in the production class. He made it into the race. He was a reserve at one point, only 28 cars allowed to start. He's made it into the race. Not only that, he's leading in the production class, so good effort from him. There, the rather bent remains of Bennett's car.
Well, that's very heavy damage, and it's taken them quite a while to drag the car out of the gravel trap, and you can see now the rain starting to come down even heavier.
Well, we're all set for the restart, but conditions not getting any easier here at Knock Hill. Let's see what Andy Priaulx can do, and it's a good getaway. Look, he's already opened up some distance between himself and Matt Neal in 2nd. Morrison's looking pretty aggressive in 3rd in the 2nd of the 2 Hondas, and then it's the MG of Anthony Reid. But Matt Neal desperate to get some points back. Remember, he led this championship before the Croft round, and the last 4 races he's failed to finish, so he really needs to get some points here today as Priaulx leads them through the chicane.
You can just see the line there through that chicane isn't really on the racetrack, it's mainly using the curbs. you've really got to fly through that corner, but it's very easy to make a mistake.
Now look at this, Morrison muscling his way past Matt Neal. Matt Neal using even more curb than usual, and in fact losing momentum, so he's lost a place to Reid, and James Thompson might get the opportunity to get past him as well down towards Taylor's hairpin. So that a little mistake there from Matt Neal, but big consequences.
Well, the car's running so close nose to tail, very close, even touching. One mistake and you can lose more than one place in the blink of an eye.
So Matt Neal certainly's done that. Morrison now up into second place. Let's take another look at that.
Well, on board with Matt Neal, he runs a bit wide of the apex, gets pushed even wider there by Morrison's Honda onto the curbs on the exit. Now he's losing his momentum down the following straight and he's losing places, hand over fist.
Yeah, so Matt Neal's got some work to do. Look at Anthony Reid, he's pushing Morrison, he's pushing him wide. Morrison goes right onto the dirt. Well, that was what you call a robust manoeuvre from Anthony Reid, and it's taken him up into second place.
Well, it's not a very nice way to overtake, but it gets him past nonetheless.
So, and Boardman's got off. Tom Boardman in the production class, remember, and the slippery conditions just catching him out. Let's see if we can see what happened here, Chris.
We see Boardman there, he's just using too much curb on the apex of the corner there, gets the car sideways onto the curb on the outside, which is even more slippery. He spins away onto the inside, into that bog of a grass verge there.
Thankfully not actually hitting anything. Now this is the battle for 8th place, and indeed the battle between the leading independents. Gareth Howell in the yellow and black MG up against Dan Eves in the bright orange Team Halfords Peugeot, and his teammate Tim Harvey not far behind, and so is Colin Turkington. So two teams battling together here, and at the moment it's the Team Atomic Kitten MG ahead. Harvey trying to go around the outside of his teammate Dan Eves. These guys battling for points in that Independence Trophy. Turkington's right in there as well. He's had a couple of good results just recently, but at the moment Howell is leading this group.
Well, it's a very tightly bunched group. It's a very narrow racetrack here.
Yeah, and Mark Fullerlove has obviously discovered it's even more narrow than he thought. He's off in the gravel trap. I think that's down at the hairpin. And Thompson now under attack from Matt Neal, but you say it's narrow, Chris. Where is Matt going to find his advantage here?
Well, it really is putting together a clean lap, being in a good position going into the hairpin and being able to just nip by on the inside.
Yeah, and it looks as though he might well be doing it. Here he comes down the inside of James Thompson. Thompson didn't really try to defend that hard, did he?
I think he knew he'd lost the place there. Matt Neal had caught him up very quickly indeed.
So Matt Neal coming up into third position. Anthony Reid is second. It's still Andy Prio, our race leader in the Honda. Morrison, remember, got pushed back down the order slightly. And there is Gavin Piper ahead of Norman Simon in the production class. So it's Alfa Romeo leading BMW. Then Spencer Marsh coming through in third place in that class. And you have to say that Scotsman Gavin Piper doing a good job leading in the Alfa. Here comes Matt Neal now trying to get second place away from Anthony Reid. And it does look as though, although Matt Neal made that mistake earlier on, he seems to be flying in these conditions. And I know that they were doing a little bit of extra work on that car, and they were sort of expecting it to stay wet, whereas other teams, I think, thought it might dry off. So perhaps that's to his advantage. Matt Neal has got alongside Reid, and I think he's going to go into second.
Well, as the conditions have worsened, he's going quicker and quicker. He made light work of getting past Anthony Reid there. Let's hope he can pull away out of the danger zone and pick on his next target.
Well, his next target is the race leader, no less, Andy Prio. Of course, we're looking for Honda's first victory of the season, but Neal doesn't want it. Harvey, meanwhile, has got past Warren Hughes there. Hughes seems to be struggling just a little bit, and we've got Tom Chilton involved in the battle, the 17-year-old in the second of the Barwell Astras. We saw Aaron Slight go out earlier on, remember. Now, just coming up through Glen Varrigill chicane, James Thompson still in the battle, needing points, does not need to throw it away. Prio is the race leader, then Matt Neal in the export car, Anthony Reid, James Thompson, then it's Ivan Muller, and Muller not perhaps going as well as expected. He is carrying some 42 kilos of ballast though, so lots of work to do for him, and he's got Paul O'Neill close behind him as well. The leader's coming up towards Taylor's hairpin. Still Andy Prio with the advantage, but here comes Matt Neal. Neal taking a late lunge down the inside, little bit of door rubbing going on between the Astra and the Honda, but I think Neal's got the advantage here.
Well, he outbraked Andy Prio into the hairpin nicely there. They're neck and neck going up across the start-finish line, but Matt Neal's car is excellent on the brakes. Look how much easier he finds it braking into turn one.
Yeah, very comfortable, and Andy Prio is pushed back down to second. He was on pole position, he led the early stages, but that first Honda win isn't coming, and here comes Reid. Reid squeezing down the inside into McIntyre's, and he's on the grass now. Prio almost on the same piece of grass that Morrison was. Morrison goes past his teammate. Oh, and more drama. That's Warren Hughes off. Warren Hughes into the gravel. Now that's a Duffers dip at the exit of the main straight.
And now Warren Hughes trying to find a way past Tim Harvey's Peugeot. Harvey's made him take the left-hand lane up the straight. over the brow of the hill now. It's a downhill, bumpy braking area in 6th gear, as you can see there, and he's just locked up a little bit, braking late, and he's off.
Ouch! Well, that's how it happened for Warren Hughes, and unfortunately it's put him out of the race. And look at this, Muller now getting aggressive on Prio. Oh, he's pushing him wide again. And poor Prio's getting to know that bit of grass better than virtually any other part of the track. O'Neill nipped through and Howell's off. They're falling like flies. Gareth Howell was leading the independence battle. Let's see what happened here. On board Colin Turkington.
Turkington braking, going down through the gears frantically into the hairpin, but in front of him, someone struggling even more than he was for grip goes straight on.
Yeah, his own teammate indeed. I wondered if there might have been contact, but there was nothing like it. It was Howell's mistake by the looks of things. Look at Chilton versus Harvey here. On board with former touring car champion up against the new wonder kid, the 17-year-old Chilton, and he has got ahead, I think, as they come down towards Duffler's Dip. Yes, Chilton moves ahead in that particular battle. These two both driving in the independent class. As you watch now the production battle continue, Gavin Piper in the red Alpha versus the German Norman Simon in the Edenbridge Racing Run BMW. Rear-wheel drive BMW versus front-wheel drive Alpha, but it's the Alpha with the advantage.
Well, you would expect the rear-wheel drive car to excel in these conditions, but it certainly is Piper showing a clean pair of heels at the moment.
Full of love off again. Well, he got out of the gravel earlier on, but he's back in it again. I don't think he's getting out this time. Now, battle for 5th going on. Ivan Muller, Paul O'Neill and Andy Prio, who's been pushed back unceremoniously from leading the race earlier on, and now finding himself down in 7th place. So a bit disappointing for him, I have to say. Now, let's see what's going on here. Mark Thomas being lapped here by David Leslie in the Proton, and Tom Chilton trying to battle with Leslie, and he's also got to pick his way through the production class back markers.
Well, it looks like he's being very, very cautious here. It's very easy just to overdo it, take one chance too many. And Tom, who was on the podium in the first race, showing really that he still has got it, driving well today.
Now we're on to the final lap. Matt Neal is our race leader. Look in the background and we'll see the others go. In fact, Morrison's on the grass in the background. Morrison being passed by Van Muller. Reed comes through in 2nd, Thompson 3rd, Muller now into 4th. There's Morrison, he's just dropped a place. A bit of a mistake out of the chicane there, and he's going to come under increasing pressure there from Paul O'Neill and Andy Prio on this last lap. But Matt Neal's done it. Matt Neal takes the victory. First time he's won since Mondello. And it's been a while because he's had so many reliability problems. Reed comes through in 2nd, James Thompson does well in 3rd, and Ivan Muller takes 4th position. But I think that Matt Neal will be pretty happy about that. He takes his 3rd win of the season and his first finish in 5 races. Good 2nd place for Reed, a useful 3rd for Thompson, ahead of main rival Muller. We had a possible 1-2 for Honda at one stage, but it wasn't to be. Turkington won the independence from Chilton, while Piper earns his 3rd win in the production category this season. Matt Neal started that race 46 points off the series lead, but he's earned 15 for the win, and we gather the bonus point for fastest lap.
What were the conditions like out there?
Too bad. They weren't, to be honest, they weren't too bad to start with. But then just seemed to be in time with my window wipers packing up. The heavens opened, and it did get pretty tricky. And the problem I got is I couldn't see where it was. The puddles were starting to form in the end, and that's where you get the aquaplaning.
But you got fastest lap as well.
Good day. I can go home now. I don't want to do the second one.
Matt was just that little bit quicker than me, and he drove a very good race to win that one. But I'm happy to finish 2nd in the MG, from 6th on the grid. That's good, and we're on the front row for the next race, so that's got to be good.
I'm very pleased with 3rd. At the end of the day, you've got to remember pretty much maximum success ballast. So take 3rd place in the race, very happy, ahead of Ivan. So keep the old championship points ticking along. So no, I'm very pleased with that.
There was a moment where you and Ivan had a little coming together.
No coming together. Just we were just side by side, but it's all fair. We're pretty good sports like that.
I raced here last year in the rain, so I knew what to expect, what curbs to stay off and stuff. So I was happy enough when I was out there. It was just a matter of not trying too hard and just taking it easy. So I'm really pleased.
That was a little bit wet and exciting.
Yeah, it was very wet. It started to dry out, and the BMW was getting quite close to the back of me, which I didn't like. And then it started to rain again, and we seemed to be quite quick in the wet. So it was a good race, quite tense towards the middle, but a great finish.
Well, in the sunshine on Saturday, Andy Prio dominated qualifying to take both pole positions, but it could be a different story in the rain. Reed, the Ruthless, is alongside him, carrying an extra 30 kilos of ballast.
Then it's Aaron Slides who matches his best grid slot of the season. James Thompson was third in the sprint, starts fourth here. Paul O'Neill outqualified his teammate in the dry session, but Matt Neal has to carry maximum ballast after his earlier win. Dan Eves is second independent on the grid in the Peugeot. Back in eighth is Ice Racing Supremo Ivan Muller. Gareth Howell has a light car after his off in race 1, and Alan Morrison's hoping that his extensive motocross experience will not be required. The battle between independents continues on the 6th row, Turkington ahead of Harvey. Then it's 17-year-old Tom Chilton and new novice Carl Breeze, followed by MG Sports' Warren Hughes and Proton Impian driver David Leslie. Gavin Piper is chasing 2 production class wins, but the BMW of Norman Simon, the Peugeot of Mark Fullerlove, and indeed James Kay in the Honda Civic with just 9 kilos of ballast will all try to stop him. Spencer Marsh had a good result earlier, but Tom Boardman needs a good start from the penultimate row. Jim Edwards is safely on the grid this time, as is Alan Blenko, who was reserve driver but gets to race as Phil Bennett's car is too badly damaged to compete. A great shame as he'd earned his best grid position of the year. Well, the conditions are even worse than they were for the sprint race. The rain has been falling steadily and more heavily, and in fact the race now being started behind the pace car. What they've decided to do here is to get them out behind the pace car, and perhaps just getting the cars to pass over the track clears a little bit of that surface water, and it might then be a little safer for when they actually get running.
Well, the bumpy racetrack here at Knockhill can contain quite a few puddles, and the worry of aquaplaning in these cars here, just too much really to take in the first lap or two, so a few laps behind the pace car to clear the water, a great idea.
So Andy Prio leads them away from that pole position. We're on board here with Paul O'Neill, and just look at the conditions.
Starting to get a bit horrific out here now. The spray's going to be just unbelievable when we get to full speed.
Well, certainly it's going to be difficult for them. He hasn't even got his wipers on at the moment, which is a bit of a surprise. Reed coming through, of course he's second on the grid. Then it's Aaron Slight, he's starting third. Will be a bit of a tough call for the ex-bike racer.
Yeah, can't see a thing in the straight, but the rest of the track's okay.
Well, of course he's ridden in the rain. He's not raced so much in cars in the rain, so this could be a tough test for him. They're coming through Taylor's hairpin. The safety car lights are off. We're going to go racing here in the feature race. Andy Prio still weaving around a little bit just to get the heat into the tyres, but in these conditions there's not a lot you can do. Here he goes, floors the throttle, Anthony Reid goes with him. Watch out for Aaron Slight, of course starting well up on the grid. The pressure's on him a little bit from some very experienced touring car drivers behind him. It's James Thompson right behind him at the moment as they come through Duffers Dip. So far so good for him, Chris. Oh, in the background, actually just in the background there was somebody else going off. I think that was Morrison.
Well, so far so good for everybody. Very difficult conditions indeed. We heard on board there from Paul O'Neill, the spray is absolutely incredible.
Now this was the view, or lack of it, on board Turkington up to the first corner.
Well, that really is all you can see. Not a great deal, just a few lights, and there's a car disappearing off the shot left.
Yeah, that was Morrison. He made contact with Gareth Howell. There, he's getting back on track. Well, I said we hoped he didn't need his motocross experience. He did rather there, didn't he? And he's right at the back of the pack. There's not a lot he's going to be able to do. But how can you see anything in these conditions? His teammate is Andy Prio, and he's leading this race. He's got away quite well. Look at where Anthony Reid is. Well, there's a bit of a gap developing already, even in these early stages. Now, the pit lane is open. They aren't allowed to make pit stops, and in fact, Prio already is heading up towards the pit lane. Here he is, coming into the pits already. First opportunity that he can stop, and he grabs it. Now, let's see how Arena Motorsport go to work. Get those front wet tyres changed over. That looked pretty neat and tidy. Away he goes.
Well, very, very quick stop indeed. Don't quite know why they called Prio in, because he was in the lead on an empty circuit anyway, but very quick stop indeed.
Thompson comes out safely. Matt Neal rejoins as well. Doesn't look as though there's been any problems between those guys, but there is a problem here for Hughes. They're a little bit slow getting it together. Now, Reid is our race leader. Paul O'Neill, oh, he goes very wide there. He's just been passed by Ivan Muller. That is for third place, and he's now got Dan Eves right behind him and Gareth Howell in the battle. So Paul O'Neill, he got squeezed out, and now he's trying to squeeze his way back into the race once again. Dan Eves in the Peugeot almost had an opportunity to go through, couldn't quite make it, and now he's got to defend from Gareth Howell.
Well, he certainly has. You just lose a little bit of momentum here at Knockhill, and you can very easily lose a number of places. It's a very, very difficult game to play.
Gavin Piper leading in the production class again as the leaders come through. Fourth place O'Neill, fifth place for Howell versus Dan Eves, and the long climb up the hill to go across the line once again. And Muller's heading into the pits now. and in fact behind him as well, Dan Eves and Colin Turkington, that is, coming into the pit lane. So Muller, who always goes well in the feature races, let's see what happens this time. Yeah, reasonably good stop, perhaps not as quick as sometimes. Also in the pits, as we say, Colin Turkington, but remember, he was right with Dan Eves coming in. He gets the signal to come back out. Eves is coming down the pit lane. Oh, and they make contact. They make contact coming out of the pits.
Well, that was very, very poor pit work, really. Turkington went when he was told to go, but unfortunately that's the end of Eves' race. Not very good stuff at all.
That's a great shame, and you can see there's obviously a lot of damage on the back of the Peugeot. Anthony Reid is now our race leader. Now remember, MG had a victory in wet conditions at the end of last year. They only joined the series towards the end of last season. This is their first visit to Knock Hill. Aaron Slight in second place, but he's gone a bit wide there. There is someone on the inside. It's Paul O'Neill who's managed to sneak through in the Export Astra, and Aaron Slight coming into the pits now to make his stop.
Sensible driving there. He stayed out of trouble knowing he was coming into the pit, so that was the right thing to do.
Ivan Muller still on the charge. He's made his pit stop. He's out behind his teammate James Thompson. There's race leader then, Anthony Reid. And let's see whether he can open up enough of the gap with clear air so that when he makes his stop, he might be able to come back out in front of the likes of Prio and Thompson. Prio being the first of the guys that have made a stop. Remember that strip above the driver's name on the side window? If that's not torn off, then they haven't yet made their pit stop.
Well, some of these drivers will be itching to get themselves into the pits. The conditions absolutely terrible. You can just see how much lying water there is being thrown off the racetrack, off those tyres, into the faces of the cars behind. So it really is very difficult to drive flat out without making a mistake.
Paul O'Neill catching up to race leader Anthony Reid. Clipped that curb a little hard, but he's still there, and in second place there is Gareth Howell doing a good job, the 21-year-old up against the youngster Tom Chilton. They're both doing well, running in third and fourth places, not having made their pit stops. Look at O'Neill though, he's really attacking. Anthony Reid's one of his heroes, he reckons, but he's got a chance to pass him here.
Well, he's got a very good chance if he can see his way past. He's got the MG lined up. Just on the inside he dives out of the spray, and I don't think Anthony Reid saw that car in his spray.
Well, there is so much spray, not only can you not see anything forwards, you can't see much in your mirrors, and O'Neill says thank you very much, takes over the lead of this race. Winner of one race earlier on this season, remember, at Oulton Park, in much drier conditions, I have to say, than we've got here at Knock Hill. So Reid down to second. Here's Andy Prio. Now he's running well, he's ahead of all the other cars that have made their pit stop. So he's looking pretty good. Michael chewing frantically up there on the pit wall, looking pretty nervous, as is Will Hoy. Now James Thompson getting past Norman Simon. This is a battle for position. Remember, the production cars do not make pit stops, so in fact they're battling over 9th place there. But as we go through the race, he will move well ahead of the production cars. On board with Colin Turkington in the battle here with Aaron Slight. Oh, he dives down the inside. Can he get it turned into the hairpin? Yes, he can. Makes it round the outside. Oh, they make contact. Turkington gets spun round onto the field on the inside, and I don't think there's much chance of getting out of there.
He's well and truly stuck here. We're on board again. Turkington very quick into the hairpin, slides past the Astra of Aaron Slight. Oh, that's a big impact. I don't think Aaron Slight was very happy about being overtaken there.
So Turkington gets pitched onto the grass, and there's absolutely no grip down there, even with wet tyres. Anthony Reid in from second place now in the MG. Was passed by Paul O'Neill. The strip gets torn off that side window. Wait, and then eventually gets away, slipping the clutch an awful lot to try and get the car out of the pits.
Well, he made it sound difficult, but a very efficient pit stop and pit exit there from the MG team.
Our race leader is this man, Paul O'Neill, in the Astra. Slides it nicely through Butchers. That's the right hand at the bottom of the hill. And second place now, Gareth Howell and Tom Chilton in third. This is a battle that's raging between the two independent runners. Gareth Howell holding on to that second at the moment. Finished runner-up in the independence class in both races at Snetterton. Colin Turkington out of his car. Well, we didn't think they'd be able to get that car off the grass, sure enough. And into the pits comes Paul O'Neill. His pit stop now, and I wonder if he's managed to open up enough of an advantage to get out ahead of people like Prio, Thompson and Muller. I don't think he will have done. He'll drop in behind them somewhere. There is Gareth Howell. He now leads this race ahead of Tom Chilton. And there we have Muller versus Thompson. Thompson ahead of Muller, but Muller doesn't want that any further. Muller on the right as we look at it, and he's outbraked him around the outside into toughest dip.
Well, that's very much on the limit driving from the two Vauxhall drivers, but don't forget they're also playing a slight percentage game. They're in the lead of the Drivers' Championship, so they won't want to throw any points away. And take each other out. So very sensible teamwork from the two of them.
Well, Vauxhall Motorsport have watched these two cars dominate many of the races this year. It's not happening on this occasion, I have to say. Andy Prio is some way ahead of them, and still the leading guy not to have stopped. Howell versus Chilton. This is still a battle for the lead of the race, remember. David Leslie's joined in the Proton, and as they head up the hill, in fact, Howell's heading into the pits. You can see him slowing down, so's Leslie, and Tom Chilton is now race leader as he crosses the line, but look, right behind him is Prio. The man who has already stopped, the leading runner stopped, that is Andy Prio. He now is trying to claim the lead. Meanwhile, in the pits, David Leslie, and that seems to be a problem there. Didn't look as though the jack worked properly, so that will drop David slightly down the order. On board with Andy Prio, and he now looking for a way to get past Tom Chilton. I have to say, Chilton's doing a good job, not making any mistakes as yet.
Well, Andy will also know that Chilton hasn't stopped, so it's a race on track, but not really for position. Prio just dives down the inside into the hairpin, though. Very clean stuff. Just takes the position away from Chilton.
Chilton, though, doing very well, isn't he? Not his first time here at Knockhill. He's raced in the T-Car series here before. First year in touring cars. Now, there's Chilton's teammate Aaron Slight. Warren Hughes coming up behind him, and in fact going past, but way past, sailing past into the gravel again. Well, he did that at a different corner in the last race, but Hughes, I'm afraid, is not having a very good weekend in Scotland. Meanwhile, Chilton is in from second place. He had been passed by Prio, remember, and he now rejoins. What he'll be chasing is the win in the independence class, as Matt Neal puts the pressure on teammate Paul O'Neill.
Well, puts the pressure on indeed. He's right on his tail there as Paul O'Neill just runs slightly wide of the apex, and Matt Neal is through. That's all the room he needs. Paul O'Neill just runs wider and wider onto the grass and loses the place.
So that sees Matt Neal up into 5th position now. And with all of the lead runners having made their stops, it is Andy Prio, and here he is just getting past Graham Saunders, or in fact Saunders coming back at him. Well, that's a surprise. He's in a production class car. Of course, he might not realise that he's got the overall race leader battling with him.
Well, the windows can get very misted up in these touring cars while you're racing in the rain. That's his excuse, but Andy Prio takes the place back again.
So Prio leads, Muller is in second place, but look at the gap, 6.4 seconds back to Ivan Muller. Andy Prio is very much in control of this race. Has always been rapid in wet races in just about anything he's raced, but it's his first proper touring car event in these conditions. Look at Matt Neal. Matt Neal now looking to try and take 4th place away from Anthony Reid, and Reid's now having to work quite hard to hold on to 4th.
Well, Anthony gets a taste of his own medicine there, a slight tap from the rear from Matt Neal there, just reminds Anthony that he's there and puts him under a bit more pressure as they arrive at the overtaking area of the hairpin.
Yeah, trying to go down the outside is Matt Neal. These two had a raging battle for 3rd place at Mondello a few races back, if you remember. It looks like we could have more of the same here at Knockhill. Reid holding on to 4th currently. Matt Neal chasing it. Oh, Boardman's on the curve. Round she goes. Alan Blenko takes avoiding action. Beautiful piece of ballet there from Tom Boardman. He's got it pointing the right way, and he's only lost about 1 place. So he rejoins. There he is. And nothing hit once again, but still this battle raging for 4th place. The spray just about everywhere, and Matt Neal struggling to choose his moment, but now he has chosen his moment down the inside into Clark Curve.
Well, the pressure has paid off. Anthony Reid just ran a bit wide, and you can see the line through that corner is to take all of the curb on the inside. Matt Neal did that and just drove away with that position.
Gavin Piper leading comfortably in the production class at the moment, looking for a 2nd straight win. The man from Dundee will be celebrating his birthday tomorrow, in fact, and what a good way to celebrate it. Oh, and we've got a battle here. Paul O'Neill getting past Anthony Reid. So Matt Neal's up into 4th, Paul O'Neill now up to 5th, and Prio leading, but he's got into a big tank slammer here. Oh, and he's in big trouble all over the place. And I don't know where Muller is, but surely he can't be far behind. There he is. Muller suddenly seeing Prio in trouble. I don't know how he saved that.
Well, Muller was caught behind some back markers there as well, but Andy Prio just gets into a huge tank slapper, gets a bit wide on the curb, absolutely floors the throttle to just pull it straight, and gets away with it is exactly the right word.
Well, he'd almost come to a complete stop at the end of that, but he kept his foot in and managed to keep going. And the gap, which had narrowed to about just under 5 seconds, is now down to just over a second between these two. And Prio, well, he's only got to get out of the hairpin and across the line to take his first victory in touring cars, but his heart rate must be sky high after that moment. He's going to do it though. He's done enough to take the first victory for Honda for this season and his first ever touring car victory. Ivan Muller takes second place. James Thompson comes through in third. So Vauxhall Motorsport still having a good day, but delight for the boys from Arena Motorsport that run this Honda racing program. Prio, the winner at Knock Hill, and Gavin Piper taking his second win in production.
Great, fantastic.
Well, how'd you feel?
Amazed. Because we went backwards in the first race, and well, we worked very hard on the car. We've not been in these conditions before, and Andy hasn't driven in a touring car, front-wheel drive touring car in these conditions, so it was suck it and see, but it looked like it worked. Andy was pretty strong out there until that last lap when he, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it when I was looking at. I was so nervous for him, but it's really good. Fantastic for the team. They work for this really hard. It's great for Honda.
So Andy Prio makes up for the disappointment in the sprint race after starting from pole. We'll hear from him after the break. Well, there's no doubting who's got the most vocal support here at Knock Hill, as Andy Prio receives his first British Touring Car Winners' Trophy. So Prio earns the second non-Vauxhall win of the season. Ivan Muller beat Thompson by 1 place and took fastest lap, while both Matt Neal and Paul O'Neill drove well. Tom Chilton took his first ever win in the independence class after a very controlled effort. And Gavin Piper won the production class for the second time in a row. Mark Fullerlove getting a finish at last in third in class.
Well, I'm delighted. I mean, it's nice to get that first one out of the way. It would have been nice in the dry. I think we had a very quick car in the dry, but we've done it in all conditions, which is a fantastic result. Honda and Arena have really done well today. This is the first bit of wet testing we've done, and they've just given me a winning car in the second session. Fantastic.
Second place. It's a good place, especially I start 10th on the grid, so I didn't have a very good place, plus the fact I still have weight on the car, less than the first race. So I can be pleased with the end of the weekend.
We've had dry practice and it's a bit of a gamble in the wet weather, and everything to lose, nothing to gain from my point of view. And Ivan and I had a little tussle, but if you let him, on you go at the first corner, and you can take 2 points from me. I took 2 from him in the first race, so we come out the weekend even Stevens, but with 2 less races to go.
I went out on intermediates, and within the first couple of laps, half the grid came in to change to full wets, and I stuck with them. I was leading for a couple of laps, but then Andy overtook me due to the fact I was just aquaplaning on the tyres I was on, so I had to come in because I was just losing time. Put full wets on, and all I did was went quicker. And I slowly was bringing in the top 3-4 cars in front of me. Every time I was going down Duffer's Dip, I was slowly reeling them in. And at the end, I was on Reed's bumper for the start line at the end of the race. I just wish there were more laps.
Yeah, it was good. We made a lot of adjustments to the car from the first race, and yeah, it was just good. The car was doing everything I asked, and to be honest, I was having great fun out there. And I don't mind the rain at all now. It's great to win twice in your home circuit.
In the championship, the gap between Thompson and Muller has changed by just 1 point, while Neal has at last regained his scoring momentum. Anthony Reid now has a real battle on his hands, as Prio is only 3 points behind, but Hughes has dropped from 6th to 8th as a result of his weekend to forget, and Paul O'Neill has leapfrogged past both Hughes and David Leslie. In the production class, Norman Simon has managed to reduce by 10 points the lead of James Kay, but only 4 races remain. Spencer Marsh has eased away from Jim Edwards despite not scoring in the feature, while Piper has leapt from 11th to 6th thanks to his 2 wins and 2 poles. In the Touring Teams Championship, Vauxhall Motorsport has provisionally wrapped up the title with 2 meetings to go. Export has escaped the clutches of MG Sport and Racing, while Honda Racing has gone from being 2 points behind Team Halfords to 17 points ahead. Despite the Honda win in the feature race, Vauxhall still scooped the most manufacturers' points at Knock Hill. With Bennett's car out of action after Aaron Slight's indiscretion, it was the worst weekend of the season in terms of points for Proton. Aaron Slight arrived in Scotland leading the independents and leaves the same way, but between races Eves was ahead. Chilton outscored everyone at Knock Hill, however, with a second and a win to celebrate before going to Brands. Well, a big crowd has gathered to watch the races. Let's check out the grid for round 17 of the Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship. It's Reed's second pole of the season. His car a fraction heavier than Warren Hughes' similar MG in second place. Championship leader James Thompson is best. Vauxhall ahead of top independents Gareth Howell. Colin Turkington makes it 4 MGs in the top 5. Then it's Ivan Muller in 6th place. Tim Harvey is 7th alongside independents rival Aaron Slight. And on the 5th row, Brands winner from last year, Phil Bennett is joined by a 3 times winner this year, Matt Neal.
Dan Eves lines up 11th ahead of Alan Morrison in the Honda Civic Type R. Then it's David Leslie and Knock Hill winner Andy Prio, who suffered a down-on-power engine in qualifying. O'Neill went off at Paddock Hill Bend. Carl Breeze and Tom Chilton are the last two tourers, but incredibly only 3/4 of a second from pole. James Kay is fastest production car. Norman Simon and Gavin Piper are, as ever, close behind. Spencer Marsh is third in the points, but 6th on the grid. Meanwhile, Hyler Breeze survived qualifying with his engine intact, but Mark Fullerlove starts all the way at the back, following a spin at the start of the qualifying session. So here we go then, all set for 25 laps. It's the sprint race and the lights go to green and the front row gets away, but Colin Turkington doesn't get away at all well. A very poor start indeed from the Team Atomic Kitten car. His teammate Gareth Howell's got up into 3rd place. Everyone now streaming their way into Paddock Hill Bend. Anthony Reid leads from pole position. Warren Hughes in 2nd, Howell, and then Ivan Muller. Oh, we've got a car off in the background. That's one of the production cars. It's Dave Allen in the Honda Civic, teammate to James Kay. He's gone off at Paddock Hill Bend. Down now into Graham Hill Bend, and it is Anthony Reid ahead of Warren Hughes. Gareth Howell is an MG 1-2-3 at the moment. A great start for these three, but watch out for James Thompson. He's right behind them. Look at Colin Turkington. Oh, Turkington, there was contact there between Colin Turkington and Matt Neal, and Turkington's gone off into the barrier, and it looks as though his race is run already on this opening lap of the sprint race.
Yeah, here we are on board as we turn into Graham Hill Bend, and there is Matt Neal. He just catches the back of Colin Turkington's car there and just keeps that position, and Turkington doesn't realise he's there, tries to regain the line as he turns into Surtees, but that's enough just to spin him round.
Dave Allen makes it back into the pits after that spin at Paddock Hill Bend. Obviously needs to check the car over and make sure everything is okay. Synchro Motorsport hoping that James Kay will wrap up the production class title here this weekend. Here are the top tourers though, and it's Anthony Reid ahead of his teammate Warren Hughes in 2nd, Gareth Howell, then James Thompson and Ivan Muller. Tim Harvey's going well in the bright orange Peugeot, and he's just behind the 2 Vauxhall Motorsport cars.
Of course, Tim Harvey been driving in touring cars for many years, lots of experience, knows brands like the back of his hand, but I think Gareth Howell particularly is doing very well for a rookie in his first season, and right there up at the front. There we see the pace car out.
Yeah, the safety car has come out. Lights are not on yet. They're heading up. Oh, now they come on. Well, they haven't picked up the leaders. He didn't put the lights on, so the leaders went past. Of course, once the lights are on, they have to stay behind him. This was, looking back an incident a moment ago, Alan Morrison there into clearways.
Yeah, great save by both those drivers. Morrison there diving down the inside and leaning on Slight, and they both saved it and got underway.
So we're ready to go racing once again. Here come those 2 MGs. It's Anthony Reid versus Warren Hughes. Hughes has had a victory already this season. Reid yet to win. Here comes Tim Harvey down the inside of Ivan Muller. Well, that was a great move from Tim Harvey, and the Peugeot squeezing past the Vauxhall, and here comes Phil Bennett trying to do the same, but he can't manage it.
Yes, good opportunistic move there by Tim Harvey. He saw that Muller was dallying a bit as he came out of clearways at the restart there, and as the pace car, and there going off is Slight. Aaron Slight going off yet again as he exited the Druids corner. It looks like he got tangled up with somebody else's incident.
Well, bad news for Aaron Slight, but hopeful for better things as we go through the afternoon. Ivan Muller, meanwhile, having been passed by Tim Harvey at that restart, wants that position back because he sees his championship rival James Thompson a couple of places ahead now, and he wants to do something about that. Oh, Dave Allen's having a bit of a tough time today. Looks like he's spun down at Graham Hill Bend this time, and obviously enjoying reaching parts of the circuit other cars just don't normally reach. The top 2 up front, Reid versus Hughes, then Gareth Howell running well in 3rd. Here comes James Thompson, still in 4th place, but he's ahead of his main championship rival. This is what happened to Dave Allen.
Yeah, he came there out of Graham Hill Bend, just bounced off the inside of the curb there. That was enough to unsettle the car, and around it goes. So not having a good race so far.
So let's see whether Ivan Muller now can attack Tim Harvey up into clearways. Oh, he takes a late lunge up the inside. Tim leaves it reasonably wide open, and Ivan Muller says thank you very much.
Well, it's not like Tim really, because he was obviously very opportunistic at the restart and jumped Muller. There, Muller jumped him, got him back.
Oh, problems for Thompson. There's tyre smoke. Look on board, James Thompson. Something has gone disastrously wrong at the front end of that car.
Yes, that was a big moment there. Look at the inside right front wheel. It's folded right back inside the wheel arch. There's some sort of suspension failure there. He was very lucky not to have a big accident, and Tim Harvey, I think, just managed to scrape round the outside of Paddock.
Well, Ian Harrison on the radio to James, but what a disaster for him. He looked as though he might wrap up the title here this weekend, but he's not going to score any points in this race. Look at this battle for second in production class. On board with James Kay, trying to keep Gavin Piper behind him. Norman Simon in the BMW's leading the class just ahead, and Gavin Piper's looking for a way through here. There he comes. He's come up the inside into Clearway, so the Alfa Romeo gets ahead of the Honda. That's second place in production class. Meanwhile, in the Tourers, a lot's going on. Andy Prio missing his rear bumper already, dicing here with David Leslie. Oh, he makes contact with him sideways through Paddock Hill Bend and just manages to retain control.
Well, not retain control of his wing mirror, but who needs wing mirrors anyway in touring cars? Here we are on board with Prio as he turns into paddock there, gets sideways now, gets a bit of a tank slap, and luckily Leslie's there to straighten the car up, but Leslie gets the plates back again.
So Andy Prio showing the scars already, and there's his teammate Alan Morrison trying to get past Carl Breeze, squeezing his way through, and Paul O'Neill's right behind him as well, so it's a good dice going on further down the field here. Alan Morrison didn't qualify particularly well, never really got a decent lap in, although he was fast in the practice sessions, and he's got plenty of pressure on him now. Paul O'Neill right behind Carl Breeze. There's Tom Chilton, just pops it over the curb at Paddock Hill Bend, runs a little bit wide on the exit, but should retain that position for the moment, diving up towards Druids. And Chilton, who had a great result here at Brands in the season opener, now trying to fight his way through the order, did qualify as last of the Tourers. The production battle comes through. Fourth place in production, there is Tom Boardman in the second of the BMWs. His teammate is there, and that is Norman Simon, the German driver from Wiesbaden in Germany, who's contesting the production class this year, and he's doing well. He's the main challenger to James Kay in the championship, but he needs to win the races this weekend, and he really needs James Kay to have some problems. Up front, there's still a battle going on for third place. The yellow and black MG versus the red and white Vauxhall Astra of Ivan Muller. Muller takes a dive down the inside, doesn't quite make it.
Well, considering Gareth Howell's a bit of a rookie, he really is showing very little inexperience.
Good stuff from Howell. Meanwhile, production class, there comes Norman Simon, and look, now Gavin Piper's under threat again from James Kay. James Kay trying to get down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, and does so relatively easily in the end. We saw Piper take second earlier on, but now James Kay retakes the position. Battle for third continues. It's still Howell versus Ivan Muller through Surtees, fast through there. Now they get on the brakes into clearways, looking up Muller slightly, but he's got the inside.
But look at Howell there, he's hanging on round the outside, he's just not giving up. He had a big wobble as he went into out of Surtees and then into clearways, which lost him that speed. But here he's hanging on round the outside as they approach Paddock Bend.
Good battle behind between Harvey and Matt Neal as well, but Muller now has got that inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Matt Neal just squeezing past Tim Harvey. Oh, and Muller goes out a bit wide, and Gareth Howell's coming back at him. He's not giving up. On board Matt Neal, we're looking at Gareth Howell just ahead of us there, still side by side with Ivan Muller. He's squeezing Muller out. Howell's still got that third place. Down into Graham Hill Bend, and Muller comes back down the inside. Oh, and Muller takes the place, and Howell now's going to have to watch out for Matt Neal.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Neal's going to get past Howell. That's very unlucky by Howell, but I think a little bit of inexperience. He could have blocked Muller. He could have just driven across front of Muller's car and blocked him into Graham Hill Bend.
Muller doesn't need much of a gap for him to say, I'm coming through. That's exactly what he did, but we've got problems for Dan Eves. Something's gone wrong here, Will.
Yes, as he's approaching clearways here, as he turns into clearways, there's Andy Templeton's car on the left as he comes out of clearways, getting on the power, accelerating to third, fourth, and up to fifth. And there's a real problem with the front suspensional transmission, and he's got a big problem there, and he's hit the wall, so clearly it's fairly terminal.
Looks like he lost steering, and in fact here's his teammate Carl Breeze. He's also lost steering. He's hit somebody, I think, with that left front, and it's certainly done some damage, so it looks like he's out of the race. That's two Team Halford's cars out. Let's see what happened. Well, there was a bit of contact with Tom Chilton as they came onto the straight. Not quite sure what caused it all, but there was contact and whatever. We now have two orange cars out and somebody else in trouble. That's Hyler Breeze. No relation, that's the Australian. And it looks like another engine failure. He's suffered so many of these already this year. He's only done a few races. Poor chap. Hasn't gone well for him at all. Safety car out. All these cars are littering the track, Will, so got to go and clear some up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of incident in this race so far. This is typical Brands Hatch. There's James Thompson's car. They're trying to fix it. They're trying to fix that front suspension failure. It's a good idea to get him out to just check the car is okay. But there's a car which won't be going very far. That's Carl Breeze's Peugeot, which has had that front suspension failure, and the Hyler Breeze is Honda, looking very second-hand as well.
Yes, well, here comes James Thompson, as you said. Well, they are sending him back out. No chance really of scoring any points, but at least they can check the cars all right for the feature race later on. And that's probably the most important consideration now for them. Safety car getting ready to come back into the pits here. Race on again. It's still Anthony Reid, remember, leading for MG with his teammate Warren Hughes right behind him. 2 production cars in between them and Ivan Muller. So Muller's got some work to do here if he's to put some pressure on the MGs.
And he's certainly going to be trying, but it might be very difficult. Of course, he's carrying a lot of success ballast from the last round at Knock Hill when he finished second to Andy Prio. So it's going to be quite hard, but I'm sure, knowing Muller, the sort of driver he is, he's going to be pushing now that he knows that Thompson is out of this race. So it's a great point-scoring opportunity for him.
Yes, and Matt Neal's not far behind. In fact, Aaron Slide's off in the gravel. That's down at Paddock Hill Bend. I saw his teammate Tom Chilton just seem to be getting going again. So something's happened. Let's take a look back here.
Here we are on board with Norman Simon into paddock. There on the left is Chilton going off, and there just on the left again is Aaron Slide. And there is Chilton gets out of the gravel trap, and poor Aaron Slide having a very hard race. He's been driving very well quickly, but unfortunately being caught out by 1 or 2 unfortunate situations.
Well, up front it's still the 2 MGs coming through, but in fact the red flag is being shown. The red flag is out. That means the race is being stopped. Now presumably that's because of Aaron Slide's car. It is in quite a dangerous position, as you can see. If the car goes off, it will be straight into Slide's car. The race has been stopped, and they will, I think, classify that as a result because they've completed most of the race distance. So there's no point in bringing the safety car out now. They will finish the race there. There is a very disappointed Aaron Slide walking away from his stricken Vauxhall Astra, but he will start on the front row for the next race. But the sprint race winner here at Brands Hatch is Anthony Reid. Great effort from him. MG makes history in the race, as in qualifying. The first 1-2 finish for the team, with the added bonus of fastest lap for Reid as well. Ivan Muller's third place has reduced the points gap to Thompson to just 9. The Auctionman's efforts thwarted by that broken wishbone. Norman Simon has now won 5 races in the production class, one more than James Kay, who still leads the points. Gavin Piper was third in class, carrying maximum success ballast. Onto the podium steps Kevin Whale to receive the manufacturer's trophy on behalf of Vauxhall. That championship won with 3 races still to go. But this first race at Brands was all about the performance of the MGs, and Ivan Muller is determined to make Reid uncomfortable despite his success.
It's a kind of breakthrough for us. I think it's a breakthrough for the championship because wins this year have taken place for other manufacturers in wet conditions, but today we've proven, beyond all doubt, in equal conditions, in dry conditions, the MG is a class car.
So is that team orders, or were you pushing?
Team orders, but we weren't pushing. We had a chat beforehand, just said whoever gets the start, the other won't, the other guy won't do anything stupid. But that wasn't to say there wasn't, a race on. If he ran wide or made a small mistake, I would have been in there. I was just waiting for him. I didn't want to risk anything because, it's a fantastic result for MG. I'm over the moon, particularly for MG. I think it's just a stunning race for us.
You had a good dice with Gareth Howe.
Yeah, it was a good fight with him, with Tim Harvey as well, without contact, and with Jimmy as well. It was an exciting race. I really enjoyed, and I can be pleased with the third place.
Absolutely super ace, and you've done it with still 3 races left to go.
I know, we didn't do it quite as quickly this year as last year, did we? But the competition's getting fiercer, but nevertheless we're in there. The Astra Coupe has come through as best car again, and it's just great, wonderful.
What does it actually mean to you personally?
Well, it means an awful lot. We work very hard over the years, and a lot of things go on behind the scenes that you don't see necessarily, and it's a great achievement. And I was just saying to Ian Harrison, the team manager, earlier, why am I still nervous? Before every race I am nervous, and it's because we care, I think. It's great, yeah.
Yes, the times are incredibly close here at Brands, and in fact pole position has been taken by just 0.02 of a second in favour of Warren Hughes in the MG. Aaron Slide did a fantastic job, but his car's currently lane. Race 1 winner Anthony Reid is 3rd, Colin Turkington is 4th and 2nd fastest independent, Matt Neal is 5th ahead of James Thompson, hoping for reliability. Gareth Howe starts 7th, Tim Harvey is alongside for Team Halfords. Row 5 sees 2 cars that came together yet survived in the first race, Morrison in the Honda and Leslie in the Proton. Phil Bennett is next ahead of the repaired Peugeot of Dan Eves, then title hopeful Ivan Muller with plenty to do. Paul O'Neill and Andy Prio share the 8th row. Tom Chilton lines up alongside the production class pole sitter Norman Simon, who won earlier today. James Kay has Piper with him in the Alpha, then Spencer Marsh and Tom Boardman, who were separated by less than a second at the end of the sprint race. Sadly, Hyla Breeze will not be racing after the engine failure in race 1, but Mark Fullerlove was able to go from last to 6th in class earlier, and he has more laps in which to do even better as we prepare for the feature race at Brands Hatch. Well, Aaron Slight, we said he was in the pits, and well, it looks like some severe problem here.
And very unfortunate too for him, because he qualified on the front row. Fantastic effort by the New Zealander, a very inexperienced touring car driver, of course, fantastic experience on bikes, but very, very unfortunate for him, and he'll be gutted that he's not starting on that front row.
So there's a gap where he should be. Warren Hughes leads them round. It should be Aaron Slight alongside him, but that will give a clear run to Colin Turkington, who's the first of the two Atomic Kitten cars on the grid this time. Here we go. Warren Hughes takes the green flag. We're underway for the feature race, 40 laps of the Indy Circuit at Brands Hatch, and Warren Hughes versus Anthony Reid once again. It's Hughes in front. Prio quite a long way down after his poor qualifying session, has a lot of work to do. The Knock Hill winner is going to have to fight his way through the order. Hughes versus Reid. There's Turkington and Thompson trying to drive all the way around the outside. Has to make this race count after the disaster of race 1.
Very frantic there around those first 2 or 3 corners of Brands Hatch. As ever, a bit of contact here and there, and as you'd expect at Brands Hatch, everybody jostling for position now as they head up towards Surtees and into Clearways.
So Warren Hughes has the advantage over the man who won the first race today, Anthony Reid. Here comes James Thompson, though, looking to find a way past Colin Turkington. Remember, Turkington's race lasted less than a lap in the sprint race. Had a little bit of contact with Matt Neal and went off down at Surtees, but so far so good for Turkington. Looking back down the order, looks like Norman Simon is once again ahead in the production class. The two MGs, here comes the battle for third. It's Turkington versus Thompson. Thompson squeezes through on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, but like Howell earlier, Turkington's trying to come back at him again as they come up towards Druis. He's got the inside, he hits Thompson. He's actually hit him and he's gone sideways. Turkington's all out of shape. Oh, Thompson was lucky to make it through the middle there.
Yes, Druids, Ben, often seen of a lot of contact in the first 2 or 3 laps, and I'm sure that when we look back here on board with Anthony Reid there, does Turkington just outbrakes himself and hits Thompson. Thompson's very lucky to recover from that and not to be pushed off into the gravel.
Gareth Howell took advantage, but now Thompson's coming back at him. Howell was able to nip past in that incident, but now he has James Thompson leaning on him as they come out of Clearways. Remember, in the first race, it was Gareth Howell versus Ivan Muller. Now he's up against the other Vauxhall Motorsports driver. It is James Thompson. And I wonder, Will, does Gareth have to think about the fact that James is heading for the championship or trying to get points here?
I don't think he does as a driver. I don't think you're aware of that. I guess you don't want to make a mistake which might push off the championship leader or one of the major contenders. But the way he's driving at the moment, he's obviously not respecting anybody's reputation.
No, he's not, but he's doing a good job at the moment, isn't he? Staying ahead of Thompson, giving as good as he gets, and Matt Neal's right in there as well. Now we ride on board with second place man Anthony Reid. That's teammate Warren Hughes right ahead and diving up the inside into Clearways. He's gone for the move. Anthony Reid trying to get past his teammate.
I don't suppose Hughes expected that. He left the door quite open, but I don't know if they have any rules or not within the team to if the lead driver can keep his position unless he makes a mistake. But clearly I don't think Hughes is going to be very impressed with the way Reid just sliced down the inside of Clearways.
Safely done though, no contact, and so both cars survive, and there's plenty of laps left here in which to battle. Remember, they've still got their obligatory pit stop to come, and a lot can change during the course of those pit stops. Third place still is Gareth Howell, then it's James Thompson, Matt Neal chasing, Tim Harvey's running well, Alan Morrison is in the battle there with David Leslie, and he's going, they come through Graham Hill Bend side and they've made contact, and Leslie spins out. Oh, he's into the tyre barrier on the outside in the Proton. End of race.
Here we are on board with Morris as he dives down the inside of Leslie. Leslie seems to leave himself a bit of room there to let Morrison through. Big impact there as he hits the barrier and the tyre wall gets destroyed. Not looking like Happy Bunny there, David Leslie. And so he might feel, because clearly Morrison, I think, got a bit loose on those curbs and just lost control and just pushed Leslie into that spin.
Also problems for the other Proton. This is Phil Bennett in the pits. Looks as though there might have been a bit of contact around the front end of that car, and they're trying to sort that out, so it's not proving to be a very good feature race for the Proton team. Disappointment. Still have to look forward to Donington, the last 2 rounds in the championship. Here we go, safety car back into the pits. Phil Bennett gets out before they come back around again, and it's still Anthony Reid who leads from Warren Hughes in second place, and then Gareth Howell, James Thompson, Matt Neal in there, Tim Harvey looking for another good result. as Colin Turkington in behind him as well, another of the independent runners. Fastest independent at the moment, of course, is Gareth Howell, running in 3rd place overall and leading the independents class quite easily. In the background, it's still the BMW of Norman Simon leading in the production class, and Tim Harvey having a little bit of a go again at Ivan Muller.
Two very experienced drivers there in Muller and Harvey. They certainly know their way around here. They know every inch of the circuit. Of course, Brands Hatch, a really mean, lean circuit, and no quarter given, and it's no let up. Of course, with the pace car, the pack bunches up again. You never get a chance to get away, and it's just like the restart of a race. So very tough out there, and Howell again doing a fantastic job.
Now look, James Thompson's decided to come into the pits already. Early stages to come in. He's really taken the first opportunity, and Thompson comes in. Now, Muller was only a couple of places behind him. Of course, he's got to watch out for where Muller is in this race. He's determined to gain some points on him this time. Still ahead in the championship, but needs a decent finish now. Reasonable stop, 7.2 seconds. Not one of the best we've seen this year, but it gets him out, and we'll see what happens when the others start making their pit stop. It's still Anthony Reid from Warren Hughes, Gareth Howell staying very close to them, and the 3 MGs up there. Can they make it an all-MG podium this time? That would really be quite something. Into the pits comes Ivan Muller now, and Tom Chilton also heading into pit lane. So, the Vauxhall Motorsport boys go to work.
Yeah, quite a few cars coming in now for the mandatory tyre stop. Quite a good tactic to come in early, just in case there is a pace car situation later. Muller gets away there a bit quicker than James Thompson, but not a particularly quick time.
Now, let's see where this puts them relative to one another. Here comes Thompson along the top straight. Where's Muller? Where's Muller? There's Muller. He's on the inside. He's ahead. Now Thompson's got the speed. He's got to try and carry it through Paddock Hill Bend, get round the outside of Muller and try and move ahead of his teammate once again. Up the hill towards Druids. It's going to be close run thing into the corner. Oh, and Muller's locked up. He's taken Thompson off. He's taken him into the gravel.
That is an amazing incident. That really shouldn't happen between teammates. It does happen. I should know. I've had a few run-ins with my teammates at Brands Hatch, and Thompson must be feeling absolutely gutted there. He's lost the opportunity yet again to score points this weekend.
Race leader Anthony Reid is into the pit lane. Matt Neal also choosing this moment to come into the pits, looking for a quick stop once again. And Matt Neal gets away, same time that James Thompson took. In fact, identical time for him. Turkington also making his pit stop now as they all rush to get out of the pit lane. Anthony Reid still gets out in front of those other 2 cars that stopped at the same time as him. But as they come out, in fact, the safety car has just come out onto the circuit. There's James Thompson walking away from his car, but with the safety car coming out, other people now choosing this moment to come in.
In fact, this is probably the best time to come in, because I think these drivers have actually seen that incident just at the right moment on the lap, and they've come in, and as they've come in, the pace car has gone out, therefore catching all the other cars behind the pace car, and these guys have just got in before the pace car board goes out on the marshal's post. So I think it will turn out that these guys have probably made the best opportunistic pit stop.
Well, Anthony Reid follows the pace car at the moment. Replay here of what happened between Muller and Thompson.
Yeah, Muller, of course, on cold tyres, tried to race Thompson into the corner. Thompson, of course, on the outside on warm tyres. But I guess in hindsight, he probably would have thought that possibly Muller would lock up and go straight on. It was always a danger, but clearly Muller did try and race him into that corner.
Now, the car leading this race is in fact Gareth Howell. He's not made his stop. They've waved people through. Anthony Reid now finds himself further down the pack, having made his stop. Gareth Howell leads with Andy Prio right behind him. These guys have not stopped, nor has Dan Eves running in the Peugeot in 3rd place. So they've really got to get on with the programme here and try and open as much of a lead as possible before they make their stops. And look at Prio attacking Howell. He touches him round the top of the Druids hairpin, and I think he's going to be able to snip through in a Graham Hill Bend. Oh, he just makes it. I wondered if Howell was going to hang him out to dry, but he didn't quite. Prio gets in front, and let's just take another look at that.
Yeah, great aggressive driving there by Prio. Howell could have toughed it out, but Prio there sticking on the outside, turning into Graham Hill Bend and getting through into 1st place. But he's certainly going to get the hammer down now, because these guys are really pushing hard.
Yeah, now these guys are those that have stopped. These are the leaders of those that have stopped. Not leaders overall, of course. That's still Andy Prio, but he will have to make a pit stop soon. Warren Hughes and Paul O'Neill doing a good job right behind him, really hunting around, looking for any opportunity here, although Warren's very experienced. And that's Norman Simon off into the gravel trap. He was leading in the production class, remember. Let's see what happened to him here. mixed up with some tourers, and I think that was Phil Bennett. Phil Bennett actually made contact with Simon.
Yeah, Simon, a bit unlucky there. I suppose that's just a classic case where tourers and production cars have a bit of a coming together mid-corner. That's Turkington's car being patched up.
Yeah, it looks like there's been some sort of problem there for Turkington, so he's dropped down the order with an extra stop. Now, Dan Eaves is making his first and hopefully only stop. Remember, he was one of those 3 cars running up front. They didn't come in earlier under the safety car. This is where it will really hurt. And in fact, the engine stalled. He's got it running again. Hopefully that won't hurt him too much.
But clearly they're having a problem with that left front wheel as well, so it's been a bit of a disastrous stop, really. Here, the battle for the lead. O'Neill moving around all over the track. Perhaps he's declaring his hand a bit too obviously to Hughes, allowing Hughes to defend his position much easier.
So Gareth Howell now has come into the pits. He's on his way back out again, one of those that didn't stop earlier. But remember, it's Andy Prio who's out in front at the moment. He'd passed Howell, trying to pull away from these guys.
Is that a good stop, guys? All the wheels okay?
And indeed, Howell's pit crew just checking with one another that pit stop went okay as he comes back onto the track now. Battle between Norman Simon and Gavin Piper. Simon's caught up again to the leader in the production class, Gavin Piper, despite being pushed into the gravel earlier on by Phil Bennett.
The wheel's not on. The wheel is not on.
And that's Gareth Howell. And let's just see what happened. In fact, one of the guys looked as though he wasn't sure that wheel was on properly.
Yeah, the left front there just clearly wasn't on properly. Poor old Gareth Howell. This happened to him previously at Thruxton, I think, earlier in the season.
Now Andy Prio's in from the lead. Oh, and the jack didn't work properly. Something went wrong there. It almost dropped and back up again. Let's hope they can get him out quickly here. Andy Prio, 7.3, not their best, but he's on his way.
He is, and he's had a fantastic drive whilst he's been at the front there, putting in some very, very quick lap times, but unfortunately I think he's going to come out some way down the grid.
Now this is the battle for the lead, everybody having made their pit stops. It's Warren Hughes versus Paul O'Neill and Alan Morrison. Remember Alan Morrison? He had that contact with David Leslie in the early part of this race, but there he is in 3rd place and showing that the Hondas are competitive here at Brands. As you said, well, the Andy Prio has set the fastest lap in this race. Morrison now looking for his first podium finish, perhaps. Gavin Piper spinning down the hill. Now I wonder what happened there. Let's take a look and see if we can find out. This is with Norman Simon.
And there's Piper there braking as he goes into Druids and leaves the door a little bit open. Simon there sees an opportunity, tries to tuck down the inside, and there tags Piper and just spins him right round. Well, that's touring cars for you.
Oh, and this is more touring cars. So that's Tom Boardman. And there's been contact there. I think that was Paul O'Neill he was rounding the hairpin with. Oh, and Tom, you can't carry on with your front wheel waving around like that. You better get it back to the pits, I guess. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, that was it looks quite, I shouldn't really laugh, but that's really Keystone Cops with that sort of front axle spinning around. There, yes, contact there from O'Neill. Unfortunately, that's again, we've seen a situation where Tourers and the production class just don't fit in the middle of a corner.
Alan Morrison has now got ahead of Paul O'Neill. Now that's interesting because of course he was running in 3rd place. Let's see what happened on the replay.
Here's O'Neill coming through Paddock Bend, through that big compression there, and just waves Morrison through. So clearly he's got some sort of handling problem. I don't know what it is, but clearly enough for him to actually let the following car through and to give up that position.
Now this is the battle for 5th. Former race leader Anthony Reid. There's Matt Neal trying to go around the outside of him. Kiwi Aaron Slights in the middle. There's Ivan Muller. Now remember, Muller had the contact with Thompson earlier on. Still wants to score points. Oh, it's all getting very bunched up. Slight diving down the inside, leading on Matt Neal, and I think getting the place away.
Yeah, good move there by Slight. Obviously disappointed to have lost his 2nd place on the start there and fighting his way to the front of the field, but he's amongst a few tough competitors here, so we'll see how this one works out as Prio just dives down the inside of Neil into clearways.
Yes, Andy Prio trying to make up that ground as well, and he's certainly going very quickly, but can he get past these guys? Anthony Reid ahead of Aaron Slight, and Slight getting a real masterclass in touring car racing from some of the most experienced competitors around, and Slight just a little slowed down at Paddock Hill Bend, and Muller's now coming up the inside, trying to get into Druid. Slight tries to shut the door, he can't, Muller squeezes through, and there goes Andy Prio around the outside.
This is most amazing touring car race. Look, they're swapping places one corner to the next. This is fantastic stuff. They're all still on the track, and there's a very disconsolate looking James Thompson. I'm surprised he's even bothered to watch the race.
Yes, he's not a happy man at all, scoring no points here at Brands Hatch this weekend, but MG scoring maximum points. 2 wins to MG. Warren Hughes comes through to take the victory in the feature race. 2nd place, his best result of the season for Alan Morrison. and a good third place there for Tim Harvey. Paul O'Neill comes across the line in fourth, and there's our production winner. It's Norman Simon in the BMW. Anthony Reid just holding on to fifth place after that tremendous tussle over the last few laps. But Warren Hughes, well, he's over the moon with that victory.
Well done, mate. Excellent drive. Oh, that is amazing. Fantastic job. Brilliant. This MG's some car, I tell you.
Well, Warren Hughes delighted. He might think it's some car, but that was quite some drive as well. Very controlled and great pit stops. We'll hear from him in just a moment. A suitably delighted Warren Hughes steps onto the podium to receive the winner's trophy here at Brands Hatch on a day that has belonged to MG Sport and Racing and the team WSR. Warren Hughes earns MG's third victory of the season, and with Alan Morrison getting his best result in touring cars, chased home by Tim Harvey in the Peugeot, we have three different manufacturers represented on the podium. O'Neill was highest placed Astra in fourth. Ivan Muller earned 5 points, but may have some explaining to do to James Thompson. In production, Norman Simon repeated his earlier win to prolong the championship battle with James Kay.
I was getting a hard time clearly, but I had one off maximum ballast. I just think that's an amazing job. West Surrey Racing, WSR, who designed and build the car, just did an incredible pit stop turnaround, so that won me the race.
You can't get better. 2 poles, 2 wins, fastest lap, so yeah, it's just, very, very pleased for everyone with the whole programme.
Well, I was last at one stage. David Leslie and I had a bit of a come together and just crawled my way back up and made a really good shout on the pit stop. Whenever I seen Thompson's car in the gravel up there, I thought, get in. Hopefully there's a pit or a safety car. Thank God, luck went our way for once.
Fantastic race. Car we knew was good from the first race, but we had a misfire in the first race, so we left the setup exactly the same. Put some new plugs in it, and the car was fantastic. Team did a good job. I called the pit stop at the last minute, and Team Halfords were there in the pit stop ready to take it. So yeah, I didn't know where I was for a bit, but I just kept pushing.
It was a very tough race for sure. It was very close with everybody. When you have 15 cars and 5 tenths.
What happened with you and James?
I went on the middle of the road for the Weeds corner. He tried to pass me outside, but when I brake, I locked the front wheel and I went straight on. And unfortunately, he was on my left side, and he had to come with me.
I was leading and I could open a bit of gap to Gavin, even with the weight, but I couldn't really pull away. And then I got hit by a tourist lapping me or overtaking me again, and I went through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It was just not really way past Gavin. I just could really put pressure on him, and he made a mistake at Rules. I went for the inside, he turned in, and we both touched. I'm happy to get again a few points to close on James, and so we'll see at Donington what's going on there.
To be honest, my attitude towards the start of the race and all weekend has just been keeping out of trouble and keep scoring points. And we have a very quick car, but at the end of the day, I had to just go for points all day long. But it's worked, so look forward to Donington.
The Drivers' Championship has been blown wide open by Thompson's broken wishbone and Muller's locked brakes. Only 4 points separate the two Vauxhall Motorsport drivers with 1 meeting to go. And if they take each other off in both races, Matt Neal could still sneak through to win. Anthony Reid has pulled away from Andy Prio, who now finds his 5th place under threat from a resurgent Warren Hughes, the top scorer at Brands. James Kay has a 33-point advantage in the production class and needs just 2 more points at Donington, even if Simon wins both races and takes all the bonus points. Spencer Marsh has an 18-point cushion over Jim Edwards for 3rd, but Gavin Piper could overtake Edwards if he has a good final weekend. Vauxhall Motorsport is top team, but has some tricky internal rivalries to balance prior to the last 2 races. MG Sport and Racing outscored the rest here. The team's championship only scores from the feature race, and that counts against Team Petronas, whose good results tend to come in the sprint races. Vauxhall are confirmed as the manufacturers' champions for the 2nd year in a row, a brilliant achievement in the face of some rapidly improving competition, and that was evident particularly at Brands this weekend as MG outscored Vauxhall 55-31. The battle in the Independence Cup is between Aaron Slight and the Barwell Astra, the Team Halfords pairing of Harvey and Eves, and the Team Atomic Kitten car of Gareth Howell. Tom Chilton finished both races here at Brands, but Carl Breeze was out of luck, unable to do race 2 after the damage done in the sprint race. But in general, the independents showed the works drivers that they are not easy targets. And the grid for the final sprint race of the 2002 Green Flag MSA British Touring Car Championship sees James Thompson start from the top spot for the 5th time this season. Matt Neal joins him on the front row. Ivan Muller makes it a Vauxhall 1-2-3. Knockhill winner Andy Prio is 4th, ahead of Anthony Reid, the last of the drivers with a chance at the title. Paul O'Neill is 6th, then it's Alan Morrison's ballasted Honda, followed by top independent qualified Tom Chilton. David Leslie is 9th in a newly built Proton, a shade faster than Colin Turkington in the Atomic Kitten MG. The soon-to-be-married Warren Hughes lines up 11th, ahead of independent title chaser Gareth Howell. Carl Breeze is 13th, ahead of Phil Bennett. Independent's points leader Aaron Slight only 15th, with title rivals Tim Harvey and Dan Eves, whose time was disallowed, right behind. Gavin Piper's taken production class pole in the Alpha. James Kay's happy with 2nd in class. Simon is 3rd. Then it's Alan Blenko and Graham Saunders making it an all-Alpha row 11. Then Tom Boardman's BMW has Mark Fullerlove in the Peugeot, Spencer Marsh in the Honda Accord and Dave Allen's Civic, all breathing down his neck. Mark Thomas and Annie Templeton are on row 14, but continuing an appalling run of bad luck, Australian youngster Hyla Breeze lost another engine in qualifying and is unable to start once again. So here we go then, the final standing start of the year. James Thompson on pole position. Needs to convert this into some decent points. Away we go. Matt Neal makes a great start. Thompson is slow away. Ivan Muller's got away very well indeed. And in fact, it's Muller moving up into 2nd place on the run down towards Redgate Corner. But it is Matt Neal who leads them through the first bend. James Thompson from pole position has dropped down to 3rd. He's under pressure from Andy Prio. Oh, and Prio's teammate Alan Morrison is off into the gravel trap at Redgate Corner, down through the Grainer curves. And Thompson now beginning to hound his teammate. There's more dust in the background. Somebody else has gone off on the exit of Redgate Corner as Muller locks up slightly coming into the old hairpin. Every one of the front runners is surviving so far, and it's Matt Neal. Oh, and Aaron Slight's off. It's Aaron Slight, the man trying to get the Independence Cup here this weekend, and that looked like a heavily damaged car. Here come the leaders into McLean's. Thompson on the inside of Muller. Oh, he hits him. Muller's pushed a bit wide. He gets back on, and Andy Prio now trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, so it was an interesting first couple of corners there as they plunged down into Craner curves. Of course, one of the best corners on any circuit in Britain, and a good place to really sort out your position on the track. But there, James, and the safety car is out. The safety car is out.
Well, that's because of Aaron Slight's car. Let's take a look at that start again.
Well, there you can see James Thompson being left standing there from pole position as Matt Neal and Ivan Muller we're on board with pull away. And now we're on board with David Leslie, and we'll probably see what happened to some of the other cars. There is Morrison going off, being tapped by somebody, and there's David Leslie being hit sideways as well. So a lot happening.
Alan Morrison rejoining thanks to the good work of the marshals, and let's take another look at that from on board Aaron Slight. It was Leslie who got sideways. Slight then moves up to the outside, and then there's and it all gets a bit too tight there. I think Leslie might have been pushed across, and bang, big impact with the wall there for Aaron Slight, and that's done a lot of damage to the Astra.
Yeah, very unlucky, but a typical sort of Redgate first lap corner actually, where people are just shuffling for position and then really just get caught out.
Okay, just a few words. Jimmy has walked this agreement, so now there is no more agreement.
Well, I don't know about agreements, Ivan. I don't know what happened to the agreement at Brands Hatch. It wasn't quite according to plan. Let's take a look at this again. This is what he's talking about, Will, because James Thompson was pretty aggressive on that move.
Yes, he certainly was, and into McLean's there, big impact as he turns in on Ivan Muller, but of course trying to make up for that very tardy start he made, and this is of course at the end of the first lap, so he's got a lot to do.
Well, we're about ready for the restart. Here comes Matt Neal once again. It's James Thompson now in 2nd place, but Andy Prio in the Honda trying to get past that Vauxhall Astra. Muller's down in 4th place, remember. Behind him, it's Anthony Reid in the MG, a winner last time out at Brands Hatch, and now trying to get the MG in amongst, and somebody else off. That's the other MG, that's Warren Hughes, who's taken a trip through the gravel. I think he survived, as Thompson now protects 2nd place from Prio. Here comes Ivan Muller. Muller knows he's got to find a way past that Honda.
Yes, and it's going to be hard because the Hondas are going very well round here. They've been, both Morrison and Priaulx have been going well in qualifying, so it's not as easy as it was at the beginning of the season for Vauxhall, but everybody's caught up, of course, and that's great for the championship.
Well, it looked like Anthony Reid went a bit wide at McLean's there. Yeah, he's still on, but he's put him under pressure from Paul O'Neill in the background. Look at that. The green and black MG really under pressure from Paul O'Neill, but O'Neill, although he's over the curb, can't squeeze through. And now Gareth Howell leading independent. He's leading that class, and you know, he's got a chance for the overall title in the independence class in the yellow MG with Aaron Slight's problems. And Howell now versus Anthony Reid. Reid's got the inside line. Paul O'Neill's trying to come back at him into the Fogarty S's. Oh, good racing between these three, and they survived the moment.
And the organisers have also introduced a regulation meaning that you can't touch the cones as you turn into these S's, so all the drivers are having to be a little bit more circumspect.
O'Neill, he's hit Howell. Gareth Howell and Phil Bennett was involved in that as well. I know O'Neill and Bennett were battling coming down there, so I don't know quite who hit whom initially, but the end result is Bennett's lost a lot of place, and I think Howell's in trouble, and that has huge ramifications for the Independence Cup. Meanwhile, up front, Matt Neal is leading from James Thompson in second place, and Thompson's hunting him down, looking for a way through into Redgate. He's down the inside, they make contact, he's over the curb, Neal gets sideways, Thompson is through, Thompson's into the lead of the race, and Ivan Muller's back and forth. Priaulx comes up into second place, and this is exactly what Thompson needs if he's to win this championship. Well, there is Gareth Howell. He is in the pits and out of it, and meanwhile there's been a change for the lead in the production class. Gavin Piper's squeezed past Norman Simon, so the Alfa Romeo's ahead in that class. But what a move that was from Thompson.
And there's another accident there. That's Graham Sanders going off in the Alfa Romeo at the Old Hairpin. That's quite a big accident. That is where Nigel Mansell went off all those years ago and had that famous incident.
Oh dear, well, we are seeing plenty of action here in the sprint race, still the featured race to come, but James Thompson's where he wants to be. That's out in front. This might bring the safety car out again. Just look at the amount of damage to the front of the Alfa 156. Indeed, it does bring the safety car out once more. So this bunches everybody together. Thompson's hard-earned lead will come under pressure once again from the likes of Andy Priaulx and Matt Neal. They're not behind the safety car yet. They're still racing until they come up to the line. Meanwhile, Gareth Howell trying to explain what happened to him. He was just an innocent victim there. In the instant we saw him go out down at the hairpin, that was Graham Saunders' crash. And that, I think, that car won't be making it back out for the feature race. Lots of damage done to the front end. Right, here we go then. Almost ready for the restart. James Thompson trying to fend off Andy Priaulx and Matt Neal. And remember, Ivan Muller still lurking in fourth place as the two of them battle for the championship. Anthony Reid in fifth, not getting away particularly well as we look down into Redgate corner on the restart. Thompson ahead of the Honda of Andy Priaulx, the other Vauxhall of Matt Neal, and then Ivan Muller in fourth position. Anthony Reid dropping back a bit on the restart under pressure from David Leslie.
Yes, of course, the restarts here at Donington are very special because you plunge downhill into Craner curves, and these curves actually are quite blind. You turn in to the left-hand and right-hand parts of these curves, and you really are, if you're close up behind another car, it's actually quite difficult to find the line. And there Andy Priaulx looking, searching for the line behind James Thompson, right close up behind his bumper.
Good battle for the lead that we've got here. Also a little further behind, watch out for the Team Halford's Peugeots. They are now leading in the independent class. It's Dan Eves ahead of Tim Harvey, a little bit in the background. But that's crucial too, because Dan Eves could move ahead in the Independence Cup. We've lost Aaron Slight from this race, remember. We've lost Gareth Howell. Annie Templeton has had a spin. I think she's going to be able to rejoin. So no major dramas for her. But here's James Thompson, and he's still under pressure from Andy Priaulx. Matt Neal right behind as well in third place. Fourth place is still Ivan Muller. And Muller doesn't seem to be able to quite catch up. I thought we might expect Muller really attacking now, but he seems to be struggling a little bit. Matt Neal, meanwhile, gets down the inside of Andy Priaulx. Retakes second.
A good move there by Matt Neal, good opportunistic move. And really, I think Andy Priaulx slightly left the door open there. And here's the, looks like the battle for the production lead as they come up towards McLean corner.
Gavin Piper with the Alfa just ahead of Norman Simon. James Case in third place though, and remember, he's basically champion already, just wants to survive this race. Anthony Reid's attacking Muller. Oh, he's hit him. They've made contact down at Redgate. Muller has saved it, but that's another place lost to Ivan Muller. He cannot afford to lose these points. Let's look back a bit.
There we see the impact by Anthony Reid on Ivan Muller as he knocks the car completely sideways at Redgate and really loses a lot of momentum.
Here are those two Independence Cups cars. Dan Eves ahead of his teammate Tim Harvey. Now, Dan Eves, as I mentioned, could move ahead of Aaron Slight. Tim Harvey, those in the same position. Either of them could still win the Independence Cup. Paul O'Neill is out of the action though. Car buried in the gravel trap, can't get it out of there, so that's a shame for him. Matt Neal and Andy Priaulx still engaged in this battle over second place as Priaulx just kicks up one of the marker cones on the inside of Goddard, winner at Knockhill earlier this year. Matt Neal's a 3-times winner so far this season, led the championship at the midway point of the season, hasn't gone so well in the latter part. Meanwhile, here's the battle in the production class. Norman Simon in the BMWs ahead now of the Alfa Romeo of Gavin Piper. James Kay's right in there. This is wonderful battling between the 3 front runners in the production class all season.
Very good, and so far quite clean, not too much contact is what we like to see, and really proving that production racing can be nearly every bit as good as the main class.
Some of these drivers will be hoping to move up to the Tourer class next year, I'm sure, but they are certainly putting on a show here at Donington. Gavin Piper's getting down the inside into Redgate, and no contact there, unlike a couple of moves we've seen from the Tourers. Gavin Piper slips past Norman Simon. Now then, back with the leaders, and Andy Priaulx still attacking Matt Neal. Oh, Matt Neal's made a big mistake, lost it down at the Melbourne hairpin, and Priaulx goes into second.
Yeah, that was a slightly interesting mistake, that, because it looks like he's obviously got some sort of braking problem. There, the rear of the car locks up and he just spins him round and really out of second place. So Matt Neal just obviously got some sort of braking problem.
Yeah, another problem here. Well, look, Tim Harvey's dropped right back. Dan Eves has come through, but Tim Harvey's in trouble. James Kay almost spinning. Well, he's got it back on the road. Great car control. But now James has had a problem. Let's see what happened. This is up into McLean's. Oh, that was on the brakes as well.
Yes, looks like another braking problem of some sort. So whether Donington is throwing up some sort of braking problems today, I'm not sure.
Colin Turkington versus Tom Chilton. Another battle between independents, although neither of these guys are in the running for the overall Independence Cup. But it's a good battle nonetheless between youngsters who have shown themselves this season to be potential stars of the future. Back with the race leader, James Thompson, still under attack. Oh, and Tim Harvey, we saw him going slowly, and that looks very smoky indeed. Looks like the engine's gone on that, and that really could be the end of his chances in the Independence Cup now. Looks like he'll have to have an engine change, another loss of 5 points. Now we're on to the last lap, and James Thompson has a great chance here to score some points over Ivan Muller and have the advantage going into the final race, the feature race coming up a little bit later today. But Andy Priaulx still in with a chance and showing that he's not going to give up despite the championship battle going on around him.
Yes, but of course James made a very poor start to the race, but has really picked up the pace and driven very aggressively and very hard since. So he really has regathered the race for himself, and obviously Andy Priaulx is putting him under as much pressure as he can, but Andy was also aware, of course, that James is battling for the championship, so it's an interesting one psychologically.
Well, it looks like Andy's looking for any little slip-up that Thompson might make. He's not probably going to attack too hard and take Thompson off. I don't think he'd risk something like that. Well, let's wait and see. We've still got a bit of this track to go. They've got Annie Templeton to go past as they head down towards the S's, and Priaulx once again just looking for any little opportunity that might come. Thompson covers the middle ground there into the S's, and Priaulx's not allowed to get through, and now the rundown, just 2 more corners for James Thompson to hang on to take the victory in this sprint race, but Priaulx has not given up hopes of taking his second win of the season.
I think Andy Priaulx knows he's got a car he can win this race with here, and but as you said, he's not going to make any mistakes, stupid mistakes that are likely to take James Thompson off the track.
So up to the last corner, and James Thompson has done exactly what he needed to do in this first race. That is to beat Ivan Muller. He's got the benefit of 1 or 2 cars between himself and Muller as well as he crosses the line. James Thompson wins the sprint race at Donington Park, and he knows how important that is. Andy Priaulx finishing in second place, and we look back to see in third it is Matt Neal, 4th place Anthony Reid, so down in 5th place Ivan Muller, and that's not great news for his championship hopes. Dan Eves comes through to win the Independence Cup part of this race, and that gives him a great chance of the outright title after problems for Aaron Slight. There's his car off at the side of the road, and also problems for Tim Harvey in the Team Halfords Peugeot. So an absolutely crucial and a very determined win for James Thompson. But Andy Prio earns his 4th podium finish of the year. Matt Neal finished a feisty 3rd, and Anthony Reid an equally aggressive 4th. Yvan Muller has it all to do in the feature race. Both Protons finished in the top 8. Dan Eves has leapt ahead in the independence points battle. Meanwhile, Gavin Piper took his 5th production class win of the year. In the championship, Thompson now has a 10-point cushion over Muller, while Neal and Reid are now out of the equation for the title. James Kay is the 2002 production class champion.
Good trademark touring car race, really. Lots of overtaking, a bit of contact. I've been on the receiving end of most of it all year, so yeah, rubbed a few panels in that one, and yeah, very glad to hold on to the win at the end.
If you have looked the race, I'm sure you did, I overtake 3 cars with no contact at all. And all the overtaking was around me, it was with contact. So, who's the bad boy?
And runner-up in the production class for the last 2 years, now champion, it's James Kay.
I really struggled in the race. I had a brake problem. I couldn't overtake either of them in front. I just had to be there, and eventually we had no brakes, so I just had to nurse the car to the end. But Lady Luck was on our side.
Dan, you are now leading the independence title.
With 1 round to go, which is very nice. Really, really good race. Absolutely manic for the first few laps. I just kept my head and kept it cool and came through, really.
I went into the first corner, and my main priority was just to get through the first corner as clean as possible and finish the race. I think it's quite obvious that someone just tagged me from behind, and it was a big hit, and the car's gone backwards into the wall. Not only that, the car is not good, and I don't know if I'm going to make the second race. A tap's a tap, but what happened here I think was pretty horrific.
Well, this is it, the championship decider, and Honda is well placed to finish the season well as Andy Prio starts from pole for the 3rd time this year. Matt Neal is second on the grid, would love to finish on a high, while the 2 title rivals are together on row 2, Muller running with reduced ballast. There are 2 light cars on row 3, top independent Gareth Howell and the second Honda of Morrison. Paul O'Neill lines up 7th, with student Colin Turkington in 8th. Aaron Slight can still win the Independence Cup from 9th place, but Anthony Reid has work to do from 10th. David Leslie's hoping to back up 6th in the sprint race with more points here. Tom Chilton is 12th, then Team Halford's teammates Carl Breeze and Tim Harvey. Warren Hughes and Phil Bennett are together on row 8. Dan Eves is Slight's big rival and starts back in 17th. Newly crowned James Kay has Norman Simon close behind, then Graham Saunders with one of his best performances. Spencer Marsh is 4th in class, but knows he's done enough to finish 3rd overall already. Alan Blenko is next, followed by the entertaining Tom Boardman and Mark Fullerlove in the Tech Speed 306. Dave Allen is backing up James Kay's hopes of winning the production team's title for Synchro Motorsport. But Gavin Piper has work to do after gearbox problems in qualifying. Behind him, Jim Edwards and Steve Wood, and Hyla Breeze is still, unfortunately, unable to take the start. So, this full field of cars, this is it. This is the championship decider. I wonder what's going on in the mind here of James Thompson. He's keeping a close eye on Yvan Muller. Muller studiously ignoring Thompson and looking at the start lights, which is an interesting one. We're all set to go. The feature race will decide the outcome of the title, and it's Andy Prio from pole position who gets away well. James Thompson drops in behind Muller. In fact, Morrison gets ahead of him as well. So it is Andy Prio ahead of Matt Neal. Muller up into 3rd place. Then it's Alan Morrison and James Thompson down into 5th place. But don't forget, he does have that 10-point advantage coming into this race.
Well, my gut feeling this time round is it's an intentional ploy to stay behind and just to track Muller. But unlike the first time where he definitely made a mistake.
Let's just take a look at that start again. You can see from the overhead that Thompson on the outside of the 2nd row really doesn't get away well, so Muller has an easy time of it.
Yes, I think, as we said there, that it probably was Thompson being intentional and just trying to play it safe.
So Andy Prio leads, Matt Neal in 2nd. It's all about what Yvan Muller can do now and whether James Thompson can stay with him. Oh, Phil Bennett had a spin up there in the background by the look of it. Oh, we've got an Alfa Romeo going wide. That's Alan Blenko, who's taken a wild trip across the gravel, just keeps it off the tyres by the matter of a few centimetres, and he's still trying to find his way back on track. Meanwhile, Andy Prio leads, battle for 2nd. Here comes Yvan Muller. Muller has to go for it now. He's got down the inside of Matt Neal. Bit of door rubbing. Oh, and he's gone sideways. Neal hits him in the door as well. Muller not really giving Matt Neal much space to work in, and that's pushed Muller down a couple of places. So look at the lead that Andy Prio has, and look at this battle going on for 2nd behind him, Alan Morrison. And here's Yvan Muller trying to get past James Thompson again. It's frenetic stuff.
Very exciting indeed, and but James Thompson's definitely got the advantage, because really he can just sit there and behind Muller and just play safe.
Now look at this battle for second, Matt Neal versus Alan Morrison. Oh, and Aaron Slight's in trouble. Well, they got that car back on the grid, but there's been contact again, and he looks to be in trouble. As look at this, all the cars everywhere. Ivan Muller's in the middle of that pack behind this battle for second place, and Thompson's in there as well. Anthony Reid's on the inside of the MG. Paul O'Neill on the outside, Gareth Howell in the independent car on the inside as well. 3 abreast, 4 abreast some of the time. This must be pretty nerve-wracking stuff for Ivan Muller, who wants a clean race to the front to get the points to try and beat Thompson in the championship.
Yeah, look at Reid there. Reid going completely sideways at Craner as he got pushed out wide there. This is really exciting stuff. It's a classic sequence of corners here. And there, Muller pushing his way to 4th place.
Well, Paul O'Neill is not giving up that position that easily. Look and watch from on board Ivan Muller. Here comes O'Neill back at him again. Well, Paul O'Neill is not going to give way that easily, and Ivan Muller's really got a race in his hands. Battle for second continues as Morrison has got himself ahead of Matt Neal, and that's good stuff. As Aaron Slight does retire, that is disastrous news. The championship is over for him. Dan Eaves is going to win the Independence Cup title. This battle for second is still on. I thought Morrison had already got it. Now he does just get it as he moves ahead into the S's. Look at Anthony Reid next up, then it's Ivan Muller. Paul O'Neill, he hits Paul O'Neill. So Muller involved in more contact as Howell tries to get past them both, and James Thompson still holding a watching brief right behind, making sure that Muller's not too many places ahead of him. Oh, look at this, where can they all fit into? I don't know, they're all trying to get round the Melbourne hairpin together.
Yes, it's not really going well for Ivan Muller, is it?
It's a tough battle in the mid-pack at the moment. Dan Eaves is out as well, he's got problems.
Okay guys, the race is finished for me, the suspension is banned. I come in, it's over.
Oh, and Tom Chilton hits the wall.
Ivan, where's the suspension broken? Front, rear, left or right?
Front right, I think.
Well, Ivan Muller into the pits. This is it. This is the championship being decided right now. He cannot win this race now. And they're still looking around the front of the car. Well, it's disaster for the second year in a row for Ivan Muller.
Yeah, it's very unlucky, but I mean, that's motor racing, it happens, and he'll be disappointed, obviously, but he'll soon be thinking about next year, another championship, I guess.
So Ivan Muller walks away from his stricken Astra. There was so much going on, I suppose damage was inevitable. Tom Chilton also out.
Ivan has finished his race, he's been put into the garage.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Yes, it does, mate. Just enjoy yourself and stay out of trouble, all right? Well done.
So Thompson's celebrating already, whether he finishes or not.
Tell us your race, Aaron.
I just can't believe I was actually in the race. You know, the guys did just such an amazing job. I mean, you saw the car before; it was bad, and they've pulled it apart and got it going. You know, and I was really, really amazed. And I got through the first lap, I thought unscathed. I come into the chicane, which the guys have been moaning about cutting across all day. So I ran in there a bit deep to block a line, and I came back across, and Leslie just come across and flipped the front wheel and broke the upright. You know, that's probably my fault. I should have let him go.
It's very unlucky there for Aaron Slight, but clearly this year showing that he's got lots of talent in touring cars. We saw it, of course, in World Superbikes, but I imagine in 2003 we'll be seeing it in touring cars.
Yeah, sad news for him. Dan Eaves is, of course, the Independence Cup champion despite going out of this race, but we still have a race to run. Andy Brio leads as they get to the restart. His teammate Alan Morrison behind, then it's Matt Neal, then Anthony Reid, who's going to take the last victory of the season. Gareth Howell's in there as well in the yellow and black MG. Paul O'Neill not far behind him. And then Warren Hughes battling with David Leslie side by side. The L plates on Warren Hughes' car, nothing to do with his driving. The team celebrates the fact that he's going to be getting married next week, and he's managed to get past David Leslie.
And both MGs there involved in action down through the Craner curves, and it looks like maybe Anthony Reid now closing in on Matt Neal. Yes, he does. He closes in there and barges his way through at McLean's. So
good aggressive racing once again, and Reid certainly showing that ruthless streak here. Oh, Howell's made contact with Reid. Howell goes off into the gravel trap. fellow MG driver. The two of them have had it coming together.
Here we are on board with O'Neill, and we'll see what happens here. Really, it's a question of how they're really trying to go around the outside of Reed. Didn't give Reed enough room, and as a result of that, he spun himself out of the corner at Coppice.
Now look at this battle in the production class. Norman Simon versus James Kay as James Thompson comes into the pits. Now remember, he's lost a few places, but he doesn't care. He's champion. What a few places matter. Good stop from the team, and they've got him back out. Matt Neal was in on that same lap as well. As a very disappointed Gareth Howell walks back. It's been a disastrous day for him, failing to finish either race, I'm afraid. Both Hondas are doing well, running first and second. Big gap back to Warren Hughes, who's now in third place, courtesy of pit stops. And there's Colin Turkington in the second Team Atomic Kitten MG, so both of them are now out of this race. But Hughes, you know, he started down in 15th place, hasn't made a pit stop yet, but he's in a good third position at the moment. Paul O'Neill right behind him, then it's David Leslie, and then the two Team Halfords cars. Tim Harvey chased by his teammate Carl Breeze. Behind him, Phil Bennett in the second Proton.
Yes, they've all been having a good run, those guys, and just a good solid performance. But of course, we're only halfway through this race at the moment. At the moment, the two Hondas obviously just swapping times and looking very similar in terms of performance, and will be interesting to see how their tactics compare in terms of pit stops.
Yes, well, in fact, look, a tight line from Morrison, so he's coming in. So Morrison is the first of the two Hondas to come in. Remember, his car is running light, much lighter than Andy Prio's car. Prio's got some 30 kilos of ballast on board. Morrison cleverly lost a couple of places on purpose in the first race to make sure his car was extra light for this second race. Good stop from the Arena Motorsport crew, and they send Morrison on his way. So we'll have to see whether he gets out ahead of Prio when he's made his stop. Boardman under attack here from Spencer Marsh, who gives him a little helping hand. And Tom goes off. He gets it into gear straight away. Oh, he hasn't quite got it sorted out. Not supposed to be doing donuts out there to entertain the crowd, Tom. You're supposed to be racing.
Yeah, it's a bit over-enthusiastic there, but you could see it coming, couldn't you?
Into the pits now comes Andy Prio. So this is the crucial stop. Will he get out ahead of Alan Morrison? Morrison's putting in some pretty quick times at the moment. Prio tries to get back out again ahead of his teammate, running down the pit straight, but Morrison is going to be ahead. Here's the battle in the production class. Norman Simon makes a little bit of a mistake, and James Kay shadows his every move. He is champion now, and he can just go for it, but he can't at the moment find a way past the BMW.
But he does seem to be just gaining a little bit of ground there on the BMWs. You see, yes, I think he's going to get in on the brakes into Redgate. He does. He just does get in front there. So we've got a change of position at the front of the production class.
Gavin Piper struggling to make up ground after his gearbox problems in qualifying. In comes Warren Hughes. Now, he was leading this race. Later stop than the two Hondas, so he had moved into the lead of the race. Where will this get him back out? Pretty good stuff from WSR. They get him on his way, and that's our new race leader, Tim Harvey. But he has yet to stop, and right behind him is Alan Morrison, who has stopped already as Tim Harvey peels off into the pit lane. This is our new race leader. It is Alan Morrison, and he has quite an advantage over his teammate, Andy Prio, as Harvey comes in to stop. Now, let's hope that he gets away cleanly. Further back, there's a good battle going on here for what is fourth position, with Matt Neal trying to defend from James Thompson, and then Paul O'Neill right behind.
James Thompson, of course, will be really enjoying this. There's no pressure, of course. He's now effectively, he's got the championship. He's just got to get the car to the finish, and it looks like they're one of the production Peugeots struggling to complete the race.
Yeah, Mark Fullerlove out of luck, I'm afraid. Looked like there was some smoke coming from the front wheel, maybe a hub problem or something. Matt Neal, meanwhile, holding on to this fourth place. You saw Warren Hughes go through the shot. He's in third. It's the two Hondas still leading. Oh, and Tim Harvey has pulled off to the side of the road again. Well, he's just completely out of luck this weekend. Had an engine go in the first race. Now look at Paul O'Neill attacking James Thompson. This is for fifth place. Down the inside into the Fogarty S's, locks a brake. And James Thompson says, well, I'm not going to fight that hard now.
No, I think he's made the right decision there. He liked just to cross the line, enjoy crossing the line, being champion, and there we see Alan Morrison entering the last corner, which is Goddard's, and completing another lap.
Yeah, he's got a good advantage at the moment. Never won in the touring class of the British Touring Car Championship. Won in production class in the past. Now let's take another look at what O'Neill did a moment ago.
Yeah, it's quite an aggressive move there with the new British Touring Car Champion for 2002. He turns in over the curbs there and takes the place from James Thompson.
Oh, and problems for his teammate, Matt Neal. He's pulled off to the side of the road. Looks like a mechanical problem. Paul O'Neill getting it all out of shape, and it's giving James Thompson a run once again to perhaps get that place back from him. This is now a battle for fourth, of course, because Matt Neal's pulled off to the side of the road, and now James Thompson moves up to fourth position as Norman Simon continues this battle with James Kay. Fantastic racing again between these two. Gavin Piper not a part of it in this feature race. He got a little bit waylaid at the start of the race, starting from further back. You can just see him in the background, but Norman Simon at the moment fending off the production class champion James Kay, as Matt Neal says, well, season over, that's the way it goes sometimes. And in the end, of course, couldn't quite battle for the title himself. Andy Prio's dropped back. Andy Prio's dropped back behind Thompson there. And where's O'Neill got? O'Neill's got off onto the gravel. I was just going to say he's dropped behind O'Neill, but now he's got past O'Neill because he's taken a very strange line.
Yes, O'Neill's been entertaining us this afternoon. Clearly, he made a mistake there at Redgate and got a bit wide, lost the place to James Thompson, and has obviously got another handling problem.
Here comes Morrison. The checker flag is ready, and Alan Morrison wins his first ever touring car race in the top class. Great effort from him. As looking back for our second place finisher, there he is, Warren Hughes, and Hughes working his way up from a lowly grid position to second position here at Donington. A great end to his season as well. And in the background, the battle for third. Andy Prio back on turns with Thompson. He seemed to have some sort of intermittent problem that dropped him back, and he almost got third again on the line, but in fact it goes to James Thompson. Alan Morrison is the winner of the last race, but James Thompson is British Touring Car champion. Two champions, two Yorkshiremen. James Kay's the first to congratulate James Thompson, who's just wrapped up the British Touring Car Championship. Alan Morrison celebrates his first ever win in the big class with the boys at Arena Motorsport. It's a family affair for Thompson after an eventful weekend. The first touring car win for the former British motocross champion is a perfect way to end the season for Honda, while Warren Hughes' second place from 15th on the grid is an early wedding present. Prio overcame intermittent problems to finish fourth, and in seventh place Carl Breeze won the independence class for the first time. In production class it was Stormin Norman Simon who earned his seventh win of the year. It's been 9 years since Thompson last won a championship, but this is the one that counts. Spare a thought for Ivan Muller, bitterly disappointed, and meanwhile Anthony Reid held off Prio to take fourth for MG.
And strength, but this year belonged to Vauxhall and James Thompson.
Well, I don't know what happened at the start. All hell broke loose. Ivan and I were at the front, and then we're at the back. And our strategy really was just to match Ivan, because 10-point advantage after the first race. Just had to match him. I hadn't been so far down the pack for ages, and literally I was just thinking, crikey, it's getting a bit tough. As you can see, sporting a fair bit of damage, and then next minute Ivan was tussling, I was tussling, we were banging wheels, and then coming out this corner I saw Ivan pull off, and at that point in time I had a sneaking suspicion it was all over.
What did you think when Muller came off?
Well, delight, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie with you. I was just delighted. I've had a massive amount of bad luck, engine changes and all sorts, so he doesn't deserve bad luck, but at the end of the day, just thoroughly pleased that it came my way.